Chapter 2702. Is this what you're relying on? Although Yang Kai was vigilant in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He wanted to figure out what kind of power this so-called golden-armored heavenly book possessed. As he spoke, he rushed towards Ten Juanhao with his sword in hand. Brandishing the myriads soared mid-air. Countless sword waves shot towards Ten Juanhao like a swarm of locusts as he shouted coldly, "You think a mere trash book is a treasure? Old dog, you're already old. Now is the time for us young people, so hurry up and die." Trash book. Tan Juanhao raised his brow, his face filled with anger, as if he had been severely humiliated by Yang Kai. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This old master will let you experience the power of this trash book." Saying so, he waved his hand. The golden-armored heavenly book floating above his head suddenly flipped and stopped on a certain page. Kai Yang could clearly see that the page was engraved with an oval pattern. It was curved like a child's graffiti, but it didn't look like anything. But when the golden-armored heavenly book stopped on this page, it suddenly bloomed with golden light, forming an oval light curtain that enveloped Tan Juanhao. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the power of the myriads, sword slammed into the golden light curtain, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the power of his sword strike was mostly to probe, it was not something that anyone could withstand. Tan Juanhao did not even circulate his emperor qi to protect his body and only relied on the golden-armored heavenly book to defend himself perfectly. It was obvious that this golden-armored heavenly book was indeed powerful, a defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai's heart moved, but he soon felt that something was wrong. At the beginning, there were several golden lights shooting towards him, which was not something a defensive emperor artifact could do. Tan Juanhao stood in place with a smile. Even when the sword waves were about to hit him, he did not frown. His expression showed that he had absolute confidence in his golden-armored heavenly book, believing that Yang Kai would never be able to hurt him. This was indeed the case. "It doesn't hurt at all." Tan Juanhao sneered. "Is that all you've got? If that's the case, then obediently accept your death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The golden armor, heavenly book, floating above his head, flipped again. He paused on another page. Yang Kai looked around and saw that the page was engraved with many pictures of birds of prey. They looked like children's graffiti and were not perfect. However, it added a sense of malevolence. Kai Yang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With a series of fluttering sounds, golden lights shot out from the golden-armored heavenly book, twisting and transforming midair, transforming into various kinds of birds of prey that all shot towards Yang Kai. There were many ferocious beasts. There were at least 100 of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. The big ones were about 200 to 300 feet long, while the small ones were about the size of sparrows. Each of these beasts exuded an aura comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and one of them, in particular, had the strength of a second-order Emperor, both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. How could he not know that the so-called golden-armored heavenly book was not a simple defensive Emperor artifact, but a compound Emperor artifact that could both attack and defend? This kind of Emperor artifact was extremely rare and very difficult to refine. Even ordinary treasures were priceless, let alone Tan Juanhao's golden armor heavenly book, which was obviously of extraordinary quality. "Junior, how are you going to fight this old master?" Tan Juanhao stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. "Do you think this old master won't have any helpers just because he used the mountains and rivers' bell to suppress those pieces of trash? With this golden-armored heavenly book, this old master doesn't need to do it himself. You will die without a burial." While he was talking, the birds of prey had already flown towards Yang Kai from all directions. All of them were extremely ferocious. either spitting out light from their mouths or flapping their wings. Fireballs and wind blades appeared all of a sudden, while others pounced and attacked with their sharp claws. Yang Kai was flustered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in danger from these birds of prey. Tan Juanhao was still laughing wildly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt even more disgusted and wanted to rush up and tear his mouth off. After a while, Yang Kai regained his footing, but the situation still hadn't changed. All around him were the birds of prey summoned from the heavenly book, glaring at him. "Break for me!" Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch in a certain direction. From the tip of his fist, a moon blade shot out, and several of the beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly cut in half. Yang Kai merged into one with his sword and rushed towards the gap. There were too many birds of prey, so if he was really surrounded, even if he was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength and could only avoid them for now. Fortunately, although these creatures could display the strength of the Emperor Realm, they didn't seem to have as strong a defense as the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could kill several of them with a single punch, so killing them all should be a piece of cake. Naive. Tan Juanhao saw that Yang Kai wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't stop him. He just stood there calmly. Not good. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beasts that seemed to have been killed by him didn't dissipate immediately, but instead returned to their original state after a series of distortions. These things can't be killed. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He could feel the fierce auras coming at him from all directions, but it was too late for him to dodge. In front of him, a bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Its shining golden claws were very sharp and could probably even cut through a well-tempered vajra. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only activate his indestructible, invisible sword chi again. A 5-colored light surrounded his body, and at the same time he pushed the dragon form's secret technique to the limit. As his hands moved, countless moon blades shot out in all directions. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the crescent blades cut through the air one after another, slicing the ferocious beasts in half one after another, twisting and turning in midair. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a loud bang. The invisible, indestructible sword chi instantly collapsed, while Yang Kai's chest and back were hit by several attacks. His chest, in particular, had been torn apart by the sharp claws of a fierce bird, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen and blood flowed freely. This was with his body after dragon form. If it weren't for the dragon's scales blocking some of the attacks, his stomach would have been cut open. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, they won't die. Tan Juanhao sneered as he stood to the side and made sarcastic remarks. Compared to those beasts from the Emperor Realm that he had tricked into selling at the auction, this golden armor, heavenly tome, was his greatest trump card. As long as the heavenly tome was still in his hands, those summoned beasts would never perish. No matter how many times they were killed, they would reappear. How could Yang Kai not know this? Although he didn't understand the mysteries of the golden armor heavenly tome, he could more or less guess some clues. Taking advantage of the fact that those beasts had yet to recover, Yang Kai's figure flickered. The law of space fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away from his original spot. "Haha, kid, have you run out of tricks?" Tan Juanhao laughed. He had set up so many tricks here to counter Yang Kai's space divine technique. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. If it weren't for those tricks, with Yang Kai's attainments in the law of space, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But now he actually wanted to use the same trick again, wanting to use the teleportation secret technique. How foolish! While speaking, Tan Juanhao flipped his palm, and an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the array flag that controlled the 5 elements formation. It was by relying on this array flag that he was able to perfectly crack Yang Kai's space secret technique. Since Yang Kai had run out of tricks, he naturally didn't mind doing it again. The feeling of being forced out of the void was definitely not a good one. When the time came, all he had to do was give the order, and the numerous beasts would pounce on Yang Kai. Pouring his Emperor Qi into the array flag, Tan Juanhao waved his hand and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure materialized and reappeared. Tan Juanhao roared, "Die!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Tan Juanhao's laughter came to an abrupt end as a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him, almost face to face, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Old dog, your timing isn't right." "You." Tan Juanhao was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what had happened. Yang Kai's use of the teleportation secret technique just now was obviously a feint. In fact, he hadn't really used it at all. His figure materialized on his own initiative, not because he was forced out of the void. Tan Juanhao had mistakenly thought that he had succeeded, and in a moment of carelessness, Yang Kai had really used the teleportation secret technique. Damn it, I fell for this little brat's trick. Tan Juanhao ground his teeth so hard they almost broke. He hadn't expected that his trump card would become a flaw and be exploited by the enemy. It was really humiliating. Thinking quickly, Tan Juanhao was about to withdraw. The real battle had just begun, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of the power of the golden armored heavenly book yet. Even if Yang Kai had tricked him once, it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Tan Juanhao was full of confidence that he could kill Yang Kai here. "Look into my eyes." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and shouted. Tan Juanhao instinctively looked into his eyes. "Good boy." Yang Kai grinned, his left eye suddenly becoming solemn and filled with a rich golden light. His pupils suddenly turned into a golden vertical slit, like a heavenly eye, exuding endless majesty. Demon Eye of Annihilation. "Not good. I've been tricked again, little bastard." Tan Juanhao was shocked, cursing Yang Kai in his heart. He instinctively wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he couldn't do it. That golden vertical shaft was emitting a strange power that could intimidate one's mind. It had a mysterious power that could seize one's soul. Eye technique. Tan Juanhao bit the tip of his tongue and desperately urged his spiritual energy, loosening the power of the heavenly eye. But in a battle between masters, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Without waiting for Tan Juanhao to look away, Yang Kai had already attacked. Soul Slayer Heaven-Breaking Strike. A golden light shot out from his left eye, slashing towards Tan Juanhao in a flash. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain. On the other hand, Tan Juanhao let out an extremely shrill cry. Blood spurted out of his eyes, and his face twisted in an instant. Chapter 2703. The soul-splitting blade was an emperor artifact that specialized in damaging the soul and was extremely powerful. Heaven-shattering slash was a secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tianyan in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. The Divine Ascension Mirror was the sect guarding treasure of Azure Sun Temple, and it was a world of its own. The living beings inside it did not have physical bodies, and all of them lived as soul avatars. Tianyan was the strongest person in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. The strength of his soul avatars had even reached the level of the great emperors. He had spent his entire life studying soul secret techniques. So how could the heaven-shattering slash be weak when it came from him? With an emperor artifact like the soul-splitting blade, the power it displayed was not as simple as 1 + 1. Furthermore, Yang Kai had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit just in case, causing him to feel a little overwhelmed. Now his face was pale, his body was cold, and his head was splitting. Tan Juanhao, who had taken this attack head-on, was in an even more tragic state. The violent power of the soul-splitting blade instantly tore through his knowledge, seized defenses, and rushed into his knowledge sea, causing it to turn upside down. The water in his knowledge sea churned, and his soul became chaotic. Tan Juanhao screamed in pain. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. His knowledge sea had been severely damaged in an instant. Aside from a few extinct pills, this kind of injury could not be healed. Even the great emperors would not be able to do anything about it. Blossoming lotus! Yang Kai roared again, preparing to take his life while he was down. He forced himself to focus and activated the blossoming lotus secret technique. Who would have thought that at this moment the golden armored heavenly book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again, suddenly stopping on a certain page. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the pages. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was completely unprepared and was directly pierced through by these 2 golden lights. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying by a huge force. He rolled on the ground and did not get up for a long time. An intense pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai looked up, and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed loudly. "Old dog, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." 2 finger-sized holes appeared in his lower abdomen, directly piercing through his body. He didn't know what kind of attack those 2 golden lights were. Even his dragon form secret skill couldn't defend against it. Pushing his emperor chi to the wound, Yang Kai stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the hundreds of fierce beasts once again swarmed over. Yang Kai was shocked and could only use his teleportation secret technique to dodge. Without Tan Juanhao's restraint, it was still rather difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. He could easily escape from them with a single teleport. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as Tan Juanhao threw his head back and howled madly. His robes fluttered without any wind, and even his hair danced madly in the wind. His appearance was extremely malevolent. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai covered his abdomen and hid to the side. Look at him. All of a sudden he felt much better, although Yang Kai had been injured by him due to his carelessness. Tan Juanhao's injuries would only be worse. Even if Yang Kai couldn't kill him today, Tan Juanhao wouldn't be able to live for long. Taking out healing and recovery pills from his space ring, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of them into his mouth like he was eating candy. Even a cornered beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Tan Juanhao. Yang Kai was afraid that he would really have to fight with his life on the line, so taking some pills was always a good idea. Asterisk Walala, asterisk the pages of the book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know what this old thing was up to this time, so he secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to dodge at any time. The pages of the book froze and a golden light shot out, twisting and transforming into a golden sword in midair. It pierced through the air and directly cracked space. A few fierce beasts that couldn't dodge in time were cut into nothingness. Yang Kai looked around in surprise. Asterisk Walala, asterisk the pages of the book flipped again. This time, a large seal flew out from the pages and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Asterisk Walala, asterisk the pages of the book kept flipping, and every time they froze, a different attack would shoot out from those pages. Some were artifacts of different shapes, some were powerful secret techniques, and some were summoned, lifelike monster beast. Yang Kai even saw a monster beast that was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This monster beast had countless eyes and looked like a meatball. Yang Kai didn't know what it was. However, the profound light that shot out from the eyes on its round body seemed to have the strange effect of petrifying people. As soon as this meatball monster beast appeared, the eyes on its body kept opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a profound light would shoot out. There were as many as 100, and as few as a few dozen. The first 100 fierce beasts summoned by Tan Juanhao were all killed by this meatball. They were all frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. On the other hand, these fierce beasts seemed to be extremely afraid of this meatball. They just let it beat them without fighting back, and after a while, they were all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic. All kinds of attacks were thrown around aimlessly. Yang Kai was jumping around, dodging them all. Especially when facing the meatball's attacks, his reaction speed and agility were greatly reduced. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to resolve the situation. Yang Kai was shocked. If Tan Juanhao had taken the opportunity to attack him just now, even if he had the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Ah! Tan Juanhao screamed as he clutched his head with both hands. Sometimes he jumped into the air, sometimes he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Where was the demeanor of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace? He's gone crazy. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face black. He didn't expect things to develop so dramatically. He was a little caught off guard. But on second thought, he had used the soul-splitting saber as the foundation to display the heaven-shattering strike. An ordinary person would have died immediately if they were hit head-on. After all, if their knowledge sea was broken, their soul would definitely be destroyed. How could they survive? Tan Juanhao being able to survive such an attack was already extremely impressive. But in any case, with his knowledge sea severely damaged, he couldn't come out of it unscathed. At this moment, his thoughts were in chaos and his mind was unclear. He had obviously gone crazy. Yang Kai rejoiced. Previously, Tan Juanhao had only used the 3 divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book, but Yang Kai was already unable to resist. At this moment, it seemed that this golden armored heavenly book had endless uses. If Tan Juanhao had really used all the divine technique, not to mention anything else, just summoning that meatball would have been enough to kill him. Right now, Tan Juanhao's soul was in chaos, and he was using all the divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book at will. This was the real terror of this golden armored heavenly book. Where did this Emperor artifact come from? This was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the golden armored heavenly book that had been suspended above Tan Juanhao's head suddenly released a golden light. Immediately afterwards, the strange existences that had been summoned also turned into golden lights and rushed towards the golden armored heavenly book, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After all the existences returned, the golden armored heavenly book suddenly closed and fell from Tan Juanhao's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened like a thief as he fixed his gaze on the golden armored heavenly book. In a flash, he arrived in front of the heavenly book and reached out to pick it up. After seeing the many divine technique and power of the golden armored heavenly book, how could Yang Kai not be tempted? With such an emperor artifact in hand, he would have a great advantage in battles in the future. Asterisk ci-la-la, asterisk, a strange sound rang out. The moment Yang Kai grabbed the golden armored heavenly book, the heavenly book flickered with a golden light, and a violent vibration and repulsive force resisted Yang Kai's big hand. Not only that, under the cover of the golden light, Yang Kai's big hand was in unbearable pain, as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. His other hand suddenly grabbed the golden armored heavenly book from the other side and refused to let go. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tan Juanhao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with blood, making him look extremely ferocious. "Let go, this is mine!" Tan Juanhao shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Are you crazy? I'll keep this for you first." "I'm not crazy." Tan Juanhao shook his head with a serious expression. "You're crazy." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, his words carrying a bewitching power. "You're really crazy." "I'm crazy?" Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai nodded softly. If he wasn't crazy, how could he snatch the golden armored heavenly book from him like this? This was his emperor artifact, and he could summon it back with just a thought. "I'm crazy." Tan Juanhao suddenly straightened his body and fell into deep thought. His hand that was holding the golden armored heavenly book involuntarily loosened. He didn't seem to think that being crazy had anything to do with snatching the heavenly book. Yang Kai took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly book and forced it into the sealed world bead. Tan Juanhao's soul brand was on the heavenly book, so he could only erase it later. However, Yang Kai's action instantly attracted Tan Juanhao's attention. He woke up from his contemplation and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give it back to me!" Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I don't have it anymore." Tan Juanhao was furious. His Emperor Qi erupted fiercely as he pounced straight at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was directly hit by him. His injured abdomen hurt even more, and his body curled up like a shrimp. "Give it back to me!" Tan Juanhao shouted, his fists like the wind, turning into thousands of fist shadows, bombarding Yang Kai's chest. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, covering Tan Juanhao's face. At the same time, he kicked Tan Juanhao's body fiercely, finally putting some distance between them. Quickly forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai's face was solemn as he whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." After the seal was formed, he gently pushed it forward. Tan Juanhao had no intention of dodging at all. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he chased after him, repeating the same sentence. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle, like seal, hit Tan Juanhao directly, sending him flying. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor drained from his body. In midair, Tan Juanhao, who was already old, suddenly became even older. His hair turned white and fell, and his skin wrinkled. After landing, he had become an old man with 1 foot in the grave. Chapter 2704. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he immediately rushed towards Yang Kai again and shouted, "Give it back to me!" Yang Kai looked at him coldly and took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. When Tan Juanhao was close enough, he suddenly threw out a punch. Half of Tan Juanhao's body was shattered, and he was sent flying again. But this time he couldn't get up. The soul-splitting saber's heaven-piercing strike had caused great damage to him. His soul was in chaos, and he unconsciously activated the golden armored heavenly book to release its power. A treasure like the golden armored heavenly book was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The two were directly proportional. Tan Juanhao had summoned almost all the divine technique in the golden armored heavenly book, so one could imagine how much energy he had to use. Even though he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, his Emperor Qi was almost dried up. His soul was damaged, his Emperor Qi was dried up, and his strength was 90% gone. Moreover, he was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Tan Juanhao was just a trapped beast. At this time, let alone Yang Kai, even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master could easily take down Tan Juanhao. "Give it back to me." Half of his body was shattered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were exposed. Lying on the ground, Tan Juanhao still shouted stubbornly, but his voice was extremely weak. "Give it back to you," Yang Kai muttered softly, his body on the verge of collapse. Today's battle was extremely dangerous, and his injuries were also very serious, especially the huge gash on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight, and there were also 2 bloody holes in his lower abdomen. The wound on his chest was caused by the huge bird with strength comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. These creatures, summoned from the golden armored heavenly book, didn't have much defense, but their attack power was ridiculously strong. Even Yang Kai's dragon transformation couldn't defend against them. The bloody holes in his lower abdomen were pierced by the 2 golden lights of the golden armored heavenly book. Injuring his inner palace, there were countless other injuries, both big and small. Several of his ribs, were broken as well. How could the word tragic describe it? However, Yang Kai was extremely excited, because this was the first time he had defeated a third-order Emperor Realm Master in a head-on battle. With this experience, he would not be flustered when facing other third-order Emperor Realm Masters in the future. The growth of any cultivator. All of them were inseparable from life and death battles. The more experience one had in battle, the further one could walk on the path of martial arts. Also, another extremely soft shout came from the other side, but it only spat out one word before falling silent. The last bit of life left in Tan Junhao's body also disappeared at this moment. Finally dead, Yang Kai felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The injuries on his body and the energy he had consumed made him exhausted. Now that he saw that his enemy was dead, his tense nerves finally relaxed. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, and he wished he could sleep right now. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a wisp of killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Die! Wu Ming excitedly slashed down with his sword, his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation pouring out without holding back. He had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai earlier, so he had avoided the most dangerous moment. While unconscious, he was woken up by an attack. It was Tan Junhao who accidentally injured him when he unconsciously used the power of the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Wu Ming was smart. Even though he woke up at that time, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he secretly observed the situation of the battle. At first glance, he was shocked. Her heart was filled with shock. Her honored master had actually gone crazy while Kai Yang was still alive and kicking. He could not help but feel a little anxious. He did not know if his crazy honored master was still a match for Yang Kai. If he was not, then he was doomed. It turned out that his honored master was not a match for Yang Kai. After a short while, he was exhausted. In the end, half of his body was shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai. His honored master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually not a match for Yang Kai. Instead, he was killed. Wu Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He felt like there was no light left in this world. But at that moment, he keenly noticed that Yang Kai's figure swayed. He immediately understood that even if Yang Kai won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory, and the price he had to pay was not small. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. As long as he killed Yang Kai, not only could he avenge his honored master, but he could also obtain many treasures. He had long admired his honored master's golden armor, heavenly book. If he could obtain that treasure, he would even dare to fight against a third-order Emperor Realm Master. From then on, he would soar in Star Soul Palace. Becoming an elder was definitely not just a dream. Otherwise, when Yang Kai recovered, the first thing he would do was not let go of him. Wu Ming made a prompt decision to attack Yang Kai when he was at his weakest. He wanted to finish him off in one fell swoop. Yang Kai did not seem to be able to react in time. The saber landed on Wu Ming's shoulder 5 inches deep. Wu Ming was overjoyed and was about to remove Yang Kai's shoulder when Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grinned at him. "You finally couldn't help but jump out?" Wu Ming was startled and said in horror, "You knew." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. "Guess." Wu Ming was furious. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you dare to play tricks? This king will cut you in half." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely pushed his Emperor Qi, and his long saber hummed as it carried the power to cut Yang Kai in half. If you had stayed there obediently, this young master might not have been able to do anything to you. But since you jumped out, you can die. Yang Kai roared as he grabbed the back of the long saber. Under the power of his physique, the long saber was unable to move an inch forward. Wu Ming's face was filled with horror. He never expected that this young man, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, could still display such strength. A fist swung towards him. After seeing his honored master's body being smashed in half with a single punch, How could Wu Ming not know the power of this fist? Wu Ming hesitated between abandoning his saber or putting in more strength, but the fist had already landed on his face. A strong force slammed into Wu Ming's face, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. He felt as if his nose was about to collapse, screaming in his heart, it's over, I'm dead for sure. But after a moment of shock, Wu Ming realized that the scene of his head shattering did not occur, and he was not dead. He immediately understood that Yang Kai was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, how could the power of this punch be so weak? Wu Ming was both angry and happy, but just as he was about to pounce again, a soft sound rang out. The next moment, Wu Ming felt his body lighten, as if he had lost something important. Instinctively looking down, Wu Ming saw that a crescent-shaped hole had appeared in his chest at some point. This hole covered more than half of his chest, and through this hole, Wu Ming could see his squirming internal organs and half of his heart. Wu Ming's eyes slowly widened as he desperately circulated his Emperor Qi to seal the wound. But Yang Kai raised his hand again and flicked his fingers, sending several moon blades towards him. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk numerous moon blades pierced through Wu Ming's body without exception, and one of them even severed his neck, separating his head from his body. His head rolled to the side, and his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. However, the headless corpse stood in place. I was going to torture you, but now I've let you off lightly. Die with gratitude. Yang Kai looked at Wu Ming's head and coldly snorted, his face extremely pale. Immediately he reached out, grabbed the saber embedded in his shoulder, and pulled it out with all his strength. Asterisk Pucci! Asterisk golden blood spurted out, splashing all over Yang Kai's face. Tsk tisk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at his shoulder, a look of surprise on his face. Like a fountain! Before he could finish speaking, his legs went soft and he fell directly to the ground. He was really exhausted. Gasping for breath, Yang Kai forced himself to concentrate, circulated his Emperor Qi to seal the wound, took out a handful of healing spirit pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did he feel like he had regained his life. Lying on the ground, he did not want to move. Tilting his head, Yang Kai reluctantly opened his palm and stretched out his hand, sucking a fallen array flag into his palm. Tan Juanhao had used this array flag to deal with him before, and if Yang Kai guessed correctly, it should be the array flag controlling this 5 elements expansive array. With this array flag, he could unlock the 5 elements expansive array and letting Fei come to him. Now that Tan Juanhao was dead, the soul brand imprinted on the array flag was easily erased by Yang Kai. After studying it for a while, Yang Kai somewhat understood the function of this array flag. With a wave of his hand, the darkness that had covered the world suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face of this world. This place should be a public square, and it seemed to be behind the 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, covering a vast area. Yang Kai lay there motionless, waiting quietly. After a while, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air and landing beside him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he weakly said, "Monster King!" But as soon as the words came out, he felt something wrong, because a familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai frowned and tilted his head to look, only to see a pair of delicate feet about 3 feet away from him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a woman wearing a light green robe with a graceful waist and a silk ribbon tied around her waist, making it seem as if he could grasp her waist with a single hand. Her twin peaks stood tall and full, just like 2 jade peaks. Her neck was slender and fair, and her face was delicate and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, giving her a picturesque appearance. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He had not expected that after unlocking the 5 elements expansive array, the first person to come to his side would not be Ying Fei, but that dragon lady named Zhu Qing. Didn't she leave already? Since the last time they met at the inn, Yang Kai had not seen her for almost a month. He had thought that she would not be able to stand his unreasonable actions and would no longer care about him. Did this dragon lady come here to loot a burning house? Yong Kai was shocked. The last time they had met in the wilderness, he had severely molested her. Although he had been a little confused at the time and had not been able to control himself, he had indeed done something bad. This dragon lady did not look like a magnanimous person at first glance. Perhaps she had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. But now he had no strength to even truss a chicken, and was blocked by her here. He was afraid that no matter what, he would not be able to settle this peacefully. Chapter 27:05 Monster King. Yong Kai weakly shouted as he hammered the ground with his fists, making thumping sounds. The situation wasn't good. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of the dragon, Lady Zhu Qing. However, he had just fought a great battle and was extremely weak. He didn't feel safe being alone with her. It would be safer to call Ing Fei over to protect him. What are you shouting for? He won't be able to find this place in a short time. Zhu Qing looked at Yong Kai's half-dead appearance and felt very happy. She smiled and squatted in front of his head. Her legs pressed down on the corner of her skirt so that her body wouldn't be exposed. She rested her face on her hand and looked at him with interest. Yong Kai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at her and vigilantly said, "Then how did you find me so quickly?" Dragon aura. I'm a member of the dragon race. I can sense your dragon aura, so I can naturally find you. Zhu Qing reached out and poked the dragon scale on Yong Kai's chest. Hiss! Yong Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted. There was already a deep wound there, so Zhu Qing's poke was neither light nor heavy. It almost made him jump up in pain. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Zhu Qing covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yong Kai with shame. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, but the crafty look in her eyes showed that she was clearly asking the obvious. It's just a small wound. It's not worth mentioning. Yong Kai arrogantly snorted. He wouldn't say anything even if it hurt, but he couldn't show any weakness. Is that so? Zhu Qing sneered maliciously. She twisted her slender finger and poked at the wound on Yong Kai's shoulder. What are you doing? Yong Kai was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that this young master didn't have much strength right now, he would definitely spank her. Zhu Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She just poked at the wound with her finger. Poke, poke, poke. She even pretended to be concerned and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It's such a big wound, isn't it painful?" Yong Kai's face suddenly became colorful, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He secretly swore in his heart that if he didn't get killed by her today, in the future, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. "Does it hurt?" Zhu Qing asked again with a concerned look. Her hands became more aggressive, and one of her fingers went into the wound, stirring back and forth. A tear slid down the corner of Yong Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a dragon in shallow water being teased by a shrimp or a tiger being bullied by a dog. Turning his head, Yong Kai stared at Zhu Qing's legs and said seriously, "Girl, your underwear is exposed." Zhu Qing was stunned. He hurriedly looked down. At this moment, Yong Kai abruptly activated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power. Golden light burst forth, enveloping him and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if she had received a great shock. Her small face changed slightly. Yong Kai reached out, grabbed her neck, and dragged her down. Zhu Qing was directly dragged to her knees in front of Yong Kai. She couldn't resist at all. With a loud thud, their heads collided with each other. Yong Kai only felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still accurately caught the other party's red lips and bit them. Then, like a dragon coming out of its hole, he opened her mouth and tasted the sweet taste wantonly. "Oh!" Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan, and her eyes instantly widened. Although it wasn't the first time, she still couldn't bear such intimate contact. It was as if there was an indestructible spear in her mouth, sweeping left and right, emitting a mysterious power that bombarded her soul. She immediately felt a strange numbness all over her body, and she was unable to gather her strength, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Gradually, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, becoming extremely hot and dry. In this square full of corpses, blood, and internal organs, the two seemed to be frozen. Time also seemed to have stopped flowing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the golden divine dragon's origin power also slowly withdrew. Without the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin power, Zhu Qing suddenly raised her head and broke away from Yang Kai's wanton actions. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You impudent!" A trivial human had molested her time and time again. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Ha 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 ha! Yang Kai lay on the ground without a care for his image. He looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't stop laughing and said like a hooligan, "Do it! Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. If you kill me, you'll also become a widow." Oh. He spoke as if Zhu Qing was already his woman. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost appeared on her face. Gritting her teeth, she raised a delicate fist and aimed it at Yang Kai's face. "You, great lord!" Yang Kai cursed as his vision turned black and he completely fainted. Ah! Dizzy, with a splitting headache and weak body, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was very weak. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. His consciousness was drifting, and some familiar voices called out to him. In his hazy vision, familiar faces appeared one after another. He wanted to see them clearly, but he couldn't see them clearly. He reached out to grab them, but it was like the moon in a well, flowers in water. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear. "Young Master Yang! Yang Kai! Sect Master!" A series of shouts sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked around and saw Ying Fei, Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, Qiyu, and the others gathered around him, their eyes full of concern. Seeing that he had finally woken up, there was a look of relief on their faces. "I didn't die," Yang Kai muttered softly. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, you had a great battle and consumed too much of your strength. The injuries you suffered were not light, so you fell unconscious. Fortunately, Miss Zhu Qing was the first to find you and has been guarding you since then. Otherwise, if you were taken advantage of, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thinking about it, Yang Kai had fallen into a deep coma at that time. If someone with bad intentions had found him, his life would have been in danger. Although the 5 elements array had been broken by Yang Kai, the 8-directional Yuan array was still functioning. Ying Fei and the others had been waiting for Gong Tai to break the array and close the separated space before they could walk out of the room. "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned. Ying Fei smiled and said, "It is indeed Miss Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she helped us." As he spoke, he looked to the side and revealed a meaningful smile. He probably felt that there was something going on between Kai Yang and Zhu Qing. After all, the last time they were in the wilderness, the two of them had been so intimate and intimate. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw Zhu Qing standing there with an unnatural expression on her face. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that if it wasn't for this dragon lady's last attack, he wouldn't have fainted. However, she didn't take the opportunity to do anything to him, which surprised Yang Kai. It seemed that she didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? "Hey, who helped me wash and change my clothes?" Only then did Kai Yang discover that the bloodstains on his body had been washed clean. Even his clothes had been changed into a clean set. Could it be Zhu Qing? TSK, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. "It's me, AIO seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's imagination and coldly snorted. Do you have any objections? Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly said, Thank you for your trouble, father-in-law and master. How could this son-in-law dare to have any objections? Humph, you're all alone outside, yet you don't even protect yourself. What if you, and the others become widows? AIO reprimanded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, repeatedly, feeling very guilty. Who told him to ruin someone's daughter's innocence? Gu Tsangyin said from the side, If you want to blame someone, it's because we're too weak. Sect Master Yang only stood up for us. AIO sighed, Don't be so reckless next time. His words were full of concern as he paused for a moment. Fifth sister, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly said, She's fine, I'll let her out now. With a wave of his hand, he opened the sealed world bead and released Chiyu. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded when she saw this. When everyone saw each other, they naturally inquired about Yang Kai and learned that he was seriously injured. Chi, you also had a look of self-blame on her face. Everyone let young Master Yang rest for a while. Ing Fei saw that everyone was making a ruckus and was afraid that they would disturb Yang Kai's recovery, so he quickly said, Yes, Guizhu nodded. If there's anything, let's wait until Sect Master recovers. Immediately, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Zhu Qing didn't say a word as she followed the crowd out. Hey, you, Qing, pay attention. I have something to ask you. Yang Kai called out to her. Zhu Qing's footsteps paused when she heard Yang Kai call her so intimately. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still nodded lightly and stopped walking. She also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yang Kai alone. Chi Yu and AIO, on the other hand, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully before turning their heads away. Not long after, everyone had left. Yang Kai climbed out of bed, sat down cross-legged, and used his divine sense to examine himself. At first glance, Yang Kai was surprised, because he found that his strength seemed to have improved. After confirming it in disbelief, he found that it had indeed improved. Although he was not yet at the second-order Emperor realm, he was definitely at the peak of the first-order Emperor realm, much stronger than before. In the previous few days, he had to deal with the siege of nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm. Then he had to deal with the 100 monster beasts summoned by the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. In the end, he had to fight to the death with Tanjun, Hao, and win a Pyrrhic victory. His strength, whether it was his spiritual energy or his Emperor Qi, was almost completely depleted. Fighting to the death had actually brought him benefits. Although he had not fully recovered yet, as long as he recovered, the strength he could display would definitely be much stronger than before. If he encountered another battle like before, he would not be half dead. This was really a blessing from the heavens. After checking his injuries, Yang Kai found that there were no major problems. He had been unconscious for a few days, and during these few days the powerful restorative power of his physical body and golden blood had been working. The wounds on his chest and shoulders were almost completely healed, and the spiritual energy he had consumed was completely replenished under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As long as he meditated for a day or two, he would be full of energy again. Chapter 2706. While Yang Kai was inspecting himself, Zhu Qing stood to the side, looking at him curiously without urging him. A few days ago, although she was the first to find Yang Kai, she didn't know what had happened. She only knew that he had encountered a fierce battle. It wasn't until later that she found out that his opponent was actually a third-order Emperor Realm Master, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Many of them were existences whose cultivation was much higher than his, and one of them was even an elder of Star Soul Palace. But in the end, he was the one who won. His enemies were all dead. Zhu Qing couldn't help but be moved. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they boasted that they were the leader of all living beings and possessed the most powerful source of Holy Spirit. Their vision had always been extremely high, and they had never put other races in their eyes. Even among those miscellaneous holy spirits, there were very few that could compare to the Dragon Clan. But Zhu Qing knew that even if she did it herself, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat when she was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Was he really human? Zhu Qing really admired him for this, but this person's character was extremely bad. The first time he molested her, she could explain it by saying that he couldn't help but be attracted to her bloodline. But the second time was definitely intentional. If the elder hadn't told her to be on good terms with him, Zhu Qing would have cut him into pieces long ago. How could she allow him to live in this world? Aren't you afraid that I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like this? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing quickly averted her gaze and looked away. I'm curious, why didn't you kill me? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Why would I kill you? Zhu Qing looked out the window and asked without turning her head. Yang Kai asked curiously, You didn't want to kill me. Then why did you come back? He hadn't seen her for almost a month. It was no wonder that Yang Kai misunderstood when she suddenly appeared when he was at his weakest. At that time, he thought that she was here for revenge. Who would have thought that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected? Zhu Qing turned around and glared at Yang Kai. What else can I do? Of course I want to be your friend. Be friends? Yang Kai was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Zhu Qing waved her hand. An item flew towards Yang Kai as he said, This is what you wanted. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He looked at her in confusion and then realized that the thing in his hand was a wine jug. Could it be? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He opened the wine pot and took a whiff. The aroma of the wine assailed his nostrils. The sword wine of the Wine's Word Manor in the Western Territory is only brewed 99 pots of it every year. The pot in your hand is one of them. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He looked at her strangely and said, You went to the Western Territory? A month ago, he had just casually said it to make things difficult for her. But he didn't expect that she would really give him a pot of sword wine. He hadn't seen her for a while. It wasn't that she retreated, but that she went out to give him sword wine. A joke actually made her run around for a month. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that this girl was really stupid or really stupid, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. But then he thought about it again. Even if she was a member of the dragon race, how could a month be enough for her to go back and forth from the Western Territory? Why do you care where I went? Anyway, I got you what you needed. Zhu Qing secretly gritted her teeth. For this pot of sword wine, she had paid a great price. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Then we are friends now. Yang Kai looked up at her and didn't say a word. Zhu Qing angrily said, You want to go back on your words? She secretly swore in her heart, If this hateful guy dares to go back on his words, even if she would be punished by the elders, she would beat him up, then knock him out and bring him back to Dragon Island. Looking at his current appearance, she should be able to beat him. She clenched her fists and looked at Yang Kai carefully. She was calculating where she could punch him. Otherwise, when he used the ancestral dragon source, she would be suppressed again. Yang Kai stared at her for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, Okay, then we are friends now. It felt strange to be friends with a member of the dragon race, and it was forced by others. Saying so, he put the pot of sword wine into his space ring. Zhu Qing was overjoyed when she heard this. She smiled like a flower and said, Really? Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Zhu Qing's face changed again and said fiercely, Then why didn't you drink this pot of wine? Is it because you don't think of me as a friend in your heart? Yang Kai smiled and said, No one has ever worked so hard for me. I want to keep it as a memento, so that when I see this pot of wine in the future, I can always think of you. Who knew what was in this pot of wine? Although he agreed to be friends with Zhu Qing, this dragon race friend of his was really inexplicable. Zhu Qing definitely had some other intentions, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't trust her completely. But one thing was certain. This girl didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Otherwise, when he was unconscious, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. And as he said to Zhu Qing before, the word friend wasn't as simple as just saying it. Zhu Qing didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words. Her face turned slightly red, and she actually felt like her heart was beating fast. She said bashfully, "What are you talking about?" This bashful appearance made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Recalling this girl's sweet tongue and warm red lips, he suddenly felt a little restless. Zhu Qing's heart was also in a mess. Although Yang Kai agreed to be friends with her, which could be considered as taking the first step, how to invite him to Dragon Island was still a problem. She couldn't say it out loud right now. That would make her intentions too obvious. For a moment, she was hesitant. The atmosphere was a little strange. Yang Kai felt his blood flow accelerate a lot, as if something bad would happen if he didn't suppress it. He was baffled. Every time he was with Zhu Qing, he couldn't control himself. Although this girl was beautiful and had a good figure, there were many beautiful women out there. Why was it that she could make him so excited? He wanted to drive her away, but he had just agreed to be friends with her. If he wanted to drive her away, it would be too unkind. So he simply grabbed a few space rings from the bedside and checked them one by one. These space rings belonged to the people he killed in the Emperor realm. There were 7 or 8 of them. Although he was unconscious before, the space rings of these people were collected by Ying Fei, who arrived later and placed next to him. "Let's see if there's anything good here." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his palms together with great interest. Zhu Qing also glanced at them, but she didn't pay too much attention. For her, although there were many things in these space rings, they weren't very attractive. TSK, so many source crystals. Yang Kai opened the first space ring and saw a large number of source crystals piled up inside. There were nearly 10 million high-rank source crystals, 30 to 40 million mid-rank source crystals, and hundreds of millions of low-rank source crystals. There were also a variety of pills, secret arts, rare ores, artifacts, and emperor artifacts. After reaching the Emperor realm, everyone had lived for a long time and had accumulated a lot of wealth over the long flowing time Great Emperor. Although Yang Kai was rich, since he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to prepare for the future. On Shadowed Star, at least 10,000 people would need to migrate here, perhaps even more. Once that happened, the cultivation resources they would need would be bottomless, so naturally the more the better. Source crystals would be needed by the disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. Secret arts and secret arts would also provide a broader cultivation path for the disciples. As for artifacts and emperor artifacts, they could also be rewarded based on their contributions, transferring the things in this space ring into his own. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Opening another space ring, he found that it was even richer. Yang Kai laughed happily, causing Zhu Qing to frown. There were 7 or 8 space rings, each of which contained at least 10 million high-rank source crystals and countless mid-rank and low-rank source crystals. Thinking about it, these people from the Emperor realm came to participate in the auction in Flowing Shadow City with Tian Ho in mind. So how could they not bring enough source crystals? These high-grade source crystals were probably all that each of their sects had in store. But in the end, all of them benefited Yang Kai. Wow! Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly. He found that the number of source crystals in the space ring in his hand was even higher. There were 50 to 60 million high-rank source crystals, 4 or 5 times more than the others. This space ring should be Tan Junhao's space ring because Yang Kai found the Dragon Island token that he had handed over before. Taking out the Dragon Island token, Yang Kai threw it into the sealed world bead. Generally, Yang Kai stored the most valuable things in the sealed world bead. Only the less important things would be placed in the space ring. Wait! Zhu Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked up at her. That thing just now. Zhu Qing took a few steps forward and said excitedly, "That token, can you let me see it?" "You mean this?" Yang Kai took out the Dragon Island token and waved it in front of Zhu Qing. "Yes, that's it." Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai cautiously held the Dragon Island token to his chest, then turned sideways and said solemnly, "This is mine." Zhu Qing stamped her foot and said, "I know it's yours. I just want to see it." "What does this guy mean? Why is he acting like a thief? Does he think that I, a member of the dragon race, will steal his things?" "There's no need to look. This is the Dragon Island token." Yang Kai waved the token in front of her. The Dragon Island token was something that came from the Dragon Island. As a member of the dragon race, Zhu Qing naturally recognized it. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't try to hide it. It's really the Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing was greatly surprised. She left the Dragon Island this time to track down the whereabouts of the last Dragon Island token that was lost. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she sensed the dragon aura on Yang Kai's body, so she was delayed. But she didn't expect that she would really find the Dragon Island token. As long as she had the Dragon Island token, she could return to the Dragon Island and report on her mission. Moreover, she could go to the Forbidden Area to evolve her bloodline and obtain greater strength. This Dragon Island token was of great significance to her. So how could Zhu Qing not be excited? Chapter 2707. It's the real deal. Yang Kai chuckled and put away the Dragon Island token again. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, rumor has it that with the Dragon Island token, you can go to the Dragon Island and make a request that your dragon race can fulfill. Is that true?" Zhu Qing said, "Of course it's true." "Any kind of request?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he recognized the value of this Dragon Island token. "Basically, it's not a problem as long as we can fulfill it, and it doesn't violate the principles of the dragon race." Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if the dragon race would agree if he went to the Dragon Island to exchange for Zhu Qing with this Dragon Island token. They probably wouldn't agree, as he might even offend the dragon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He checked Tan Juanhao's other treasures again. "You want to go to the Dragon Island?" Zhu Qing was interested and asked softly if she could persuade Yang Kai to go to the Dragon Island with the Dragon Island token. She would have completed her mission. In any case, he had found the last Dragon Island token and invited the person with the ancestral dragon source to the Dragon Island. Such a contribution was enough for him to enter the Forbidden Area to improve his bloodline power. Why would I go there? Yang Kai shook his head as he packed up his treasures. Zhu Qing said anxiously, "Don't you have any wishes to fulfill? Take this Dragon Island token, and our dragon race will fulfill them for you." "There is one thing." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, as if he had thought of something. "What is it?" "Let's hear it," Zhu Qing said excitedly. "I came from the territory of a lower plane called Hung Luo Star Field. I want to go back. Can your Dragon Island send me back?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked, now that he had established a firm foothold in the star boundary and had a territory of his own. The cultivation environment here was many times better than on Shadowed Star. On top of that, this place was quite safe, so naturally he wanted to bring his family and friends here. However, he didn't know how to return to the Hung Luo Star Field. Originally, he wanted to find the Yang inflammation before making any plans. Now that he had obtained the Dragon Island order, he had no idea how to return. Perhaps he could ask the dragon race for help. The dragon race had been passed down for so many years that they knew everything in the world. They definitely knew the way to return to the Hung Luo Star Field. Return to the territory of the lower plane. Zhu Qing frowned. Difficult? Yang Kai looked at her expression. He knew that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Zhu Qing said, "This is indeed difficult. You should know that ever since the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors destroyed the territory of many star boundaries tens of thousands of years ago, the passages between the star boundary and those star boundaries were all sealed off. Many of the passages between the territory and the star boundary were cut off. Yang Kai had heard about this before. Tens of thousands of years ago, the people of the star boundary wanted to go to the territory of the lower plane, although they had to pay a price. But it was not difficult. However, ever since the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors caused trouble, all the passages to the territory of the lower plane were sealed off. They were afraid that masters would break into the territory of the lower plane and do whatever they wanted. After all, the strength of the cultivator in the territory of those star boundaries was not high. The Origin King realm was the highest, and some star territories did not even have an Origin King realm cultivator. Any random Tao Source realm cultivator in the star boundary could sweep through the lower plane. The heaven-devouring great emperor was the best example. Countless stars were poisoned by him in the territory of the star boundaries. Wherever he went, all the star boundaries were devoured, and the cultivation stars collapsed. Hundreds of millions of cultivators died because of this. Now the Star Court is guarding the sealed passage, and there are great emperors guarding it all year round. No one can break in. Star Court? Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing explained, the Star Court is an extremely powerful organization in the star boundary. It is not a sect. It was founded by the joint efforts of the current 10 great emperors. It guards the sealed passage and takes turns guarding it. As far as I know, it is currently guarding the Star Court. It is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He is also the great emperors who are the best at conquering and conquering among the great emperors. I've never heard of it. Yang Kai looked surprised, feeling like his knowledge had been greatly broadened. Zhu Qing smiled. The existence of the Star Court is very mysterious. It is impossible for ordinary people to have heard of it. Maybe your family's elders know. You can go back and ask them. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly understood. If it was the Emperor realm with other inheritances, he might be able to hear about the Star Court from his family's elders. But he was alone and had not been in the star boundary for long. Who would tell him this? The majesty of the Star Court cannot be shaken. Not only was it founded by the 10 great emperors, but it is also rumored that there are several unknown great emperors in it. Even our dragon race cannot easily provoke them. Unknown great emperors. Yang Kai was shocked. Aren't there only 10 great emperors? Zhu Qing smiled. Who told you there were only 10? Yang Kai was speechless, unable to respond. Yes, no one told him that there were only 10 great emperors. It was just that he had always heard others mention the 10 great emperors, so he subconsciously thought that there were only 10 great emperors. The great emperors have very long lives. Although I don't dare to say that they have the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth and the sun and moon, they will not die easily. Many years have passed, and even if it is difficult for great emperors to be promoted, there will always be some amazing people who succeed and become great emperors, but no one knows. For example, the elders of my dragon race are comparable to great emperors, but they are not among the 10 great emperors. What about you? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. I am still far from it. The great emperors are special existences that ordinary people cannot reach. Then I will have to work hard, Yang Kai said with a dignified expression. Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and found that he was not joking. He was really full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to become one of the great emperors. Her first reaction was to find it funny. If great emperors could be achieved by hard work alone, then there were probably many great emperors in this world. But after thinking about it again, if it was the person in front of her, maybe it was not impossible. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but he fought alone and killed so many enemies whose cultivation was higher than his. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. How many of the great emperors could be like him when they were young? Vision determined the goal and motivation of one's struggle. For a moment, Zhu Qing was moved. So, if I want to go to the territory of the lower planes, I have to go through the Star Court first? Yang Kai asked humbly. Of course, but that is not a place to behave atrociously. Don't mess around. Yang Kai responded casually. He felt a headache coming on. He wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could go back to the territory of the lower planes. After all, he had the space divine technique. As long as he could determine the location of the Hung Luo star field, he might be able to break through the space barrier. But now he knew that there was an existence called the Star Court guarding the sealed passage. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross this thick barrier. Then, do you want to go to Dragon Island? Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai looked up and said, Does Dragon Island have a way to let the Star Court open the passage and send me back? Zhu Qing shook her head. There was no need to think about it. Although Dragon Island was powerful, the Star Court was related to the existence of the entire star boundary. They might not give face to Dragon Island. Otherwise, the passage seal would be opened every day. There was no need for it to exist. Then why should I go? Yang Kai waved his hand. But you can ask for other things. Zhu Qing's face was filled with anxiety as she thought quickly. That's right, you are only a First Order Emperor Realm Master now. If you go to Dragon Island, you can cultivate there. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation, and you will be able to break through to the Third Order Emperor Realm in less than 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the First Order Emperor Realm. He could easily break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm. If he needed 100 years to reach the Third Order Emperor Realm, then he might as well die. 100 years is already very fast. In the entire star boundary, there are few places with a better cultivation environment than Dragon Island. As long as you hand over your Dragon Island token, I promise that the elders will arrange the best place for you to cultivate, Zhu Qing persuaded earnestly. We'll talk about it later. When I think about what I need help with, I will go to Dragon Island and have a look, Yang Kai casually replied. Then, how long do you need to think about it? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't need your help, so I won't go. Zhu Qing's face turned gloomy. After hesitating for a while, she said, Then can you give me your Dragon Island token? Give it to you. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Our relationship isn't that good, right? Why can't this girl understand what's important? She dares to say anything. Zhu Qing said, Of course, I won't give it to you for free. I will give you something in exchange. To tell you the truth, I left the island this time to track down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token. Now that I have found it, I can report back with it. Can you help me? It was really difficult for her, a dragon race girl, to ask for help. Her cheeks burned as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai frowned. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, Since you saved me last time, I can give you a chance. Zhu Qing was delighted. Before she could say anything, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Of course, it's just a chance. If you don't have what I want, then forget it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly. She took off the space ring on her hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. She said, I have a lot of good stuff. Take a look and see what you want. You can take whatever you like. I only want the Dragon Island token. So generous. Yang Kai was stunned. The space ring was usually the cultivator's privacy. It wouldn't be exposed to others easily. Zhu Qing tossed the space ring to Yang Kai without saying anything. It was obvious that she valued this Dragon Island token very much. She was prepared to get it at all costs. This girl doesn't know what it means to raise the price. She exposed my bottom line so easily. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai also wanted to know what good stuff a dragon race girl had. He scanned the space ring with his divine sense. Immediately, he was dazzled by the dense light. Wow, It seems like there are a lot of good stuff. Yang Kai was delighted. He focused his mind and looked at the space ring seriously. Chapter 2708. With a heart full of excitement and expectation, Yang Kai began to investigate carefully. But soon, his brow furrowed as a strange look appeared on his face. As time passed, this strange look became more and more intense. The veins on his forehead bulged, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore. He looked up at Zhu Qing and asked, "What are these things?" "What's wrong? You don't like anything?" Zhu Qing looked at him in astonishment. Impossible! The things in this ring were things that he had painstakingly collected with great difficulty. Every single one of them was precious to him. How could this person not take a fancy to any of them? "I like your grandpa." Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and took out a jade hairpin from his space ring. This jade hairpin shone brilliantly and had a beautiful appearance. But the key point was that it was just a Tao Source grade low-rank artifact, and the energy fluctuations it exuded were negligible. It seemed to only have a single defensive, secret technique sealed within it. Turning to Zhu Qing, Yang Kai shouted, "Is this what you call a treasure?" Yang Kai felt like he had been deceived. His heart was hurt. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said, "Be gentle, don't crush it." As if the jade hairpin was some kind of extraordinary treasure. Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "I don't like this one. Look at the others, there are many more." Yang Kai casually reached into his space ring and pulled out more than a dozen strange things. Some were artifacts, some were things he couldn't even name, and there were even some strange gems. No matter which one it was, they were all sparkling and sparkling. Just from their appearance alone, they were indeed not bad. When put together, they were even more dazzling. They shone brightly. But the key was that these things were worthless to someone like Yang Kai from the Emperor Realm. They were not worth a single cent. Things that couldn't be used to cultivate or enhance one's strength were naturally worthless. But Zhu Qing put them in her space ring like treasures. Yang Kai couldn't believe that this was the storage of a dragon race. He wanted to poke his eyes out. "Do you like or want anything? I'm willing to exchange it with you." Zhu Qing, however, didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at him with an expression that said, "You've made a fortune." "Are you really stupid or just pretending?" Yang Kai sneered. "What do you mean?" Zhu Qing was also a little angry. She could hear the sarcasm in Yang Kai's tone. Yang Kai was stunned. "I've heard that the dragon race has 3 hobbies. It seems like it's true? What are the 3 hobbies?" Zhu Qing asked curiously. She had lived on the Dragon Island since she was a child. This was also the first time she had left the Dragon Island to travel the astral boundary. She had never heard of these 3 hobbies. Yang Kai sighed. "Sleep flash of that. What do you mean?" Zhu Qing glared at him and said, "Make yourself clear." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Child, don't ask so many questions. You're the child. Your whole family are children." Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. He laughed and said, "Anyway, in my opinion, these things are all garbage. I don't think there's any need to exchange them." Saying so, he threw the space ring back. The most important thing was that this girl didn't even have a single source crystal in her space ring. He didn't know what she usually used for cultivation. Perhaps the dragon race didn't need source crystals to cultivate. After all, the dragon race was also considered to be part of the monster race. Yang Kai had never seen a monster race member using source crystals for cultivation. The monster race had always cultivated by directly absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the sun and moon essences. Or they could swallow some heavenly treasures or other monster beasts' monster core. How is that possible? Zhu Qing huffed angrily as if saying, "You can insult me, but you can't insult my treasures." However, when she remembered that she still needed his help, Her imposing manner was reduced by half. After hesitating for a while, she said, "If you don't like these things, then what about these two?" While speaking, she suddenly reached out and flipped her hand. A basket-sized scale immediately appeared in her snow-white hand. There was also a jade bottle above the scale. Dragon scale! Yang Kai felt the dragon chi exuding from the scale. His eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and took the dragon scale and the jade bottle, gently stroking the hard scale. When he was in the Hung Luo star field, he obtained a dragon scale. Later, he refined it and placed it on his chest. Now, when he used the dragon transformation secret technique, the dragon scale could enhance the power of the dragon transformation secret technique. If he could refine another dragon scale, the power of the dragon transformation secret technique would definitely increase. While stroking it, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from this dragon scale and immediately understood that it should be Zhu Qing's own dragon scale. Perhaps it was one that she had shed some time ago, so he couldn't help glancing over at it thoughtfully. However, he found that Zhu Qing's pretty face was flushed red and she looked extremely uncomfortable. He felt very strange and didn't know what was wrong with her. The truth was just as Yang Kai expected. This dragon scale was indeed Zhu Qing's dragon scale, but it had been shed later. Although this was the case, it was still a part of her body. Now that Yang Kai was gently stroking it, Zhu Qing felt as if his hand was touching her own body. She couldn't help but think of the scenes of her being wantonly molested by Yang Kai. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't continue for long. After a while, he put down the dragon scale and opened the jade bottle. Faintly, a dragon's roar could be heard from the jade bottle. Then, a ball of dense red light suddenly exploded, and it was extremely hot. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the jade bottle and saw a drop of dark red blood in the shape of a dragon. It looked like a burning flame was about to rush out of the bottle. True dragon's blood. Yang Kai exclaimed softly and quickly closed the jade bottle. "What do you think? I'll trade these two items for your Dragon Island token." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and nodded. "These are good items, but in your opinion I can only trade these two items for the Dragon Island token." Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said softly, "I'm indeed at a disadvantage." She was quite honest. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a better impression of her. However, he didn't know that the dragon race had always been arrogant. Naturally, they wouldn't bother to lie. However, didn't you refine dragon's secret treasures before? If you refine these two items, the power of your dragonification secret technique will also increase, Zhu Qing persuaded him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "When you first met me, you said that you refined things that didn't belong to me. You were referring to those dragon secret treasures, right?" He only figured it out after he found out about Zhu Qing's identity. Dragon secret treasures were originally a part of the dragon race. As a dragon race woman, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to punish a human for refining dragon secret treasures when she suddenly saw him. She wanted to protect the dignity of the dragon race. However, she didn't expect that she would be dragged into it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found trouble with Yang Kai since she had never met him before, and they didn't have any grudges against each other. "Since you know that I've refined a few dragon secret treasures, how much can my strength increase if I refine these two items?" Yang Kai grinned and threw the dragon scale and the jade bottle containing the true dragon's blood back to Zhu Qing. Then he tossed the Dragon Island token in his hand and said, "However, this thing is a rare commodity worth hoarding." But Zhu Qing frowned. "Aren't we friends?" "Friends are friends, business is business. These are two different things," Yang Kai said seriously. All right. I need to rest. You can leave first." Zhu Qing didn't want to leave. She just stared at him with her big eyes. Yang Kai's face darkened. He said, "If you don't leave, I'll activate the origin of the dragon race. A man and a woman alone in a room. If anything happens later, Don't blame me for not treating you as a friend." Zhu Qing was startled. She stomped her feet and left. The ancestral dragon's origin had an absolute suppressive force on her. Even if her bloodline power was improved by a few levels, she wouldn't be able to resist it. If Yan Kai really activated the ancestral dragon's origin, she might suffer a loss again. After driving away Zhu Qing, Yan Kai grinned. His previous harvest was not small. Just the high-rank source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, not to mention the other treasures. These were secondary as they couldn't provide him with strength. However, the golden armored heavenly book he obtained from Tan Jun could be studied. If he could refine it, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Taking out the golden armored heavenly book, Yan Kai wanted to examine it carefully. He wanted to see how many divine technique this heavenly book could summon. However, he helplessly discovered that he couldn't open the heavenly book before he refined it. In the end, he could only give up. First, he erased Tan Jun Hao's soul brand. Then he slowly poured his emperor qi and divine sense into it to refine this emperor artifact. Zhu Qing returned to her room and immediately took out the dragon talisman. After casting a spell, an old voice came from the dragon talisman. "Is it done?" Zhu Qing replied respectfully, "Not yet." "Since it's not done, why did you contact me?" Zhu Qing said, "Qing, found the last Dragon Island medallion." The old voice said, "You're quite lucky. We sent out 4 clansmen this time, but you were the first to find them. Did you take back the Dragon Island medallion?" Zhu Qing said shamefully, "Not yet," the old voice said. "Quickly take back the Dragon Island medallion. This thing can't be spread outside, no matter what method you use, even if you have to snatch it by force. With your strength, there shouldn't be many people in this world who can be your match." Zhu Qing replied, "This is what's troubling Qing. The owner of the Dragon Island medallion is none other than the person Qing I mentioned to you before. Therefore, it's not convenient for me to take action. The Dragon Island medallion is also in his hands." The dragon race elder was astonished. Was this luck or was it fate? If it was someone else with Zhu Qing's strength, she could snatch it by force. However, that person had the ancestral dragon source. Even if Zhu Qing was stronger than him, Zhu Qing couldn't do anything about the suppression of the source. Qing invited him to the Dragon Island, but he didn't agree. Qing doesn't know what to do now. "Elder, please advise me." The dragon talisman remained silent for a long time. It seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. After a long time, he asked, "What did he do recently?" "Yes, tell me in detail." Zhu Qing immediately told him about the battle between Yan Kai and the Emperor realm a few days ago. Then the dragon talisman chuckled. "Is this person really so amazing? He killed second-order and third-order Emperor realm masters with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation? And he's an elder of the Star Soul Palace?" Zhu Qing said, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, that should be the case." "Then it's easy." The voice from the dragon talisman was full of confidence. "Tell him this." Zhu Qing listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2709. 3 days later, Yan Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the golden armored heavenly book in his hand helplessly. He had been refining it for 3 whole days, but the golden armored heavenly book showed no signs of accepting his emperor qi and divine sense. This made him realize that refining the golden armored heavenly book was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Tan Jun must have spent many years refining this heavenly book before he could activate its power. However, Yan Kai was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised because the harder it was to refine, the more extraordinary the power of this emperor artifact was. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, it took him more than a year to refine the mountains and river's bell. There was no progress in refining the heavenly book, but 3 days of rest allowed him to completely recover. The benefits of the battle were gradually showing. Not only did his emperor qi increase, but his spiritual energy also increased. It would definitely be easier for him to break through to the second-order Emperor realm in the future. After putting away the heavenly book, Yang Kai scanned the outside with his divine sense and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qing Si, Chiyu, Ai O, Gui Zhu, Gu Tsongyin, and the others gathered in the room. Ying Fei and Zhu Qing, who heard the commotion, also rushed over. Everyone, although Tan Junhao is dead, the heart-urging insects he planted are still in your bodies. I need to get them out, so please cooperate. Yang Kai looked at everyone solemnly. Chi Yu was overjoyed when she heard this and asked, Boy, can you get them out? I can try. Yang Kai nodded. Logically speaking, heart-urging insects could only be controlled by those who raised them. Yang Kai was not proficient in Gu arts. He did not know how heart-urging insects were raised. However, he had the insect enslavement bracelet. This emperor artifact was the same as the soul-splitting saber, a relic of the insect emperor. Although the insect enslavement bracelet could not be used in battle, it was the nemesis of all exotic insects in the world. Any exotic insect listed in the exotic insect book could be controlled by the insect enslavement bracelet. Coincidentally, the heart-urging Gu was one of the exotic insect scriptures. They were ranked at the top of the Earth list. Even the insect enslavement bracelet was able to restrain the soul-eating insect, which was a rare insect on the heaven ranking, let alone the heart-urging insect on the Earth ranking. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll be the first. Gu Tsongyin immediately responded and sat down in front of Yang Kai. Ai-O suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed him, and threw him to the side. He snorted coldly. Second brother, I didn't even touch you and you dare to touch me? Don't you have any manners? Gui Zhu snickered from the side. If we're talking about seniority, I should go first. All of you get out of the way. Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his ghost chi and pushed Ai-O and Gu Tsongyin to the side, sitting in front of Yang Kai. The dispute between the three only lasted for a moment, but Kai Yang was completely dumbfounded. After coming to a sudden realization, he finally understood why they were fighting for first place. Yang Kai only said that they could give it a try, but he didn't give them full confidence. If something went wrong, the first person to test it would definitely be in danger. It was because of this that the three of them were fighting for first place without any hesitation. Chi looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, Boy, you have to be careful. Elder brother is old and can't take this kind of trouble. Gui Zhu was unhappy. Nonsense, this king is still young. Sect master, you can rest assured. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He said, Don't be too nervous, it's just a heart-urging insect, I'm still confident. If you want to test it, I have more than 20 test subjects to suppress, so it won't be your turn. The mountains and rivers bell was still on the battlefield, suppressing the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't take back the mountains and rivers bell, but he had other plans for the 20 or so people and didn't want to release them immediately. Hearing Yang Kai say so, everyone relaxed. Elder, open your mind. Yang Kai looked at Gui Zhu in front of him and whispered. Gui Zhu nodded, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the insect enslavement bracelet appeared in his palm. He poured his Emperor Qi into the insect enslavement bracelet, and in an instant, a strange power was born from the bracelet, the insect enslavement Qi of the insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped the insect enslavement Qi around his fingertip, guiding it to Gui Zhu's body, pushing his divine sense and Emperor Qi at the same time. Yang Kai carefully controlled the insect enslavement Qi to move around Gui Zhu's body. Gui Zhu grunted slightly but didn't suffer any serious damage. The gap in strength between Yang Kai and him was huge, so Yang Kai was able to control the insect enslavement Qi very well. If Gui Zhu's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's, it would not have been so easy. After a while, the insect enslavement Qi was guided to Gui Zhu's chest by Yang Kai. accurately finding the location of the heart-urging insect. Seemingly aware of this, the goo insect suddenly became restless and tried to escape, but Yang Kai moved his fingers and tapped Gue Zhu's chest a few times. The insect enslavement chi immediately spread out and completely wrapped around the goo insect. The insect enslavement chi had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects, so once it was wrapped in this insect enslavement chi, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Yang Kai's fingers slowly moved upwards, guiding the insect enslavement chi to Gue Zhu's throat and gently clenched his fingers. Gue Zhu's face changed, and in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Yang Kai was prepared for this, and with a wave of his hand, the blood arrow flew to the side and towards Zhu Qing, shouting in a low voice, "Lady Qing, thank you for your trouble." Although Zhu Qing was not notified in advance, her reaction was extremely fast. Opening her mouth, she spat out a scorching flame, directly incinerating the blood arrow. Even the goo insect hidden in the blood arrow was reduced to ashes. She could not help but roll her eyes, knowing that Yang Kai had been pulled in because he had seen the drop of true dragon blood a few days ago and noticed his fire attribute. With the goo insect removed, Gue Zhu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed as he jumped off the bed with a look of joy. "Fifth sister, you do it." Ai-O looked at Chiyu and gestured. Since they were sure that Yang Kai could remove the goo insect and there was no danger, there was no need to compete and they became modest. However, Chiyu unexpectedly said with a slightly red face, "You guys go first, Master Hua, and I will be the last." Ai-O was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood and didn't say anything. He simply pushed Gu Tsanyan over to him. With his first experience, Yang Kai was even more familiar with the process. After a while, the goo insect in Gu Tsanyan and Ai-O's bodies were removed. "We'll go out first and wait for you," Ai-O said before walking out with the others. Everyone was very tactful and left one after another. Even Zhu Qing obediently left under Fei Ying's signal. Only Hua Qingxi and Qi Yu were left behind. "I'll go first." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. "Close your eyes," Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi shot him a displeased look, as if she was letting him off lightly, before slowly closing her eyes. The process of Yang Kai expelling the goo insect was witnessed by everyone. Using a finger to poke at someone's body, especially at a sensitive place like the chest, was not a big deal to the men. But as a woman, Hua Qingxi felt a little uncomfortable, so it was not convenient for her to be watched. There was no other way around it. The heart urge goo was a goo insect that targeted the heart, so it was naturally hidden near the chest. Yang Kai had no way to avoid this. Using the same method, Hua Qingxi soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blood in the air. His emperor chi surged, and it took him a lot of effort to kill the goo insect, much more effort than Zhu Qing. Hua Qingxi slowly got up and stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression before pushing open the door and leaving. Chi Yu could not help but sigh and could only sit in front of Yang Kai and say uncomfortably, "Boy, don't have any bad thoughts." Yang Kai's face darkened. "How could I?" "Senior, don't think too much. Although I can use force from a distance, it's not safe." Chi Yu said, "I know. Let's begin." Saying so, she closed her beautiful eyes and looked like she had accepted her fate. However, from the expression on her face, she was still a little nervous. Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while. After all, the person in front of him was his master, so he did not know where to start. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concentrate on his task. When his finger brushed across Chi Yu's body, Yang Kai could clearly feel her body trembling. Her cheeks also turned red, as if she was burning. When his finger brushed across her chest, her cheeks became even more delicate and tender. Her body tensed up, and the strength in her body involuntarily resisted. If Yang Kai's strength was not far above hers and could easily suppress her strength, This would have caused a lot of trouble, and she might have even suffered a backlash. After a lot of effort, Chiyu finally forced the goo worm out of her body. Chiyu got up, turned around, and walked out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and sternly said, "Don't tell Qing Luo about this." N. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." But then he quickly reacted. He had just helped her get rid of a goo worm. He had not done anything that violated the laws of the world, so why did he feel so guilty? Staying in place for a long time, Yang Kai shook his head and stood up. Now that he had dealt with most of the matters, it was time to take a look at the dozens of people from the Emperor realm. He could not keep them suppressed in the mountains and rivers Bell forever. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at the battlefield a few days ago. There wasn't a single person here, and the surroundings were in ruins. Only a simple and unadorned large bell remained in place. Yang Kai waved his hand, and with a thought, the mountains and rivers Bell immediately flew towards him, quickly shrinking in midair and landing on his palm. In the place originally suppressed by the mountains and rivers Bell, 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm were pacing back and forth anxiously, a few of them even looking dispirited. At a glance, it was obvious that they had been seriously injured and were meditating to heal themselves. In any case, none of them were calm. Yang Kai glanced at the severely injured people from the Emperor realm and asked curiously, "What happened to you all?" He remembered that when he suppressed these people in the mountains and rivers Bell, they were clearly fine, so why were they injured after not seeing them for a few days? Could it be that they had fought inside? Chapter 27:10. Young Master Yang. Lord Yang. Seeing the light again, many people from the Emperor realm were both surprised and overjoyed. When they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, they all cupped their fists and saluted him. Although Yang Kai was much younger than them and his cultivation was not much higher, no one dared to be disrespectful to him because of his performance a few days ago. The beautiful woman in palace robes who knew Xia Sheng flew lightly in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This mistress, Hua Yulu, greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How did they get injured?" Hua Yulu pursed her lips into a charming smile and whispered, "Those friends were probably impatient and wanted to come out, but they weren't strong enough, so," Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. He had suppressed these people for many days, so anyone would feel uneasy. They didn't know how Yang Kai would deal with them in the end, so they naturally had to find a way to get out. However, the mountains and rivers Bell was an ancient exotic treasure after all, so how could they possibly break it? They had probably suffered a backlash from the mountains and rivers Bell's power. Hua Yulu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, but there were traces of a great battle everywhere. She then looked at Yang Kai and found that his aura was calm and steady, without the slightest injury. She was slightly surprised and whispered, "Young Master Yang, where did Elder Teng go?" Everyone also looked over curiously, wanting to know the answer. When they were suppressed by the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai and Tan Juanhao had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were definitely going to fight. After the mountains and rivers Bell suppressed them, they didn't know what had happened outside. So seeing Yang Kai safe and sound at this moment, they couldn't help but have an unbelievable thought in their hearts. Elderton couldn't have been beaten away, right? Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace and had a powerful third-layer Emperor realm cultivation. Even if Yang Kai was strong, he shouldn't be a match for him. Not to mention that Tan Juanhao had arranged a spirit array here before and had the help of that spirit array. Old Dog Tan is a perverse and cruel person who uses Star Soul Palace's name to ruin Star Soul Palace's reputation. You're an elder of Star Soul Palace, but you're really a tumor of Star Soul Palace, a disgrace of the Southern Territory. So this young master has already punished you on the spot. Yang Kai laughed. He clapped his hands and said, "It's really worthy of celebration. Worthy of celebration." Everyone was shocked, their eyes bulging as they stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, none of them able to respond. Yang Kai's face darkened. "What You don't believe me? Seeing that he was showing signs of anger, everyone was shocked and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. However, it wasn't that they didn't dare to believe it, but that it was too inconceivable. If the one standing in front of them was Tan Juanhao, saying that he had already killed Yang Kai, that would be a reasonable conclusion. But Yang Kai was standing here alive, and Tan Juanhao was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, what was there to celebrate about this? No matter what, he was still an elder of Star Soul Palace, and there were only a few elders like Tan Juanhao in the entire Star Soul Palace. Now that he had died here, it was simply like piercing through the heavens. Once Star Soul Palace investigated, no one present would be able to get away with it. Although they were from the Emperor realm, facing a giant like Star Soul Palace, they were still afraid. Hua Yulu forced a smile, no longer showing the slightest bit of charm, and asked cautiously, "Young Master Yang, that Elder Tan was really killed by you?" "If he was killed, then he was killed. There's no need to lie to you. Not only him, even Wu Ming is dead." Yang Kai replied casually without hesitation. Only then did everyone believe him. After all, there was no need to lie about this. Killing a Star Soul Palace elder was not a good thing. If he didn't do it right, he might get into trouble. Yang Kai didn't look stupid, so why would he take the initiative to provoke trouble? For a moment, their respect for him increased by 3 points. Even an elder of Star Soul Palace could be killed. So how strong was this young man? In this world, could it be that only the great emperors could suppress him? "Young Master Yang, you killed Elder Tan, so this matter is troublesome." Hua Yulu frowned, showing a worried look. No matter what Tan Juanhao had done before, his identity was there, and he died at the hands of Yang Kai, so Star Soul Palace would investigate no matter what. "Lord Yang, this matter has nothing to do with us. We don't know what happened after." That's right. "Senior Yang, we don't have any intention of going against Star Soul Palace. We just came to participate in the auction. We don't know anything else." The group of people from the Emperor realm, as if they had been implicated in a disaster, began to clamor. How could Yang Kai not know what they were worried about? And he sneered in his heart. If he hadn't killed Tan Juanhao, none of them would have been alive. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Juanhao had used the heart-urging insect to control so many people from the Emperor realm. Once this matter was exposed, Star Soul Palace would definitely not tolerate him. So he would definitely kill to silence him and then frame Yang Kai as the murderer. At that time, he might become a great hero who slayed demons and avenged the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory. It was funny that these people were now in a hurry to get rid of this matter, but they didn't realize that he had saved their lives. Yang Kai didn't need them to be grateful. He knew that the world was cold. So how could he have any expectations? "Young Master Yang, you should leave quickly. The further the better. You can't stay in the Southern Territory any longer," Hua Yulu suddenly said to Yang Kai. Hua Yulu suddenly whispered to Yang Kai, "You should go to the Northern Territory. I heard that there is a forbidden area called the Frozen Earth there. Even the great emperor doesn't dare to enter it easily. If there is a place in this world where you can stay, it is that place." Yang Kai glanced at Hua Yulu in surprise. He didn't expect her to be different from the others, at least caring about him. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and shouted, "All of you shut up. What are you making so much noise for?" The shouting people from the Emperor realm suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai quickly said, "Everyone, don't worry. This young master will take responsibility for his actions. I killed Tan Juanhao, so if the people from Star Soul Palace investigate in the future, you don't need to hide anything. Just tell them the truth. I won't implicate you." As soon as this was said, everyone was overjoyed. "Lord Yang is really noble. This old man admires you." "Many thanks, Lord Yang. If that day really comes, we won't hide it. That old thing Tan Juanhao's death is not to be regretted. Lord Yang killed him to clean up the mess for Star Soul Palace. There is nothing wrong with that." Hearing that Kai Yang was willing to step forward to take the blame, everyone's hearts relaxed. Smiles spread across their faces, all of their previous worries vanishing. Stop flattering me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master saved your lives this time, so this young master doesn't need you to return the favor. But I do have one request. Please speak, Lord Yang. If master has any orders, we will obey. An old man cupped his fists and said, When Kai Yang said that he had saved everyone's lives, it wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone was well aware of this fact. But Kai Yang's words were so blunt that it made many of them feel embarrassed, as if they were being ungrateful. Tan Juanhao is dead. The Star Soul Palace will definitely investigate this matter. If they really find out that it was you, I hope that you can report everything that happened that day in detail, especially the heart-urging insect. Everyone nodded one after another. Of course. Hua Yulu also said, Young Master Yang can rest assured. Even if you didn't ask, we wouldn't have concealed anything. Tan Juanhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, actually harbored such malicious intentions. If it weren't for young Master Yang turning the tide, I'm afraid we would have already died. A life-saving grace is something we should be grateful for. If anyone dares to distort the facts and arbitrarily slander us, we will not let them off lightly. We won't let them off lightly, everyone shouted, as if they were united against a common enemy. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, cupping his fists and saying, Then I will have to trouble everyone. We wouldn't dare. Having said this, everyone understood that if everyone really unified their statements and reported the facts, even if Star Soul Palace really investigated, they wouldn't do anything to Yang Kai and them. In the end, it was Tan Juanhao who had angered everyone. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, instead of protecting the reputation of Star Soul Palace, he had used crooked methods to enslave so many people from the Emperor realm. If one were to say anything, he was simply digging his own grave. Perhaps Star Soul Palace really would have to thank Yang Kai. Of course, this kind of matter definitely wouldn't be brought to light, and how it was dealt with in the end was a matter for Star Soul Palace. There was no need for them to worry about it. Since that's the case, then you may all disperse. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, cupped their fists, turned around, and prepared to leave. Although Yang Kai didn't mean to embarrass them, this young man was too cruel, killing people as if they were weeds, so they didn't feel safe staying with him. It was best to stay away from him. Otherwise, there was no telling when a disaster would befall them. Big Sister Hua, please wait. Yang Kai suddenly called out to Hua Yulu. Hua Yulu was amused by the way he addressed her and smiled. Does young Master Yang have any other instructions? Yang Kai said, Since you are friends with Brother Xiaoshang, then you are also my friend. I will help you get rid of the heart-urging insect, so you don't have to worry about it. When Hua Yulu heard this, her small mouth opened slightly, her jade hand covering her red lips, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She had just been thinking that although she had luckily escaped this time, there was still a heart-urging insect left in her body, so she should think of a way to get rid of it when she returned. However, she had never heard of heart-urging insects, so she didn't know how to get rid of them. But just as she was about to doze off, Yang Kai gave her a pillow. What a considerate person! Swish, swish, swish! The people from the Emperor realm who were about to leave also stopped and turned around. Their ears pricked up. Some people immediately flew back and landed in front of Yang Kai, smiling obsequiously. Lord Yang, you just said you can get rid of the heart-urging insect. I don't understand what you're saying. Yang Kai looked at him seriously, his head shaking like a rattle drum. That person became anxious and said, Lord Yang, this. I heard it clearly. You just said that you would help Palace Mistress Hua get rid of the heart-urging insect. Yang Kai turned to look at Hua Yulu and asked curiously, Did I say that? Hua Yulu didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, so she didn't know how to answer. She just pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word, tantalizing that person. Chapter 27:11. I'm sure you all heard it. The man waved his hand, and everyone from the Emperor realm nodded in agreement. All of them had sharp eyes and ears, so although Yang Kai's words were not loud, how could they not have heard them? Lord Yang, you can't be so biased. If you really have a way to get rid of it, please help us, the man pleaded. Anyone with a goo insect in their body would not be able to stay calm, although Tan Junhao was already dead. Who knew what kind of harm a goo insect could cause? If it suddenly flared up one day, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now that they heard that Yang Kai could get rid of it, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw when they were drowning, unwilling to let go no matter what. Huh. Yang Kai sighed heavily and said with a helpless expression, "All right, I did say that I have a way to get rid of this heart-urging insect." Really? Everyone was overjoyed and quickly turned around, landing in front of Yang Kai and staring at him eagerly. Just now, they were all eager to leave, but now, Yang Kai would not be able to drive them away, even if he wanted to. This heart-urging insect is ranked high on the exotic insect book's Earth list, and is extremely ferocious and hidden. Even the Emperor realm cannot easily get rid of it. If left alone for a long time, it will devour the heart meridian and blood essence. TSK, TSK, at that time, even an immortal would not be able to save you. No one knew if Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, but everyone's faces paled as they listened to him. During this time, everyone had tried to use their Emperor Qi to expel the heart-urging insect, but as soon as they touched it, the heart-urging insect would burrow into their heart meridians. Now, let alone expel it, they had to be careful even when circulating their Emperor Qi for fear of disturbing the heart-urging insect. Unfortunately, this young master happens to know a way to get rid of this thing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Please save us, young Master Yang." Everyone hurriedly bowed and begged. Yang Kai's face sank and he said coldly, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason." Everyone was stunned and speechless. After listening to Yang Kai's long speech, it showed that he had a deep understanding of the heart-urging insect. It seemed that he had the intention to help them, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had become a completely different person, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, it wasn't wrong. Yang Kai wasn't related to them at all. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person. Why should he save him? Yang Kai said, "Previously, you and Tan Junhao were enemies of this young master. If this young master didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. However, I have always been magnanimous and know that you had no choice. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. This young master doesn't need any of you to repay him for saving his life. He has already done everything he can to protect you with his Emperor artifact. Now, you want this young master to spend effort to help you get rid of the goo worms. Isn't that too much?" Everyone was rendered speechless, their faces filled with shame. Although Yang Kai's words were sharp, they were all true. They really couldn't refute him. These people had indeed been enemies with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai had indeed saved their lives. Now, they wanted him to get rid of the goo worms for them. Wasn't this asking for a yard after giving them an inch? For a moment, everyone looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, "Young Master Yang, everyone here is the sect masters and patriarchs of the various sects in the Southern Territory. If this heart-urging insect is not removed once it acts up in the future, I'm afraid that everyone's lives will be in danger. At that time, many sects will be like dragons without a leader, and the Southern Territory will definitely be in chaos. Young Master Yang is compassionate. Please help them." She could see that Yang Kai was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If he really didn't want to get rid of the goo worms for these people, then there was no need for him to keep her here and say such words. He clearly wanted to tell everyone that he had this ability. He was just short of carving the words "come and beg me" quickly on his face. Right now, he was just not acting until he saw the hair. Although Hua Yulu was a woman, her mind was sharp. How could she not see this point? That was why she secretly added fuel to the fire and cooperated with him. Palace Master Hua is right. Lord Yang, please help us. Regardless of whether they saw through Yang Kai's intentions or not, it was not wrong for them to sincerely ask for help. They were more or less grateful to Hua Yulu. Now, in the Emperor Realm 20 to 30, only Hua Yulu had a little friendship with Yang Kai. She was willing to intercede for them, so they were naturally grateful. Yang Kai looked troubled, but he gave Hua Yulu 120 thumbs up in his heart. He thought that this woman was really smart. He didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Xia Sheng. He couldn't let Xia Sheng know that he was taking advantage of her later. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude was not as firm as before, everyone knew that there was hope for them to succeed. Naturally, they continued to ask for help. For a moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking. That's enough. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted their shouting, frowning as he said, I can indeed expel the insect, but it will cost me a lot. Moreover, with so many people needing to expel it, this young master will have to use his own blood essence. After this is done, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for 3 to 5 years. These words were too exaggerated. No one believed them, but no one dared to refute. Whatever he said went in one ear and out the other. Yang Kai squinted at everyone. I've worked so hard, you can't let me work for nothing, right? In the end, this sentence was the main point. Hua Yulu covered her mouth and snickered. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. One of them asked cautiously, Lord Yang, what do you want? What do you have? Yang Kai asked back. Hua Yulu immediately stepped forward, took out a space ring, and offered it with both hands. Young Master Yang, this is the 12 million high-rank source crystals this mistress prepared for this auction. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, this is the reward for helping this mistress get rid of the heart-urging insect. This, Yang Kai said awkwardly, Big Sister Hua misunderstood me. This young master doesn't want to repay this kindness. Everyone's faces turned black when they heard this. They all cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this the same as asking them what they had just done? Just now he had asked them what they had, and now he dared to say that he didn't want to repay this kindness. How shameless! Hua Yulu smiled gently and said, This mistress naturally understands young Master Yang's benevolence and righteousness, but this mistress doesn't have anything else to repay this kindness. With Yang Kai's strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in these treasures. If young master doesn't even want these source crystals, then this mistress can only offer her body. Saying so, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks as she put on a bashful look, her pair of beautiful eyes almost dripping with tears. Yang Kai's face darkened as he took the ring from Hua Yulu's hand and said, Since Big Sister Hua insists, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, haha. Hua Yulu immediately glared at him with a resentful look on her face. Yang Kai sternly said, Dispelling the insect must not be disturbed. Big Sister Hua, come with me. Saying so, he urged his Diyu on and flew towards a relatively intact room nearby, with Hua Yulu following closely behind. Lord Yang, what about us? Someone shouted behind them. Wait. After entering the room, Yang Kai took the lead and found a place to sit down cross-legged, pointed to the front, and said to Hua Yulu, Sit! Hua Yulu nodded lightly and sat down in front of Yang Kai with a flash of her delicate body. Yang Kai picked up the ring, placed it in front of Hua Yulu, and said with a smile, I must thank Big Sister Hua this time. Without her cooperation, things would not have progressed so smoothly. Although those from the Emperor realm were forced to do so, they had indeed become his enemy. Although Yang Kai would not kill them, he would not let them off so easily. He planned to extort a large sum of money from them. After all, they were all here to participate in the auction, so who didn't have at least 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals on them? Unexpectedly, Hua Yulu was so agreeable. Before, when he accepted her ring, it was just for show. Of course, Yang Kai would not really take her source crystals for himself. Glancing at the space ring, but not taking it, Hua Yulu smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, since you don't want source crystals, do you really want this mistress to devote herself to you?" "Ha! This mistress is fine with it, but I am afraid that young Master Yang will dislike this mistress for being a withered woman." As she spoke, she began to feel sad. Yang Kai couldn't bear it, thinking that this woman was really a natural at acting. If he allowed her to continue, he was afraid he would have to abandon her. Quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Big sister, Hua misunderstands. You have helped me time and time again. How could I have any ill intentions towards you? My heart is only filled with gratitude." Hua Yulu wept and said, "Young Master Yang really dislikes this mistress." "Forget it. Young Master is such a romantic and elegant character. There must be many beautiful women around him. How could this mistress? Don't make trouble." Yang Kai sighed heavily, a helpless look on his face. Hua Yulu giggled and said, "All right, I won't tease you any more." She felt greatly amused. A few days ago, when Yang Kai showed off his strength, he was like a fierce beast that chose its prey. His imposing manner was so oppressive that no one dared to look directly at him. Today, she discovered that after taking off his ferocious appearance, this young man was actually quite interesting. Putting away the space ring, Hua Yulu said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. 12 million high-rank source crystals was a great fortune even for her sect. If Yang Kai really took it away, the cultivation of her sect's disciples would definitely become a problem. What this mistress should do, please instruct young Master Yang," no longer teasing. Hua Yulu's expression became serious. "Just empty your mind and body," Yang Kai said. "There may be some abrupt things later. I hope big sister Hua won't take offense." Hua Yulu glanced at him curiously, but didn't ask anything, closing her eyes docilely and emptying her mind and body, just as Yang Kai had instructed. Kai Yang immediately let go of his hands. Not long after, Hua Yulu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After opening her eyes again, Hua Yulu's eyes were as clear as spring water and her cheeks were flushed red. Even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. She did not expect that Yang Kai's so-called abrupt actions were actually touching her sensitive breasts. The strength and heat from his fingertips made her feel embarrassed. If it weren't for her previous probing, Hua Yulu would have thought that Yang Kai was a lecherous lecher. However, Yang Kai did not show any interest in her previous probing, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of her in such a way. Chapter 27:12. "That's it?" Hua Yulu asked. "Naturally." Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yulu was stunned. Originally, when she heard Yang Kai say that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the goo insect, she thought that it would take a lot of effort. But it turned out that it was only a matter of a few dozen breaths, and Yang Kai didn't even use much strength. Young Master Yang's business is really profitable. Hua Yulu was full of admiration. Thinking about the 20 to 30 cities in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would earn 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals this time alone. This was simply daylight robbery. It's just a small business, earning some money for my hard work. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand. "Big Sister Hua, please call the next person in, and make them follow the order. If anyone dares to rob, don't blame this young master for not giving face." "Got it." Hua Yulu got up, thanked him, and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, she turned back and said, "Young Master Yang, if you have time in the future, please be sure to visit my 100-flower palace. This big sister will definitely welcome you." 100-flower palace. It was the first time Yang Kai had heard of it, but there were many sects in the Southern Territory, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of it. However, he had seen many 100-flower towers. It seemed that many cities in the Southern Territory had a 100-flower tower, and in those towers, his K after sending Hua Yulu away. Yang Kai sat in place and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and hammered his chest. Asterisk puff, asterisk spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish, as if he had just gone through a great battle. A person pushed the door and came in with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai's appearance and was shocked. Lord Yang, what's wrong with you? Yang Kai said weakly, It's nothing. Sit down. I'll help you get rid of the goo insect. The person was overjoyed but still worried. Do you want to rest for a while? This one can wait. Yang Kai was fine before, but now he was spitting out blood and looking listless, obviously because he had consumed too much energy to get rid of the goo insect. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, With the goo worm in your body, you won't feel at ease. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. When this person heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude and obediently handed over a space ring containing tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai put it away and immediately did the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai's figure flickered. When he appeared in the previous room, he looked refreshed and his face was rosy. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. Everyone was waiting. Seeing him appear, they all gathered around him. Yang Kai swept a glance over, then looked at Yi Hen and said, Sect Master Yi, what do you plan to do now? Yi Hen sighed. He replied, Let's return to Thousand Leaves Sect first before making a decision. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, it was still the home of Yi Hen and the others. After being imprisoned for more than a year, now that they had regained their freedom, they naturally had to go back and take a look. What's more, there were still a few hundred surviving disciples in Emperor Heaven Valley that needed to be settled down. Monster King, and I will send you off. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Yi. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Yang and Monster King. Yi Hen had a grateful expression, thinking that Yang Kai was specially sending them off. With these two escorting them, they would not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way. Everyone immediately set off. After leaving Flowing Shadow City, they flew south. Yang Kai, I have something to say to you. Halfway there, Zhu Qing suddenly sent him a sound transmission. This dragon girl had been following him all this time, but Yang Kai did not know what her intentions were. In any case, she did not have much malice towards him, so it was fine for her to follow him. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Zhu Qing froze in place. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand to signal Ying Fei to take the others and leave first, while he himself stayed behind. After everyone's figures disappeared, Yang Kai asked, Why are you being so mysterious? Zhu Qing said, You killed an elder of Star Soul Palace. Aren't you worried at all? Yang Kai smiled and said, Are you worried about me? Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, I am not related to you in any way. So what does your life have to do with me? Then why don't you ask me this? Yang Kai stared at her with interest. Zhu Qing's expression was a little uncomfortable, and she looked away and said, No matter what that elder of Star Soul Palace did wrong, his status is still there. Now that you have killed him, I'm afraid that Star Soul Palace will not let this matter rest. Furthermore, this matter involves a lot of people, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Star Soul Palace will definitely trace it back to you. I don't want to hide it, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The main reason why he didn't kill the 20 to 30 people from the Emperor Realm was because he wanted them to give a statement so that the masters of Star Soul Palace could investigate. Otherwise, if those people were really dead, then anything he said would be just a one-sided story, and it wouldn't be enough to convince them. But now it was different. The 20 to 30 people from the Emperor Realm had all said the same thing. So even if Star Soul Palace really did investigate, they couldn't blame Yang Kai. Of course, if they wanted to protect him, then there was nothing he could do. Aren't you worried at all? As if she didn't believe Yang Kai, Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him, trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai laughed and said, People of my generation are quick to take revenge. If I have to worry about this and that, what's the point of living? Zhu Qing looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a while, she said, I suggest you find a place to hide for a while. Yang Kai sneered. Someone said that before. Hua Yulu had advised him to hide in the Northern Territory's forbidden frozen earth land, but now Zhu Qing was saying the same thing. Star Soul Palace is the sect of the great emperors after all. If they really want to find trouble with me, although the star boundary is big, I'm afraid there will be no place for me to hide. I won't hide. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. How could there be no place for you to hide? Zhu Qing smiled slyly. I know there's a place in this world where you can hide. Even if the great emperors come in person, they won't be able to find trouble with you. You're not talking about Dragon Island, are you? Yang Kai squinted at her. Zhu Qing nodded and said, It is Dragon Island. Yang Kai smacked his lips twice, rubbed his chin, and suddenly walked around Zhu Qing. What are you doing? Zhu Qing felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized by his eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. I'm just curious. Yang Kai stood in front of her and grinned. You've been trying to get me to go to Dragon Island time and time again. What are you trying to do? Last time, she said that she wanted him to go to Dragon Island. At that time, she didn't make it too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't care. This time she mentioned it again, but Yang Kai saw some clues. This chick couldn't be thinking that she couldn't beat him. So she wanted to trick him to go to Dragon Island and then call a group of brothers and sisters to beat him up. Right? Sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. What could I be trying to do? Zhu Qing's eyes flickered a few times, avoiding Yang Kai's gaze. Her appearance made Yang Kai feel that there was something fishy going on. You can't say for sure. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Maybe you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back by force to do whatever you want of me. You're bullshitting. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Kai laughed loudly, then turned around and chased after Ying Fei and the others. Wait, Zhu Qing was anxious, but she was annoyed in her heart. Why didn't the elders' method work at all? Originally, she thought that once she said that, Yang Kai would immediately follow her to Dragon Island to lie low for a while. But who knew that this guy didn't care about killing the Star Soul Palace elder at all? Her mission seemed to be a long way to go. Just when would she be able to complete it? Thousand Leaves Sect. It was a ruin with broken walls everywhere. Yi Hen and the others flew over from above, all of them looking sad and sorrowful. After a short while, everyone arrived at Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai opened the spatial formation of Emperor Heaven Valley and let everyone enter. Yi Hen's tears ran down his cheeks when he saw the few hundred disciples who survived. He felt that he had let down the hopes of his ancestors and blamed himself. Only this Emperor Heaven Valley was left intact. Even with the 9 great celestial puppets in his hands, Yi Hen didn't know how to rebuild the sect. Yang Kai wandered around the Emperor Heaven Valley, and Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow. He couldn't get rid of her, and she would urge him to go to Dragon Island from time to time, which annoyed Yang Kai to no end. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Yang Kai would have knocked her out with a punch and done that. What are you looking for when you wander around? Zhu Qing followed Yang Kai around for half a day and ran around the entire Emperor Heaven Valley a few times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Women should shut up when men do things. Yang Kai ignored her and finally looked at the valley and nodded slightly. Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She has quite a temper. Yang Kai glanced at her back and sneered. He scanned with his divine sense and found Yi Hen's location. Yang Kai immediately appeared next to Yi Hen with the help of the spatial laws. Lord Yang. Yi Hen hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down and talk. He then said, Sect Master Yi, have you thought about what you should do in the future? Yi Hen sighed and said, there are so many things to do, and I don't know where to start. However, after going through this Yi has understood one thing. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai stared at him. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Yi Hen said sadly, although my 1,000 Leaves sect has 9 heavenly puppets, we don't have any masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so we can't display the full power of the heavenly puppets. Even if this Yi wants to help 1,000 Leaves sect rise again, with our current manpower and situation, I'm afraid that it will only invite disaster. Yang Kai nodded and said, then Sect Master Yi plans to increase his strength first? Yi Hen said, that is indeed my plan. Fortunately, the world energy in this Emperor Heaven Valley is rich. In 3 to 5 years, this Yi should be able to break through to the Emperor realm. When that time comes, I'll be able to protect myself. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Ye's considerations are thorough. After a pause, Yang Kai said, however, I have another suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master Yi is willing to listen. Chapter 27:13. Lord Yang has saved this Ye's life, and our 1,000 Leaves sect owes him even more. Feel free to speak your mind. This Yi is all ears, Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled. The Emperor Heaven Valley is indeed a good place. There is no need to worry about safety here, and the world energy here is quite good as well, very suitable for cultivation. However, although the Emperor Heaven Valley is good, it is still too small and inconvenient to enter and exit. Sect Master Yi is determined to reach the Emperor realm, so it's fine for you to stay here for 3 to 5 years. But what about those disciples? Those 500 disciples had varying strengths, so if they were really trapped here for 3 to 5 years, they might become restless and even develop heart demons. Yi Hen sighed. How could this Yi not know this? But where can we go now? Yang Kai said, what if I can provide Sect Master Yi with a better place? A better place? Yi Hen was stunned. Yang Kai spread his arms and said, that place is thousands of times larger than this place, and the world energy there is also much denser. Not to mention 500 people. Even if 50,000 people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Many of the spirit peaks are empty and no one cares about them. If Sect Master Yi goes there, he might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Yi Hen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Following Yang Kai's description, it seemed like a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers was slowly unfolding before his eyes. However, he soon smiled bitterly and said, if there really was such a precious place, it would have been occupied by those great sects long ago. So how could our 1,000 Leaves sect have a chance? Yang Kai smiled. Sect Master Yi is right. This precious place was indeed occupied by a great sect, but it has now been destroyed. Oh, Yi Hen was stunned. May I ask Lord Yang where this place is? Northern Territory, Seeking Passion sect. Yi Hen frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed, and he exclaimed, you mean Seeking Passion sect? From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Seeking Passion sect. After all, Seeking Passion sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. There was a 3rd layer Emperor Realm Master in the sect. In terms of status, it was on par with the Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and many other large sects in the Southern Territory. It was not something that the 1,000 Leaves sect could compare to. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed. Who did it? Yi Hen was horrified. It was simply unimaginable that such a colossal force would actually be annihilated. Comparatively speaking, 1,000 Leaves sect had also suffered a calamity of annihilation. More or less, they still had 500 disciples and the Emperor Heaven Valley. However, from Yang Kai's tone, it seemed that the Seeking Passion sect had been completely annihilated. Otherwise, Why would he not care about the sect's foundation? As soon as she spoke, Yi-Hen seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Could it be that Lord Yang, although the Seeking Passion sect had a third-layer Emperor Realm Master guarding it, Yang Kai was someone who could even kill an elder of Star Soul Palace, and he even had the Monster King by his side. Destroying the Seeking Passion sect didn't seem impossible." This thought gave him a fright. He didn't expect that such a gentle and genial young man would be so ferocious. He had actually destroyed a sect at the slightest provocation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't deny it. "I built a high heaven palace on the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. That place is now mine. If Sect Master Yi is interested, you can settle down there for the time being. You don't have to worry about your safety. I've also invited a spirit array master to rearrange the sect's grand protective array, making it impregnable." Yi-Hen's emotions fluctuated as he listened. How old was Yang Kai? He had actually occupied the former site of a top sect in the Northern Territory and established a sect. Yi-Hen, on the other hand, couldn't even protect the foundation that had been passed down from his ancestors. Comparing the two, he simply didn't have the face to continue living. Yang Kai said, "Although I built the High Heaven Palace, there are few people in the sect. In any case, there is nothing else to do. If Sect Master Yi thinks it's okay, you can take the disciples there and settle down." Yi-Hen curiously asked, "Dare I ask, Lord Yang, how many people does your noble sect have now?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He raised 3 fingers. 3,000? It really isn't that many. Yi-Hen suddenly understood. For Seeking Passion sect's huge foundation, 3,000 people really wasn't a big deal. There were definitely many spirit peaks that were empty. Even Thousand Leaves sect used to have 3,000 disciples. There are no 3,000, no 3,000. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. 300? Yi-Hen was stunned. Thinking about it, even if Yang Kai had really founded the High Heaven Palace, it was impossible for him to recruit so many disciples in such a short time. A new sect had to adhere to the principle of better quality than substandard. It was impossible for them to accept just anyone. Even if there were only 300 people, these 300 people were probably elites among elites. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said with difficulty, "There aren't 300 either." Yi-Hen was startled and hesitated. "Could it be? There are only 3 for now," Yang Kai laughed. Yi-Hen couldn't believe his ears. Such a huge foundation only had 3 disciples? How lucky would these 3 disciples be? They could freely absorb the rich world energy in the spirit mountains and rivers and naturally enter and exit the many cultivation secret lands at will. Wouldn't their cultivation soar? Although there are only 3, they are actually just guest elders. There aren't any disciples for now. 3 guest elders? What are their cultivations? Yi-Hen was shocked. Yang Kai glanced to the side and pointed. The Flying Eagle Monster King is one, and the other 2 are also like him. But I had them stay behind to look after the sect this time, so they didn't follow us. See. Yi-Hen sucked in a breath of cold air and hesitated. Could those 2 also be Monster Kings? And Yang Kai nodded. Yi-Hen felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer and was stunned. He originally thought that Yang Kai was lucky to have a Monster King by his side, but he didn't expect him to have 3 Monster Kings by his side. A sect that had just been established and hadn't even recruited a single disciple, but it actually had 3 Monster Kings as guest elders. What kind of foundation was this? Many top sects couldn't even compare to it. It could be imagined that in the future, this High Heaven Palace would definitely become the #1 sect in the entire star boundary, second only to the sect of the Great Emperors. No wonder Yang Kai said that there was no need to worry about safety. There was already a sect protecting formation, and now there were 2 Monster Kings guarding it. Who would dare to go there and cause trouble? It had to be said that Yi-Hen was indeed moved. Compared to Emperor Heaven Valley, the current High Heaven Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for them. Emperor Heaven Valley couldn't compare to the excellent cultivation environment. Although Emperor Heaven Valley was good, it wasn't big. 500 disciples cultivating here would definitely be inefficient, and he still had to break through to the Emperor realm. However, as a sect master, Yihen had many things to consider, so even though he was moved, he didn't immediately agree. After hesitating for a long time, Yihen sighed and said, "Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, but it has been suppressed to this extent in this Ye's hands. This Yi doesn't want to become a sinner, but I can't let Thousand Leaves sect's legacy end in my hands." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I understand what sect master Yi is worried about. I'm not asking you to go to the High Heaven Palace to recruit you. Don't worry, Thousand Leaves sect is still Thousand Leaves sect. Sect master, Yi only needs to focus on recuperating after you go to the High Heaven Palace. When you feel that you can come back and rebuild Thousand Leaves sect, I won't stop you." Yihen's hesitation was probably because he was worried that Yang Kai wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect. Although Yang Kai had shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect, if they were really annexed, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be destroyed, and there would no longer be a sect in the future. As the sect master, it was his duty to revitalize Thousand Leaves sect. So how could Yihen be willing to see such an ending? Yihen was startled when he heard this, and said shamefully, "This Yi has gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness." Thinking about it, if Yang Kai really wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect, he could have done so directly through force. He had no choice but to agree, so there was no need to say so much. "Sect master, Yi has his own considerations, I understand." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since Lord Yang is so kind, this Yi will accept Thousand Leaves sect's offer. We will remember this kindness in our hearts." Yihen bowed and said, "But the Northern Territory is far away. How should we proceed?" "I have my own plans." After the matter was settled, Yang Kai immediately set up a space array in the middle of the valley. There were two reasons for bringing these people from Thousand Leaves sect to High Heaven Palace. Firstly, the High Heaven Palace was currently empty, so they would be able to add some liveliness there. Secondly, Yang Kai was quite interested in Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted. With so many people from Thousand Leaves sect going to High Heaven Palace, it would imperceptibly affect the High Heaven Palace, which was equivalent to Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques. In the future, when the people from Shadowed Star came over, they would have an additional defensive technique. The strength of the people from Shadowed Star was not high, so puppet techniques were just right for them. Thirdly, Yang Kai wanted to use Emperor Heaven Valley as a transfer point for his space array. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world, so after the space array outside was destroyed, no one other than Yang Kai could open it. Setting up a territory-crossing space array in Emperor Heaven Valley was absolutely safe, and there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. Yang Kai still had some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, which were just enough to set up a territory-crossing space array. After some work, a brand new array was set up in the valley in less than half a day. Zhu Qing, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Only now did she know that Yang Kai had such attainments in the Tao of Space. Yihen also took advantage of this time to inform the 500 disciples of his decision. Naturally, no one objected. On the contrary, when they heard that they would be going to the Northern Territory, many of them became excited. For these people, it was likely that they would never be able to go to the Northern Territory with their own abilities. Now that they heard that they would be going to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away, they were naturally very curious, wondering what the Northern Territory would be like. After everything was ready, Yang Kai ordered Ing Fei to take the lead and act as the vanguard. He then arranged for the 500 disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to take turns stepping onto the space array. Every time the space array was activated, a large number of source crystals would be consumed. At most, it could only transport 20 to 30 people at a time. Just the transport alone cost Yang Kai nearly 100,000 high-rank source crystals, which made Yi Hen's heart ache. Chapter 27:14. Sorry, my stomach hasn't been feeling well recently. I didn't eat or drink anything in the morning and went to the hospital. Then, chronic gastritis, gastric erosion, chronic cholecystitis with multiple polyps. I really didn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I was shocked and brought back a lot of medicine. Let me rest for a while and calm down my nerves. More than 500 people were teleported over quickly. Yang Kai was the last to jump onto the space magic array. As soon as he stood firmly, a fragrance wafted over. Zhu Qing landed lightly beside him. Yang Kai had a headache and said, "How long are you going to stay with me? Why don't we go our separate ways and go back to our own homes?" Zhu Qing looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want to go to Dragon Island?" Get lost. Yang Kai was irritated when he heard the words Dragon Island. "Is this how you talk to your friends?" Zhu Qing said angrily. "If you mention that word again, we can't even be friends anymore." Yang Kai snorted and said sinisterly, "You better be careful. When we teleport, I'll banish you into a crack in the void. You won't be able to find your way out for the rest of your life." Zhu Qing's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it tightly. She didn't even notice that her full breasts were pressed against his arm. "You're so close to me. I can't control myself." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said seriously, "I don't know why, but as long as I'm close to you, I'm always ready to make a move." "Then don't mess around," Zhu Qing said uncomfortably. She moved slightly away from Yang Kai. "I know," Yang Kai replied grumpily. He activated the space magic array. With a flash of light, he immediately disappeared. "Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang!" As soon as his vision recovered, he heard two familiar calls. He looked up and saw that it was Xia Wei, the Monster King. After a few months, they met Yang Kai again. The two Monster Kings looked excited. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of competition in their eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's just taking care of the house. It's nothing much, as long as young Master Yang says so. You can look at it for as long as you want." Shi Lei chuckled. Xia Wei immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you like to look after the house, I'll leave this important task to you. Next time when young Master Yang goes out, I'll follow him." Shi Lei's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Bullshit! Why is it my turn this time?" Xia Wei curled his lips and said, "You were the one who lost last time. Are you trying to deny it?" Shi Lei laughed out loud and said, "How can you take a drunk's word seriously? As the Monster King, how can you go back on your word?" Xia Wei snorted coldly. "Come fight me if you're not convinced." Shi Lei puffed out his chest, revealing his firm muscles. "Sigh." Yang Kai sighed and walked down from the space array. He walked around the quarreling duo and arrived in front of Yi Hen. He smiled and asked, "Master Yi, how is this place?" At this moment, Yi Hen had a shocked expression on his face as he took a deep breath. Feeling the rich world energy in the air, he could hardly believe that he had come to such a precious place. What made him even more dizzy was the fact that he had crossed territory through a space array. A moment ago, he was still in the southern territory, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the northern territory. "Good, very good. There's no place better than this," Yi Hen praised sincerely. As expected of the foundation of a top sect, if an ordinary place had such rich world energy, what would the forbidden cultivation grounds and spirit peaks be like? Compared to the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, they were simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of those great sects grew so quickly. With such a good cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. The faces of the 500,000 Leaves sect disciples were also filled with joy, if not for them having some misgivings about losing face. If they didn't care about their reputation, they would have run around and cheered. However, the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Seeing the scene, Yi Hen sighed slightly in his heart. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If he really cultivated in this place and wanted to rebuild Thousand Leaves sect one day, who knew how many people would be willing to follow him? However, his expression soon turned serious, and he threw away this thought. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to consider now was to increase his cultivation and break through to the Emperor realm. Only when his strength reached the level of the Emperor realm would he have the possibility of rebuilding Thousand Leaves sect. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. There are many spirit peaks. Sect master, ye can choose where to live. As for your noble sect's disciples, you can also make arrangements for them. Except for some forbidden cultivation grounds that are covered by spirit arrays, you are free to go anywhere else, Yang Kai instructed. Many thanks, Lord Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and walked over to Chi Yu and the others. Looking at them with a smile, he opened his arms and shouted, "Everyone, from now on, this will be your home in the Star Boundary." Chi Yu and the others were different from Thousand Leaves sect. They all came from the same star territory and had a close relationship with each other. Yang Kai had established High Heaven Palace for the people of his homeland, and Chi Yu and the others were naturally among them. Sect Master is quite capable. Gui Zhu chuckled. Gu Zhongyan said, "Now, you should address him as Palace Master." Gui Zhu immediately nodded. High Heaven Sect and High Heaven Palace might only have a single word difference, but they were completely different existences. The latter's scale was undoubtedly incomparable to the former's. Chi Yu turned her head and looked around, sighing, "If Qing Luo could also come here to cultivate." Yang Kai said solemnly, "I'm also asking about how to go back, but I don't have any leads for now. If I can return to Star Territory one day, I will definitely bring them all here." AIO patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and quickly said, "It's really not easy for you." He had roamed the Star Boundary alone for only a few years, yet he had actually built up such a large family business. Although he had only seen his glory, AIO knew that there must have been many hardships and inhumane sorrows behind it. What was even rarer was that even though Yang Kai's strength and status had changed, he had not forgotten his roots. AIO was extremely satisfied with this son-in-law of his. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Find a place to stay," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Come, let's go see how big this home is with this old master." Gui Zhu called out, immediately turning into a cloud of ghost chi and flying forward. The others also excitedly followed. Although they had been living in Thousand Leaves sect before, and Yi Hen had treated them very well, they were still living under someone else's roof. However, things were different now. This High Heaven Palace could be considered a place that belonged to them, and it gave them a great sense of belonging. Yi Hen cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yang, this you will also take these kids to have a look." "As you wish, Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The hundreds of people quickly left, all of them looking as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Seeking Passion Sect was extremely large, so they had to choose a place to stay. It would take at least a few days. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and asked, "Sister Hua, aren't you going?" Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "No need. We'll just find a place to stay later." She was from Star Soul Palace. She was not surprised by this kind of cultivation environment, so she naturally would not be like Gui Zhu and Yi Hen. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "What are you worried about? Star Soul Palace? Or are you blaming me for killing Ten Junhao?" Hua Qingxi glanced at him and shook her head. "Honored Master, that person brought about his own death, so I won't blame you. Even if Star Soul Palace investigates this matter, I'm afraid they won't blame you. It's just that. But what? I'm a disciple of Star Soul Palace, after all." Now that I've followed you to the Northern Territory, it can be said that I've betrayed the sect." Hua Qingxi laughed at herself with a bitter expression. Yang Kai asked curiously, "You haven't done anything wrong to Star Soul Palace, so how can you say that you've betrayed them?" Hua Qingxi stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead, smiling faintly as she said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. In any case, from today onwards, I am a member of your towering Firmament Palace. If Sun Star Divine Palace really comes knocking on our door, I'll help you beat them back. How dare they steal my people? Not even Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai said fiercely. Hua Qingxi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Anyway, I've boarded your pirate ship. Okay, I'm going to find a place to stay. As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew off into the distance. Yang Kai stared at her back for a while before shaking his head slightly. Then he looked at Shilei and Xiaowei and asked, "Has anything happened recently?" Shilei scratched his cheek and looked at Xiaowei. The latter cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, nothing major has happened. However, many cultivators come to the sect every day, wanting to join High Heaven Palace. We didn't pay any attention to them. Other than that, Miss Ji Yao came twice, but when she saw that you weren't here, she went back. She told me to ask you to go to Ice Heart Valley when you came back. It seems that something has happened." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll go and take a look." As he spoke, he flashed onto the space array. Zhu Qing stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at her. "You want to follow me? Are you a follower?" Zhu Qing said calmly, "Either you agree to go with me, or I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter face. "What kind of enmity do you have with me? Why do you have to torture me like this? I'm warning you. Don't push your luck, or I won't be polite to you." Shilei heard this. His eyes immediately widened, and he rubbed his palms. "Young Master Yang, go ahead. Leave this chick to me. I promise to beat her until her mother can't recognize her." Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed and gave Shilei a thumbs up. "Old ox, if you can deal with her, this young master will reward you handsomely. You will enjoy great glory and wealth." Shilei laughed. "What's so difficult about that?" While speaking, demonic Qi directly slapped Zhu Qing with his big, fan-like palm. His fierce posture showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and she glared at Shilei with her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the supreme dragon race. She tolerated Yang Kai because Yang Kai had the source of the ancestral dragon. Now, a monster king dared to talk nonsense in front of her. Yang Kai's grievances burst out in an instant. She punched out with her fist, lightly meeting Shilei's slap head-on. Shilei frowned. Although he said that he would beat Zhu Qing until her mother couldn't recognize her, he could see that she and Yang Kai didn't seem to be enemies. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't really be ruthless. Otherwise, if he slapped this chick to death, who knew how young Master Yang would punish him? He was a monster king. He had copper skin and iron bones and infinite strength. Ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Masters didn't dare to fight him head-on. This chick was delicate and petite. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have much strength. Seeing that his opponent was going to fight him head-on, Shilei didn't dare to use his full strength. He quickly held back a little and grinned. "Little girl, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you see this king's asterisk bang." Asterisk the fist and palm collided. Before he could finish speaking, Shilei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew straight out. He hit a mountain peak several hundred feet away and made a big hole in it. Chapter 27:15. Zhu Qing remained motionless as she stood firmly on the space array with a calm expression on her face, as if what she had just sent flying was not a monster king, but a small monster beast. Turning her beautiful eyes, she stared at Xia Wuwei and asked, "Do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Cold sweat dripped down Xia Wuwei's forehead as he shook his head like a rattle. Ing Fei was all smiles as he bowed and said, "Have a safe journey, sirs." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhu Qing helplessly before activating the space array and leaving. After a while, Xiao Wei poked Ing Fei with lingering fear and asked cautiously, "That girl, what is her background?" "She fought. She lay head-on and sent him flying with a single punch. Let alone a human. Even a monster king wouldn't have such strength. Could she be another divine spirit?" Ing Fei's mouth squirmed as he softly spat out 2 words. Xiao Wei was dumbfounded. The cold air was biting cold, and snow was everywhere. As soon as Yang Kai appeared from Ice Heart Valley Space Array, he saw someone leaning against the base of the space array with their buttocks sticking out in front of him. This person was studying something while muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the 2 people behind him. Isn't this Southern Gate Army? All of Ice Heart Valley were women, but the person in front of him was a man, and his back was so familiar. How could Yang Kai not recognize him? Yang Kai frowned and listened for a while, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Don't be noisy." Southern Gate Army didn't look back and maintained his posture. He growled impatiently, but soon, as if remembering something, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was shocked. The other party's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red, as if he was possessed. On the other hand, Southern Gate Army looked happy. He immediately rushed over and whispered, "Grandmaster Yang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What for?" Southern Gate Army enthusiastically said, "I was waiting for you to discuss the Tao of Spirit arrays with me. Let's go, let's find a place to talk." "What can we talk about?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Southern Gate Army's face." "Grandmaster Yang, you can't say that. Spirit arrays are profound and have a long history. As the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. If you and I exchange pointers, it will be good for both of us." "But I don't want to." Southern Gate Army's face. Yang Kai looked at the space array on the ground and said indifferently, "You can't figure out anything about this space array, can you?" South Gate Dajuan's face reddened as he shook his head and said, "How is that possible?" It won't take long for me to crack it and set up another one." "Okay, keep up the good work." Yang Kai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait. Southern Gate Army grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "Let go." Yang Kai turned and stared at him. Southern Gate Army's face was bitter. He lowered his head and said, "Grandmaster Yang, you have sharp eyes. This space array, I really can't figure it out. Please, Grandmaster Yang, enlighten me." "Let go first." Kai Yang stared at the clothes he was holding. Southern Gate Army let go. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he made a gesture of grabbing Yang Kai at any time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. He stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled clothes. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "You want to learn?" Southern Gate Army nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were shining with thirst for knowledge. "I can teach you." Yang Kai smiled. Southern Gate Army's expression immediately became solemn. He tidied his clothes and bowed to the ground. "Please accept my bow, Master Yang." "But what can you give me?" Yang Kai asked back. Southern Gate Army smiled bitterly. "What do you want?" "I have a lot of source crystals." Yang Kai said disdainfully, "Then I will use other arrays to exchange with you. I have some arrays from ancient times. They are powerful and unpredictable." "Not interested." Southern Gate Army said with a sad face, "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. When the High Heaven Palace was first established, it just happened to lack a chief array master. Southern Gate Army's face changed when he heard this. He shook his head and said, No, I have always been a loner. If I really join a sect, I am afraid I will cause trouble for Grandmaster Yang and your sect." "Then forget it." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai turned and left. Grandmaster Yang, let's talk nicely." Southern Gate Army wanted to grab Yang Kai's clothes again. "Think about it yourself. Everything will happen naturally. I will not force you." Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he quickly ran away. Although both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, Southern Gate Army specialized in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Southern Gate Army stared at Yang Kai's receding figure and couldn't help but stomp his feet in annoyance. Inside Ice Heart Valley, there were many beautiful women and the fragrance of Wintersweet. Although Ice Heart Valley had suffered a great disaster last time, after being reborn from the ashes, it had become more united. Everywhere he passed, many female disciples were cultivating and exchanging pointers to improve their strength. After seeing Yang Kai, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They all seemed to recognize Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide last time and saved Ice Heart Valley from the abyss of suffering. Many disciples had seen Yang Kai's true face. Even if they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they had seen his image. At this moment, he really was young, handsome, and had a heroic figure. Naturally, they couldn't take their eyes off him. There were even bolder ones who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples were quite good, they were all women after all, so there was more yin than yang. Many of the female disciples had lived in Ice Heart Valley since childhood and had never left, so they had never even seen a man before. In the future, when High Heaven Palace grew stronger, they might be able to form a marriage alliance with Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had many beautiful women, but no man loved them. It was quite pitiful. This was a good idea. Presumably, Senior Bingyan wouldn't refuse. After all, Ice Heart Valley didn't forbid marriage. However, those who married would no longer be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Walking to the corridor of the central hall, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. A woman with a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him and gently nodded to him. "When did you come back?" "Just now. I heard you were looking for me." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao and asked. "Honored Master is looking for you," Ji Yao said, glancing at the girl behind Yang Kai and asking doubtfully, "This is..." Seeing Zhu Qing's petite figure, full figure, and stunning face, she couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Yang Kai had only gone out for a few months, but he had actually brought back a stunning woman. Moreover, it seemed that the two were very close. Otherwise, why would he bring her to Ice Heart Valley? She inexplicably felt annoyed. "Don't worry about her." Yang Kai was too lazy to introduce Zhu Qing to her. The identity of a dragon girl was too shocking. Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai, and without the previous intimacy, she suddenly became a little cold and said casually, "Come with me." She doesn't even bother to introduce me. Has she become so distant after not seeing me for a few months? Or maybe it's because she has a new lover. She turned around and led the way. Yang Kai quickly caught up with her. He asked, "How have you been?" Ji Yao replied indifferently, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." Feeling the coldness, Yang Kai was baffled. He scratched his head and simply didn't say anything, lest he invite a rebuff. When they arrived in front of a palace, Yang Kai stopped and looked back at Zhu Qing. "Wait here. I have something to discuss with Senior Bingyan." Zhu Qing looked at him distrustfully. "You won't take the opportunity to run away, right?" Yang Kai sneered. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I run?" Zhu Qing nodded slightly and stood there quietly. Ji Yao glanced at the two of them. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled. When he entered the main hall, he saw Bingyan. Several disciples were waiting on her at the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Bingyan smiled and said, "You're not an outsider, so there's no need to be polite. Sit." Yang Kai sat down and asked about Lu Xianyan's situation. He learned that she had been in retreat recently, preparing to break through to the third-order Tao source realm, which put him at ease. Although Lu Xianyun came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, after all, she had gone through life and death with him, so there was a friendship between them. She could enter Ice Heart Valley thanks to Yang Kai's recommendation, so naturally he had to be more concerned about her. But then again, Lu Xianyun herself was a cultivator from the territory of the lower star. Her aptitude was outstanding, and as long as she had enough cultivation resources, breaking through to the Emperor realm was almost certain. Whether it was for Yang Kai's sake or for Lu Xianyun's excellent aptitude, Ice Heart Valley spared no effort to cultivate her. "Have you returned to the Southern Territory recently?" Bing Yun asked. She remembered that when Yang Kai came to say goodbye last time, he said that he was going back to the Southern Territory. "And I went back." Ji Yao walked over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Kai, saying lightly, "You also brought back a woman. Big brother, don't you need to call her in and introduce her to honored master? We may have to meet often in the future." Bing Yin looked at Ji Yao in amazement, and the senior sisters also had strange expressions. They felt that Ji Yao was giving off an inexplicable hostility today. Many of them swept outside with their divine senses and found a woman standing outside the hall. Bing Yun said she is a guest. "Yang Kai, how can you leave her alone outside?" "Senior, don't worry about her. That person is very troublesome." Yang Kai also couldn't explain it clearly. Ji Yao said, "Big brother must have done something wrong to her. That's why you are so afraid of her." "I'm afraid of her?" Yang Kai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end. "What a joke." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai and said, "That is to say, Big brother really did something wrong to her." "No, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai blushed and quickly picked up the cup, drinking water to hide his embarrassment. And Ruoyin and the others were watching from the side. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had seen through something. Ji Yao sneered, "It's true." Then she said seriously, "Big brother, if you abandon a woman, I will definitely ignore you in the future." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of tea and complained, "That's not true. Yao Er, why are you acting weird today?" Chapter 27:16. Ji Yao ignored him and turned to face the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai put down his teacup, not knowing what to say. Speechless, he turned to look at Bing Yin and changed the topic. "Senior, are you looking for me for something?" Bing Yin nodded and said, "Do you know the High Sky sect?" "I seem to have heard of it." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before rubbing his palms. "A sect in the Northern Territory?" He hadn't been active in the Northern Territory for a long time, and his range of activities wasn't large. He didn't know much about the Northern Territory compared to the Southern Territory, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Northern Territory. The only ones he knew about were Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. When he first heard about the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace, he didn't react, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered that the heritage and strength of these two sects weren't much worse than Seeking Passion sects. They were also top sects in the Northern Territory with third-stage Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior suddenly mentioned these two sects. Is there something I need to pay attention to?" He had established a sect in the Northern Territory, and since the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were also top sects in the Northern Territory, they would definitely have to deal with each other in the future. There might even be some competition and friction. They weren't like Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to have conflicts. Bing Yin said, "In the entire star boundary, the Eastern Territory has the Serene Soul Great Emperor's Serene Soul Palace. The Southern Territory has the Bright Moon Great Emperor's Star Soul Palace, and even the Western Territory has the Night Shadow Great Emperor's Assassin Palace. All the top sects bow down to these Great Emperor's sects and obey their orders. Only in the Northern Territory there are no Great Emperor's sects." "Why is that?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He hadn't considered this before. Now that he heard Bing Yin say this, he suddenly realized that it was true. Bing Yin shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's because many places in the Northern Territory are too cold and not as rich in resources as other places. It's not suitable to start a sect. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, although there are no great emperor sects in the Northern Territory, there is one great emperor, and that is the wondrous pill, Great Emperor. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He knew about this. The wondrous pill great emperors lived in the Medicine Pill Valley in the Northern Territory. Having said that, he had also obtained the inheritance left behind by the great emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu. If not for that, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an understanding of the Star Boundaries herbs. It was precisely because he obtained the jade slip and various pill recipes left behind by Gong Sun Mu that Yang Kai could be so proficient in the alchemic Tao. However, when he obtained the inheritance, Gong Sun Mu placed a seal on his body. If he wanted to remove that seal, he would have to cultivate to the third layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to find the wondrous pill, great emperors, to remove it. Gong Sun Mu did this to let Yang Kai pass a message to the great emperors, telling him that he knew his mistake and asking the great emperors to accept him back into the sect. However, that seal hadn't caused any harm to Yang Kai for so many years, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, there was still a long time before the deadline, and he was confident that he could cultivate to the third layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Naturally, there was no need to trouble the wondrous pill, great emperors. Bing Yin said, for so many years, the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory have maintained a balance. This queen has been missing for many years, and although Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed a little, it has been able to maintain its balance. Fortunately, it has been able to maintain its position. But now, this balance has been broken. The broken balance was undoubtedly the destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, so what? Bing Yin chuckled and said, for my Ice Heart Valley, it's naturally nothing. Seeking Passion sect wanted to destroy my Ice Heart Valley, but they were destroyed instead. But for the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace, it's a problem. Yang Kai's expression turned sullen. Do they want to cause trouble? Bing Yin said, you can destroy Seeking Passion sect, but it doesn't mean you can't destroy the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace. It's normal for them to be worried. What do they want to do? Join forces to go against me? Bing Yin smiled and said, if the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. It's normal for them to work together for warmth. Recently, the 2 sects have been very close, so they may take some action. Yang Kai sneered. Are they really not worried that I will destroy them? Bing Yin said sternly, birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. You destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Seeking Passion sect has such a huge foundation and tens of thousands of years of treasures. Anyone would be jealous of you, but that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they just joined forces to make you wary. Otherwise, you might be ambitious and want to unify the Northern Territory. I don't have such thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head. He left behind the foundation of Seeking Passion sect for the sake of the people of his homeland. How could he think about unifying the Northern Territory? Without the prestige of the great emperors, it was impossible to achieve such a thing. Bing Yin called Yang Kai over just to give him a reminder and had no other intentions. Seeing that he had his own plans, Bing Yin naturally didn't say anything more. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, last time, when Seeking Passion sect made things difficult for Ice Heart Valley, did these 2 sects contribute? Bing Yin looked at him and asked, what do you think? Yang Kai understood that even if these 2 sects didn't contribute, they must have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could Seeking Passion sect have recruited so many helpers? Perhaps some of them were disciples of these 2 sects. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go so easily and would have investigated them thoroughly. High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they should have a lot of treasures. It was normal for great sects to fight openly and secretly. They helped Seeking Passion sect destroy Ice Heart Valley, so they obviously didn't care about balance. Now that Yang Kai had occupied Seeking Passion sect's territory and shown his strength, they were worried. It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I'll teach them a lesson, Yang Kai swore in his heart. After staying in Ice Heart Valley for a while, Yang Kai took his leave. When he greeted Ji Yao, he didn't get a response, which made Yang Kai quite depressed. He didn't know what he had done to offend her. Walking out of the hall, Yang Kai saw snowflakes floating outside. Zhu Qing was wrapped in silver and didn't use her Emperor Qi to protect herself. Beside her was a snowman as tall as a person. It was extremely ugly. You've been standing here all this time. Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Although he had told her to wait here, he didn't tell her to just stand there. Zhu Qing didn't answer, instead pointing to the ugly snowman next to her and saying, "That's yours." "It's yours." Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her, kicked the snowman to pieces, and left with his hands behind his back. Zhu Qing turned around and followed him, returning to the space array on the Ice Lake Island. Yang Kai saw the Southern Gate Army was still waiting there with a hesitant look on their faces. Yang Kai said angrily, "If you're a man, then be decisive. You'll never become a great man." The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "I'm an array grandmaster. How can you mock me like this?" Yang Kai sneered, pointing to the space array and saying, "If you can set one up, I'll admit that you're an array grandmaster." The Southern Gate Army was instantly silenced, his face turning red. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Forget it. My High Heaven Palace doesn't need a half-baked array grandmaster like you." He turned around and stepped onto the space array. Suddenly, the Southern Gate Army grabbed his clothes again. Yang Kai turned to look at him. The Southern Gate Army's face turned red. He raised a finger and said, "10 years. After 10 years, I'll leave the High Heaven Palace." Yang Kai sneered and said, "You're still bargaining with me? 10 years it is. Any more, and I'll forget about it." The Southern Gate Army's face was resolute. "All right, 10 years it is. Come on up." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army sighed heavily and stood on the space array dejectedly. He felt like he had been betrayed for no reason. His heart was very depressed. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he didn't see the 3 Monster King. He didn't know where they went to find fun. There wasn't even a guard beside the space array. This made Yang Kai frown. Although the space array he set up wouldn't have any problems, and it was impossible for it to be invaded, there should at least be someone guarding it. There should be a butler. Yang Kai thought of a few people's faces and secretly made a decision. Find a place to stay. Yang Kai ordered the Southern Gate Army. The Southern Gate Army nodded and said, "Oh, right, Palace Master. What's my status in the High Heaven Palace?" "Didn't I tell you that you're the Chief Array Grandmaster?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "When you're free, walk around and take a look. If there's any array that needs to be strengthened or rearranged, feel free to do it." Okay. The Southern Gate Army nodded vigorously. Yang Kai turned around and pointed at Zhu Qing, saying, "You, don't follow me." The space array Grandmaster fluctuated, and he disappeared in a flash. Zhu Qing stomped her feet and scanned with her divine sense, but she couldn't sense where Yang Kai had gone. When they arrived at the palace on the main peak, Yang Kai flashed into it and sat down cross-legged. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace now, it was still somewhat popular. The most important thing was that the path of puppetry and the path of array grandmasters were settled. When the disciples from their homeland came over in the future, they could learn these 2 skills. In the long run, whether it was the development of the High Heaven Palace itself or the growth of the disciples, it was greatly beneficial. As for the 10-year period mentioned by the Southern Gate Army, Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at all. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? When the time came, the Southern Gate Army might not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Feeling refreshed, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside him. Immediately, the world energy in the room began to roll. When one's strength reached the Emperor realm, the efficiency of cultivating with low-rank and mid-rank source crystals was too low. Only high-rank source crystals could be used. Now that Yang Kai had more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals in his possession, he was simply filthy rich. What was a mere cultivation lost to him? A crackling sound came from his limbs and bones as his meridians and flesh wriggled. A massive amount of world energy poured into his body for Yang Kai to refine and absorb. Not only that, but he also took out the golden armored heavenly book and divided his attention to refine it. The golden armored heavenly book was quite powerful. If he could refine it as soon as possible, it would help him improve his strength. In the future, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't fall behind. It was just that refining this thing was quite laborious and couldn't be completed in a short time. Time passed little by little. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, a steady stream of world energy poured into his body. His Emperor Qi and Divine Sense were also constantly invading the golden armored heavenly book, trying to leave his soul brand on it. Chapter 27:17. This refinement took 3 months. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. His progress in refining the golden armor heavenly book was quite good. Now that he had branded his soul brand into this emperor artifact, he could activate several of its divine technique. Although he couldn't control the golden armor heavenly book like Tan Junhao could, he still had some means to deal with his enemies. What made him feel helpless was his own cultivation. He had clearly reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, and he clearly felt that he was one step away from the threshold of the Second Order Emperor realm. There was only a thin barrier left, but he just couldn't break through. After consuming millions of high-rank source crystals, his Emperor Qi had become more vigorous and pure, but his realm was still stagnant. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The worst thing about cultivation was to rush things. He was still young and had a lot of time ahead of him. Compared to those from the Emperor realm who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he had a unique advantage that others couldn't compare to. Being young was naturally a form of capital. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be anxious about? Hence, he temporarily put aside the matter of training and focused on managing Towering Palace. No matter what, he was the palace master of Towering Palace. Even though he did not have many disciples, there were still hundreds of people who were staying in the palace. As the master, he naturally had to be a good host and make arrangements for them so that they would feel at home. It would be best if he could make them stay in the palace with their hearts. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai found that he didn't know where to start. Back on Shadowed Star, when he established High Heaven Sect, he also stood aside and left everything to Yi Shiyin. He was used to being a hands-off manager and found that this kind of thing didn't suit him at all. In the end, he decided to go to Thousand Leaves Sect and take a look. Maybe he could ask Yi Hen for some experience. Everyone in Thousand Leaves Sect was now living on a main peak with a rich world energy aura. There were more than a dozen peaks like this in the entire High Heaven Palace. No one knew what this peak was called before, but now it was called Thousand Leaves Peak. It was just a name. No one cared. When he arrived, he found that everything was in order. The 500 disciples were either cultivating or exchanging pointers. Not a single one of the puppets was free. As the eldest brother, Du Xian held an altar on the main Peaks Plaza, explaining the essentials of the puppet technique. A group of Thousand Leaves Sect disciples with low cultivations listened in awe. Shaking their heads, their eyes were filled with worship. Yang Kai listened for a while, but he was confused. He had no idea what Du Xian was talking about. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Perhaps many of these people would become disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. And that little fatty who was shaking his head wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was talented and intelligent. He should have his own understanding of the art of puppetry. When he matured a little more, he would tempt him with benefits. Now that she knew his feelings, she was not afraid that he would not bow his head and worship her. When he became a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, Yihen probably wouldn't say anything. The voices suddenly stopped. Du Xian shouted, "Brother Yang!" Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything, and Du Xian didn't think that he was trying to steal Thousand Leaves' sex Tao of puppetry. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, he could have left behind the ancestors' secret scriptures when he opened the Emperor Heaven Valley for the first time. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I'm just looking around. You do what you need to do." Many of the disciples turned their heads around. They all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They were only able to cultivate here because of Yang Kai, and they knew that Yang Kai was the master of this place. How could they not be respectful when living under someone else's roof? Sit. Yang Kai waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a crime for him to disturb their cultivation, but since he was already here, he couldn't just ignore them. He coughed lightly and said, "Have you all gotten used to living here recently?" Du Xian smiled. "This place is rich in spirit qi and talented people. How could we not get used to it? You don't know how satisfied the disciples are." Many of the disciples nodded vigorously, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Compared to the original Thousand Leaves sect, this place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cultivating here was much more efficient. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." They wouldn't have any thoughts of leaving if they treated this place as their own home. "If you need anything, just look for Hua Qingxi. Sister Hua is now the head steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of everything." "Thank you, Brother Yang." Du Xian said gratefully, "I'll have to trouble Master Hua in the future." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many of the disciples were extremely excited, feeling that Yang Kai's friendliness was unbelievable. This was the Emperor realm and a palace master at that. Yet he didn't put on any airs at all and even called their eldest brother, brother. Their gazes towards him became even more respectful, feeling that this was the magnanimity and breadth of mind that the Emperor realm should have. In the past, they had heard that the people of the Emperor realm were all arrogant and haughty, treating any cultivator below the Emperor realm like an ant and taking their lives at their whim. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lord Yang's shoes. That's right. Du Xian suddenly clapped his hands and turned to the disciples. "Junior brother and junior sister, haven't you been clamoring for this big brother to teach you some cultivation insights? It's not that this big brother doesn't want to teach you, but this big brother's strength is too low, so I'm afraid that I'll mislead you. Since Big Brother Yang is here today, why don't we ask Big Brother Yang to teach us some cultivation insights? Big Brother Yang is from the Emperor realm, so his insights are countless times better than mine." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all cheered in unison. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "But I don't know anything about puppetry." Du Xian smiled. "Cultivation has nothing to do with puppetry. Moreover, this little brother would like to ask Big Brother Yang to teach us a thing or two. I hope that Big Brother Yang won't be stingy with his guidance." This. Yang Kai was a little confused. Right, what was he doing here? Why was he suddenly being forced to teach some cultivation insights? He had just established an amiable image. So if he refused, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? "Lord Yang! Lord Yang! Lord Yang!" The group of Thousand Leaves sect disciples shouted in unison, each of their eyes filled with anticipation and desire. "Big Brother Yang, please tell us," Du Xian pleaded. "All right." Yang Kai braced himself and agreed. "Then I'll just tell you." Du Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Yang Kai to the front while he turned around and sat down, looking up at the sky. Looking down at the group of cultivators with uneven cultivations, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze across their young and tender faces. He had also gone through the same stages as them, growing stronger step by step until he finally reached the Emperor realm. However, he was different from them. After coming out of the central capital, he had no master or master to teach him. He struggled alone, often teetering on the edge of life and death. He encountered many evil people and noble people, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, living a life of his own. However, if he had a good master and friend on his path of growth, he might be able to avoid many detours. Would he actually be able to carve the mark of a good master and friend on his body one day? No matter how helpful his teachings were to these people today, when they were called many years later, they would definitely remember him standing in front of them in this vast high heaven palace, under this lush thousand leaves peak, like a beacon guiding them on their path forward. He suddenly felt that his personality had become much greater. Originally, he didn't know what to say, but at this moment his mind suddenly became unprecedentedly clear as he said, "A cultivator's cultivation is to cut through all obstacles and struggle against the heavens. There is only one word to describe it, the martial Tao." What is the Tao? The great Tao is 50, and the heavens give birth to 49. In this world, there are 3,000 cultivators who can prove the great Tao, and in the end, they all have the same path. Some say that war is the Tao, some say that technique is the Tao, and some say that flowers, plants, trees, and even the ants on the ground are the Tao. If you ask me, I am the Tao. Wherever I am, the Tao exists. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It seemed to carry a mysterious charm that caused people to involuntarily fall into it. Following Yang Kai's words, a magnificent picture scroll slowly unfurled in front of everyone. At times it caused people's emotions to surge, at other times it caused them to go wild with joy, and at other times it caused them to feel lost and helpless. Yang Kai stood there, but he was the epitome of the countless cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. In one dazzling era after another, countless people stepped forward to seek the true meaning of the martial Tao. Originally, there were less than 100,000 Leaves sect disciples here. But as time passed, the crowd grew larger and larger. More and more people rushed over after hearing the voice, sitting down cross-legged and listening attentively. After an hour, almost 500 people had gathered in front of Yang Kai. Almost all of the 1,000 Leaves sect disciples were gathered here, except for a few who were in seclusion and couldn't make it. Although Yang Kai didn't have a master to guide him, since he had come to the Emperor realm, he naturally had some of his own cultivation experience. However, he didn't impart his cultivation experience like Du Xian had begged him to do. Instead, his words flowed like a river, his thoughts unconstrained. Rather than saying that he was imparting his Tao to these people, it would be more accurate to say that he was explaining his own comprehension, searching for the elusive heavenly mysteries in his soliloquy. Some people understood what Yang Kai was saying and were thoughtful expressions. Some people frowned, thinking that what Yang Kai said was a complete mess and completely irrelevant. But even so, they didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. They just felt that their realms weren't high enough and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They were secretly annoyed, thinking that the Emperor realm really was the Emperor realm. Even if they could understand what he was saying when separated, they would still be able to understand what he was saying. But when put together, they would seem mysterious and unfathomable. Walk your own path and become your own Tao. If you follow the path of others, you can only chase after the backs of others forever. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough yet, as he looked around and said, "Does everyone understand?" The entire place fell silent. No one dared to say that they understood. The world energy suddenly surged as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Above 1,000 Leaves peak, black clouds covered the sky as a vortex of world energy suddenly formed. slowly gathering the world energy. Oh, someone understands. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the peak and grinned. Chapter 27:18. Big Sister Hua, from today onwards, you are the chief steward of my high heaven palace. From the great elders to the disciples, they will all be under your command and obey your orders. Yang Kai patted Hua Qingxi's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Hua Qingxi's long eyelashes fluttered as she was a little dazed. Come, come, come. There are 200 million high-rank source crystals, 3 billion mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals in this ring. There are also various materials. Take them first. These cultivation resources are also yours to distribute. A space ring was stuffed into Hua Qingxi's hand. Wait. Hua Qingxi frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, when did I become the chief steward of your high heaven palace? She had only noticed the movement in Thousand Leaves Peak and wanted to go there to investigate, but she had encountered Yang Kai halfway and was stopped by him. He had stuffed a space ring full of resources into her hands and then said a bunch of strange things to her. I said, from today onwards. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly, as if he was handing over the important task of maintaining the peace of the sect and leading it to glory. Why would I become the chief steward? Hua Qingxi said unhappily. Yang Kai said seriously, I've thought about it carefully. Looking at the current high heaven palace, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Big Sister Hua, you should take on more responsibilities. This is a very important position, so don't disappoint this palace master. What high heaven palace? Hua Qingxi curled her lips. There aren't many people. Excluding the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who are temporarily staying here, the current high heaven palace only had the 3 Monster King as guest elders, Chiyu, Aio, and a few others. Yang Kai scratched his face. Everything is difficult at the beginning. There will be many people in the future. You should practice first. Who do you want to practice with? Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. Yang Kai pointed at Thousand Leaves sect. Aren't there a few hundred people over there? I'm not from the high heaven palace. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Hua Qingxi sized him up and said, Oh, you're still thinking of stealing someone else's woman. Yang Kai said with a straight face, Don't talk nonsense. This palace master disdains such a despicable act. It's just that people strive for greater heights and water flows to lower places. This is the norm in the world. When the time comes, if he really wants to stay and become a disciple of the high heaven palace, then I couldn't refuse. Of course, if Big Sister Hua can keep the entire Thousand Leaves sect here, that would be even better. Hua Qingxi nodded. What you said makes sense. Thousand Leaves sect's style of puppetry is indeed extraordinary. It's a wonderful thing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. You also think it makes sense, don't you? Then I'll leave this task to you. All right, I have nothing to do recently anyway, so I'll give it a try. But where should I start? Yang Kai pursed his lips. Didn't I just give you so many source crystals? Throw them at them. They just suffered a calamity and need a lot of source crystals for their cultivation. With source crystals, there's no need to be afraid that they won't submit. Hua Qingxi glared at him. Your source crystals didn't grow on trees. How can you just give them to them for free? However, if they can make some contributions to the High Heaven Palace, perhaps I can reward them with some source crystals. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Big Sister Hua had just taken over the role of chief steward, yet she had already entered the zone. She knew that she had to think about the High Heaven Palace and himself. Sure enough, he had not misjudged her. Moreover, she came from Star Soul Palace, so she was much more familiar with the management of a large sect than anyone else. It was best for her to manage the early development of the High Heaven Palace. Do what you think is best. This palace master will allow you to act as you see fit. Yang Kai said happily. Hua Qingxi snorted. If I do this well, I will be rewarded. If you want a horse to run, you have to make it eat grass. Good, good, good. When the time comes, you can have whatever reward you want. Yang Kai readily agreed. I'll remember what you said. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled before turning to look in the direction of Thousand Leaf Peak. Is Yi Hen about to break through to the Emperor Realm? Who else could it be? Yang Kai also looked in that direction. Above Thousand Leaf Peak, world energy was converging as the dance of wild dragons crashed down. The momentum was astonishing. Hua Qingxi asked curiously, I remember that Yi Hen just entered seclusion not long ago. How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough? Perhaps he has found his own Tao. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His own Tao. Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment before her eyes flashed. I'll go take a look. Do you want to come? Yang Kai shook his head. He had just returned from that place and knew about Yi Hen's situation, so there was no need for him to investigate. However, it was also good for Hua Qingxi to go take a look. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, it was a good time to win over the hearts of the people when Yi Hen was about to break through to the Emperor Realm. 5 Sacred Peak. The main peak where Gue Zuqiyu and the others currently resided. The so-called 5 Sacred Peaks were naturally their 5 sworn brothers and sisters. Although Chai, whose whereabouts were unknown, Gue Zu and the others had not forgotten his location. When Yang Kai arrived, the 4 of them seemed to be in seclusion. When the 4 of them first met Yang Kai in Sky Crane City, they were only in the First Order Tao Source realm. After a few years of cultivation in Thousand Leaf Sect, they had reached the peak of the First Order Tao Source realm. After all, Thousand Leaves Sect did not have a very good cultivation environment. 5 Sacred Peaks environment was extraordinary, even better than Thousand Leaves Peak. The peak was extremely tall and majestic, and only the 4 of them resided there. It was like a dragon returning to the sea, giving off an indescribable sense of freedom. Yang Kai released his divine sense and let the 4 of them sense it. His figure flickered as he arrived at a palace on the peak. Although no one cleaned this palace all year round, it was still spotless due to the protection of the spirit array. Not long after, one figure after another shot in from the outside. Palace Master. The 4 of them cupped their fists. Although Chiyu and Ai were technically Yang Kai seniors, since they had already entered the High Heaven Palace, they naturally had to abide by the rules of the High Heaven Palace. Sit. Yang Kai called out before sitting down cross-legged on the floor of the palace. The 4 of them glanced at each other but did not pay him any mind and sat down on the floor, forming a circle. Yang Kai casually shook his hand and sent 4 space rings flying towards the 4 of them. There are 20 million high-rank source crystals, 100 million mid-rank source crystals, 1 billion low-rank source crystals, and some spirit pills I refined. Take these and cultivate. If you don't have enough, you can go find Hua Qingxi. She still has some source crystals, Yang Kai explained. The eyes of the 4 lit up, and they did not hesitate to put the space rings away. They were all people who had come from the same territory as Yang Kai, so there was naturally no need for them to be polite. However, they were still shocked by Yang Kai's generosity. All these years, they had been vexed by the lack of cultivation resources. Even if they were to stay in Thousand Leaves Sect, they could not obtain too many cultivation resources. However, Yang Kai was able to easily give away such a huge amount of resources. Compared to him, the 4 of them were as poor as beggars. With such a large amount of source crystals, they would not be able to use it all up even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. All of them were very excited and felt that the hard times were finally over. All of you came to the star boundary with me and have suffered a lot over the years, causing your cultivations to fall behind. Now, all you need to do is seize the opportunity to improve. There is no need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, when the people from the star boundary arrive, all of you don't want to be surpassed by them. How is that possible? That group of brats! Aio curled his lips in disdain. In the territory of the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters. Even if the people from the star boundary really came, there was no reason for them to cultivate faster than him. Chi-Yu smiled. Second brother, don't be so sure. Yang Kai's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Aio looked embarrassed. Who can compare to him? They had all come to the star boundary together, but Yang Kai was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, while they were still in the first-order Tao Source Realm. There was an entire great realm gap between them. Could it be that they did not have enough cultivation resources? When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it. Gu Zhangyan smiled bitterly. Gue Zhu also nodded. Yang Kai continued, That is why I have prepared a big gift for all of you. The four of them pinched the space rings in their hands and asked suspiciously, Isn't this? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing at the void. Immediately, several large banners filled with Yin Qi appeared in his hand. These banners were filled with Yin Qi, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Only Gue Zhu's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, This is the Netherworld Purgatory Banners of the Eastern Territories Netherworld Sect. Yang Kai explained. The Netherworld Purgatory Banners in his hand were the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Netherworld Sect disciples. One of them was even an Emperor artifact, a relic of the Netherworld Sect Elder Hua Fei-Chin. Although the others were not Emperor artifacts, they were still Tao Source grade. Netherworld Sect disciples would cultivate the Netherworld Purgatory Banners with their hearts and souls from the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that this thing was their life-bound artifact. If the banner was destroyed, they would die. This thing was useless in the hands of others, but it was different in the hands of Gue Zhu. Yang Kai did not know what secret art Gue Zhu cultivated, but it was definitely similar to the Netherworld Sect's secret art. Gue Zhu's artifact was the 10,000 soul banner, which was similar to the Netherworld Purgatory Banners. Therefore, Yang Kai had been keeping these Netherworld Purgatory Banners, waiting for the day he could give them to Gue Zhu to help him improve his strength. Trembling, Gue Zhu took the Netherworld Purgatory Banners from Yang Kai's hands. The ghost chi on his body suddenly surged, and his flickering eyes became much brighter. Although he had never cultivated the Netherworld Sect's secret arts, he could feel that these Netherworld Purgatory Banners would be of great use to him. And these, Yang Kai took out a few jade slips and handed them to Gue Zhu. Gue Zhu took them curiously and scanned them with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised. Good, good, good. With these, this old master will be able to break through to the second order Tao Source Realm in a few days. These jade slips recorded none other than some of the Netherworld Sect's secret arts, which were very suitable for Gue Zhu. If they complemented each other with the Netherworld Purgatory Banners, Gue Zhu's strength would skyrocket in a very short time. Chapter 2719. After all, source crystals and pills were external objects, while secret arts were the foundation of a cultivator. Gue Zhu was naturally overjoyed to obtain the Netherworld Sect's secret arts. Yang Kai turned to look at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu pursed her lips and smiled. The monster race has very few secret arts. Don't tell me you've also prepared one for me. Of course not, but I have this. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Rolling demonic chi instantly filled the hall, causing everyone's expression to change. A monster core. Chi-Yu exclaimed as she picked up a monster core and felt it, her expression changing again. A 12th order monster core! A 12th order monster core could only be formed inside a 12th order monster beast, equivalent to the human race's the Emperor Realm. Any one of them was priceless and difficult for ordinary people to see. This is also a 12th order monster core. AIO also picked up a monster core with a shocked expression. This is a 10th order. This is an 11th order. Gu Tsangyan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There were over 1,000 monster cores in front of him, all of which were 10th order and above monster cores. At least 10% were 12th order monster cores, and 10% was equivalent to 100 monster cores. A terrifying number. I know that your monster race cultivates differently from humans, but with the help of these monster cores, Senior's cultivation should be twice as fast. Yang Kai looked at Chiyu and said. Chiyu felt dizzy as she stared at the monster cores in disbelief. Where did you get so many monster cores? I picked them up. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chiyu couldn't help but glare at him. How could these things be picked up so casually? She thought Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. But in fact, these monster cores were really picked up by Yang Kai. He had picked them up in the beast tomb of the ancient wildlands. What's more, he had picked up over 1 million monster cores. So what did a mere 1,000 monster cores count for? If Chiyu knew the true number of monster cores in Yang Kai's hands, she would likely go crazy. In this world, only the beast tombs of the ancient wildlands had such a huge amount of monster cores. Without asking any more questions, Chiyu excitedly put away the inner cores. Just as Yang Kai had said, the monster clan's cultivation was different from that of humans. Most of them directly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the inner cores of other demons. With the assistance of so many inner cores, Chiyu's future cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. Senior Gu, these are a few sets of Sword Dao secret techniques. They are not too profound. You can cultivate them for the time being. If there are better ones in the future, I will help you find them. Yang Kai took out a few more jade slips. He handed it over to Gu Tsangyan. Gu Tsangyan was the alliance master of the Sword Union in the territory of his homeland and cultivated the Sword Dao. So these Sword Dao secret techniques were undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Yang Kai had killed so many people from the Emperor Realm and obtained so many spoils of war. It wasn't difficult for him to find a few decent Sword Dao secret arts. Gu Tsangyan took a look at it, and his eyes lit up. This is much better than what this Gu cultivated before. The Sword Dao that he had come into contact with before. At most, it was at the Dao source grade. But what Yang Kai took out were all relics from the Emperor Realm, so they were naturally better than what he had cultivated before. Finally, it was AIO's turn. Yang Kai also gave him a few sets of matching secret arts and secret techniques. Everyone was overjoyed. They felt like they had suddenly changed from bird guns to cannons. But this was not the end. When Yang Kai took out a group of star sources, everyone was completely shocked. One had to know that star sources could only be born on a cultivation star. A complete group of star sources was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivation star. These people had been in the star boundary for many years and knew how rare star sources were in the star boundary. Chiyu and the others had always secretly regretted not refining the star sources when they were in the territory of their homeland. As a result, they didn't have the chance when they came to the star boundary. It was just that refining the star sources was too dangerous at that time, so no one dared to be so ruthless. Only AIO succeeded. But now Yang Kai actually had one in his hand and gave one to each of them while also teaching them the star refining art. AIO was a star master himself, so he didn't need this star sources. After busying himself, he helped Chiyu and Gu Tsangyan refine the star sources. 3 days later, the three opened their eyes with joy on their faces. With star sources, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way, martial Dao, and principal strength, which would be of great help to their future growth and advancement. Yang Kai's actions today were enough to increase the efficiency of their cultivation by 10 times or even 100 times, saving them a lot of time. And Do any of you have any doubts or questions about your cultivation? If so, we can discuss them together. After giving out the big gift, Yong-kai looked around at everyone. Everyone understood that this so-called discussion was nothing more than Yong-kai's humble way of saying it. He just wanted to answer some of their cultivation questions. So, without hesitation, they all began to speak. Inside the hall, everyone answered questions and answers as time passed slowly. Are all the people inside dead? Get out here. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly exploded outside the High Heaven Palace. The speaker seemed to have summoned his strength, so his voice traveled hundreds of kilometers, echoing between the mountains and peaks, lingering in the air. Yong-kai frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the mountain gate. A strand of his divine sense quietly spread out and soon saw the situation outside. Outside the mountain gate, in front of the sect defending array, an exquisite ship was suspended mid-air. This ship was extremely beautiful, and although it was not an Emperor artifact, it was still a Tao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, on the mast of this ship, there was a large banner with the word Yao written on it. At this moment, a boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old was standing on the deck of this ship, staring angrily at the plaque of the High Heaven Palace. Although this boy was young, he had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source realm, which really surprised Yong-kai. The voice just now was obviously from him, but he used some kind of secret technique or artifact to make his voice travel so far. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of the High Heaven Palace with his First Order Tao Source realm cultivation? Yong-kai had a strange look on his face. At this moment, Yong-kai suddenly noticed something and took out his communication artifact. After a quick check, he saw Hua Qingxi's message. Palace Master, it seems that someone is here to cause trouble. She had obviously heard the boy's voice too. Yong-kai's divine sense moved, and he replied, It's just a little brat. Deal with him as you see fit. Now that Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Yong-kai naturally didn't intend to intervene. What's more, the other party was only from the First Order Tao Source realm, so he didn't know what he was relying on. It was best to let Hua Qingxi deal with him. When Qi Yu and the others saw him taking out his communication compass and sending messages for a while, they all asked, What happened? Nothing. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue, Yong-kai said and put away his communication artifact. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any more questions and immediately continued to discuss cultivation with Yong-kai. After a while, Yong-kai suddenly frowned and took out his communication artifact again. After checking it with his divine sense, a look of surprise appeared on his face. If there's something, Palace Master should deal with it. The High Heaven Palace has just been established, so it's not good to make enemies easily, AIO said. And then I'll go over. Yong-kai nodded, stood up, and left the hall in a flash. After a few leaps, he arrived at the mountain gate. Hua Qingxi was here, and she was looking at the young man outside the spirit array from afar. What surprised Yong-kai was that the young man, a First-Order Tao Source Realm cultivator, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Hua Qingxi, an Emperor Realm Master. Instead, he had an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Yong-kai appear, the young man looked him up and down and said casually, This is your High Heaven Palace's Palace Master? That's right. Hua Qingxi nodded. This is our High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yong-kai. If you have anything to say, you can speak with him. You're nothing special. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. The young man curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. This strange attitude inexplicably angered Yong-kai, but he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the young man's level, and simply chuckled. You said you're from Medicine Core Valley? What proof do you have? It was precisely because Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that the young man claimed to be a disciple of Medicine Core Valley that Yong-kai had rushed over. The young man didn't answer, and instead pointed at the large flag behind him and coldly snorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see the words?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed, and he had the urge to beat the young man up. But thinking about Medicine Core Valley, he restrained himself and solemnly said, "What can a single word prove? You're not joking, right?" The young man's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? You don't even recognize the symbol of my Medicine Core Valley. And you still have the face to establish your own sect. You actually called me a country bumpkin." Yang Kai only felt his anger rising like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The young man, however, didn't notice and jumped onto the mast, pulling the large flag open and fluttering it in the wind, loudly saying, "Open your eyes and look carefully. There's no one in the entire Northern Territory who doesn't recognize this flag." "Huh." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "This palace master recognizes it now." He transmitted his voice to Hua Qingxi. "I really want to beat this kid up." Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly replied, "Palace master, don't be impulsive. If he really is from Medicine Core Valley, we can't offend him. We still have to make a living in the Northern Territory in the future. If not, why do you think I'd tolerate him so much?" Yang Kai was furious. A young man, a large flag, and the word medicine were not enough to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive, but the words Medicine Core Valley carried a lot of weight. This was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated in seclusion. It was the holy land in the hearts of millions of cultivators in the entire Northern Territory. Although the wondrous pale great emperors didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't establish a sect like the other great emperors, only living in seclusion in Medicine Core Valley, this didn't stop the cultivators in the Northern Territory from revering and worshipping him. In the Northern Territory, if one offended the wondrous pill, great emperors, or Medicine Core Valley, it would definitely be difficult to move forward. Not to mention the supreme cultivation of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even the entire Northern Territory cultivator wouldn't tolerate it. The young man jumped down from the mast and stood at the front of the deck, hands on his waist, and said in a domineering manner, "It's good that you recognize it. Remember it well. Maybe we'll meet often in the future." Chapter 2720. Deal? What deal? Yang Kai's expression darkened slightly. He also held great respect for Medicine Core Valley, not to mention that he had obtained the inheritance of the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sunmu, and had some relationship with Medicine Core Valley. Just the fact that he was one of the great emperors was enough for Yang Kai to take him seriously. But that was before. If Medicine Core Valley's people were as arrogant and condescending as this young man, then it was not worth Yang Kai's attention. "You will naturally know when the time comes," the young man replied impatiently. Yang Kai frowned and said, "If you are from Medicine Core Valley, what are you doing in my High Heaven Palace?" The High Heaven Palace had just been established and had nothing to do with Medicine Core Valley. So Yang Kai naturally found it strange that such a person would suddenly appear. "Do you think I want to come here?" The young man sneered, cupped his fists, and bowed to the void, saying loudly, "I am here on the orders of my master to buy medicine." "Buy medicine?" Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi looked at each other with blank expressions. "Is there something wrong with this little brat? Why would he come to my High Heaven Palace to buy medicine?" Yang Kai secretly transmitted his voice. Hua Qingxi was also not sure. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him, although he is a bit annoying. Maybe there really is something wrong with him. TSK, so pitiful. If there really is something wrong with him, then maybe his identity is fake. And that makes sense. "Hey, you too. What are you secretly talking about?" Seeing Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi not answering for a long time, the young man swept his eyes over them and found that the two of them were secretly communicating with each other with their divine sense, and the way they looked at him became strange. He immediately became annoyed. Nothing. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then dare I ask, little brother, What kind of medicine do you want to buy in my high heaven palace? The young man flicked his hand, and a jade slip flew straight over. With a slight thought, Yang Kai slightly opened the sect, protecting Grand Array, allowing the jade slip to pass through and grab it in his hand. He immersed his divine will into it and took a look. His expression suddenly became strange. This jade slip really did record a lot of spirit herbs. There was a dazzling array of over 1,000 kinds of spirit herbs, each with different grades. Many of them were even Emperor-grade spirit herbs, which were extremely valuable. The young man said, 10 years ago, my master gave a copy of this list to the Seeking Passion sect and asked them to collect it on his behalf. Now that the deadline has come, my master ordered me to come and purchase it. Do you understand now? Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, Is there such a thing? This young man wasn't sick. He really came here to buy herbs. However, what he wanted to buy was the spirit herbs he had collected for the Seeking Passion sect. Although there were a lot of spiritual herbs on the list, and they were all very valuable, the Seeking Passion sect was a large sect. He should have collected everything in 10 years. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by Yang Kai. The young man could only look for Yang Kai. The young man said, It's not just the Seeking Passion sect. All the top sects in the Northern Territory have cooperated with our Medicine Core Valley. Every 10 years, we update our list. When the time comes, our Medicine Core Valley will send someone to collect it. All of them are working together? Yang Kai was shocked. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai understood that Medicine Pill Valley's actions were indeed saving time and effort. Moreover, with the reputation of the wondrous pill great emperors, the other great sects of the Northern Territory would certainly be happy to do so. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with Medicine Pill Valley, and in the future, when they needed alchemy services, they would naturally be able to get closer to them. The youth said, That's right. Now that the Seeking Passion sect has been destroyed by you, then all the spirit herbs collected by the Seeking Passion sect over the past 10 years must be in your hands. Find them for me. I want to bring them back to report to my master. He said it so seriously that it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. However, just to be on the safe side, he still said, Just wait. Now that he was the palace master, and the other party was just a young man with no proof of identity, he couldn't just believe what others said. If he was deceived by this young man, it would be too shameful. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that it was better to verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Where are you going? Bastard. The young man was furious. He thought that once he reported his identity as a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, the other party would immediately respectfully invite him into rest and serve him with good food and drinks. However, he didn't expect that the other party would just stand outside and not even let him in. The sect protecting Grand Array was also activated, guarding against him as if he was a thief. He couldn't help but angrily say, Good. High Heaven Palace treats its guests like this and looks down on my Medicine Core Valley. When I return, I will definitely report this matter to my master. In the future, don't even think about asking for a single pill from my Medicine Core Valley. Hua Qingxi hurriedly comforted him. Young master, please calm down. My palace master has always been in such a hurry. He didn't mean to slight you. Coming from a large sect, she knew that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Although this young man only had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source realm and was young, if he really returned to Medicine Core Valley and said a few bad words about High Heaven Palace, it might cause some trouble. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she naturally wanted to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. He didn't slight me. The young man pointed in the direction that Yang Kai left and roared, Look at his attitude! How can this kind of person become a palace master? I think the High Heaven Palace can't have a foothold in the Northern Territory. He was young, but his tone was not small. It was as if one or two words could make the High Heaven Palace completely scram from the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi was helpless and couldn't refute. She didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so she could only silently watch the young man flip out. After speaking for a while, the young man's gaze turned and he looked Hua Qingxi up and down. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Elder sister, what's your name?" Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile and said her name. The young man clapped and said, "Qingxi, good name, really good name. In my opinion, this High Heaven Palace won't last long. Elder sister, you don't have to suffer here. Why don't you come back to Medicine Core Valley with me?" Hua Qingxi laughed and said, "I don't know alchemy. Why would I go to Medicine Core Valley?" The young man smiled meaningfully and said, "Elder sister doesn't need to know alchemy. Knowing it is enough. As a woman, elder sister should know how to make a bed and fold a quilt, right? When the time comes, stay by my side. I guarantee that no one will drive you out of Medicine Core Valley. I am a Tao Source grade low-rank alchemist. In time, I will definitely become an Emperor Realm alchemist. TSK, elder sister is really beautiful. Make a bed and fold a quilt." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. She was from the Emperor Realm. Now, a little brat from the First Order Tao Source Realm actually asked her to make a bed and fold a quilt by his side. Moreover, he was looking at her unscrupulously with a lecherous expression. If it were anyone else, Hua Qingxi would have already rushed up and gouged out his eyeballs. But this person might be from Medicine Core Valley. Even though Hua Qingxi was angry, she could only endure it. However, the fact that the other party was a Tao Source grade low-rank alchemist really shocked Hua Qingxi. She secretly sighed that he was indeed from Medicine Core Valley. He had such achievements at such a young age. Elder sister, you have to think about it carefully. Such opportunities are rare. This young master's standards are very high. Not just any woman can enter his eyes. The young man didn't notice and still felt good about himself. Hua Qingxi said lightly, "Little brother is too kind. Elder sister's luck is not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to accept your kindness." This little brat actually dared to have ideas about her. Even if she really wanted to find a man, she would have to find someone like Yang Kai. How could she possibly be interested in him? The young man couldn't help but coldly snort. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." He was so sincere in his invitation, but this woman actually refused. She was really unreasonable and willing to degrade herself. Where did that Yang Kai go? Why isn't he back yet? The young man was rebuffed by Hua Qingxi and impatiently urged her. Hua Qingxi turned her head and said, "Who knows?" Hey, why are you here?" Beside the space array, Yang Kai had just appeared when he saw a familiar figure. Zhu Qing glared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes. Her towering chest heaved up and down violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You're hiding from me!" "Of course not," Yang Kai guiltily denied. "Why would I hide from you?" "You're hiding from me." It had been a few months, but Zhu Qing had not been able to find Yang Kai. If she had not been standing beside the space array, she would have thought that Yang Kai had teleported away. Today, she had finally managed to catch Kai Yang after suffering for so long. "I already said no. Why are you so long-winded?" Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way. I need to go out." Zhu Qing did not say a word and simply stood in front of him and said vigilantly, "Where are you going?" "I'll follow you." "I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. I'll be back soon." Yang Kai glared at her. "Why are you following me? Didn't you go to Ice Heart Valley last time? Why are you going again this time?" "Someone came and said he wanted to buy some medicine. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley to ask if this is the case." "Damn, why am I telling you this? I can't explain it clearly." Just as he was speaking, the space array in front of him suddenly emitted a layer of light, and a blurry figure appeared on the array. Someone was teleporting over. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked over at the same time. The figures soon appeared, revealing Ji Yao's face. Yao, you came just in time. I was just about to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask something. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Don't worry, I also have something to tell you. Ji Yao walked down from the space array and looked at Yang Kai. What? Yang Kai was stunned. Medicine Pill Valley's 10-year deadline for collecting medicine is up, and there may be some disciples from Medicine Pill Valley coming here soon. Honored Master ordered me to tell you that if they come, you must treat them with courtesy and not offend them. If you want to collect any medicine, hand it over to them. Medicine Pill Valley will not let you suffer a loss. So there really is such a thing. Yang Kai scratched his face. He had heard from that young man that Medicine Pill Valley was cooperating with all the great sects in the Northern Territory, so he immediately wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask about the situation. If there really was such a thing, Ice Heart Valley would definitely know about it, so he could determine the identity of that young man. But how could he have known that Ji Yao would teleport over before he could even go there? Naturally there is. Now, a disciple from Medicine Pill Valley has gone to Ice Heart Valley. Why? Why do you have such an expression? It's nothing. Someone from my side has also come. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Where is he? Ji Yao asked curiously. He's still outside the sect. Ji Yao glared at him and said, Why haven't you invited him in yet? I'm going. Yang Kai turned around and returned to his original spot. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious and hurried to catch up. Ji Yao frowned and also turned into a stream of light and quickly followed. Chapter 27-21. In the next few days, the temperature will drop sharply. So friends, pay attention to keeping warm. You're finally back. Where are the spirit medicines I want? Outside the sect, seeing Yang Kai return, the young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai laughed and said, There are many kinds of medicines on the jade slip, so I won't be able to sort them all out in a short time. Little brother, please come in and rest for a while. I will find the spirit medicines you need. Saying so, he opened the sect defending array and signaled to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi understood and gestured. Little brother, this way please. Humph. The young man coldly snorted and swaggered into High Heaven Palace on his ship, looking down at Yang Kai and saying, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. The spirit medicines listed on the list, whether it's the year, type, or quantity, can't be wrong, or else you'll have to face the consequences. I know. Yang Kai nodded impatiently. Although this matter had nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, the Seeking Passion sex things were indeed in his hands. Since he wanted to buy them, Yang Kai would sell them to him. It could also be considered a good karma with Medicine Pill Valley. It's good that you know. The young man was about to say a few more words when his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared straight at the two beautiful figures that suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. His eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly put away his ship, stepping on the void a few times before arriving behind Yang Kai. He looked at Ji Yao and Zhu Qing with a smile before finally fixing his eyes on Zhu Qing and politely asking, This one is Li Xian. May I ask for this elder sister's name? He was overjoyed in his heart. His master didn't let him go to Ice Heart Valley and instead sent him to High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect that there would be so many beauties in this damned place. One after another, it was a dazzling sight. Especially this elder sister, her breasts, that waist. The elder sister next to her was also not bad, although she was a bit cold. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with his master's decision. She had actually allowed her brother to go to Ice Heart Valley and experience the elegance of many beautiful women, but now she no longer had any complaints. Although there were many women in Ice Heart Valley, none of them were so outstanding. Yang Kai shuddered. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He sized up the youth from head to toe and thought to himself, I really can't tell that this kid is actually a pervert. She was already like this at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Zhu Qing didn't say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Not only was the young man not annoyed, he even said with a bashful face, "Sister, I'm talking to you." Only then did Zhu Qing look at him leisurely and say, "Get lost!" As soon as he said this, the young man's face instantly flushed red. Yang Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. This youth called Li Xian didn't look like a decent person at a glance, but he had the status of a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. Zhu Qing's words might anger him, just as he was thinking about how to remedy the situation. Li Xian took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said with a bewitched expression, "Good, good. Sister, please say a few more words." Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Ji Yao and Hua Qing Si also had strange expressions on their faces. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Do you believe I won't beat you?" Zhu Qing's eyes turned cold. The young man suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had received great satisfaction. He couldn't even breathe properly and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. His already red face became even redder. "Does this kid like this kind of thing?" Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si in amazement. He transmitted his voice. "You're asking me how I know." Hua Qing Si rolled her eyes at him. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "Really, when the forest is big, all kinds of birds can fly." Returning to his senses, he said to Hua Qing Si, "Sister Hua, take this little brother to rest for a while. I'll go sort out those medicinal ingredients." "Yes." Hua Qing Si nodded and gestured to Li Xian again. "Little brother, this way, please." "No, no, no." Li Xian raised his hand at Hua Qing Si. His eyes were like leeches biting onto Zhu Qing as he said, "I don't want you. I want this sister to take care of me." Hua Qing Si's expression turned cold as she cursed in her heart. Just a moment ago, this kid had asked her to follow him to make his bed. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was looking down on her. What did she have? Wasn't it just her breasts? Damn, they were really big. "You're courting death." Zhu Qing glared at him coldly. Li Xian's face was as bright as the sun as he smiled brightly. "Since sister is willing to let me die, then I'll die for you to see." The youth was young, but he had a glib tongue. What he didn't know was that Zhu Qing really wanted to kill him. He was just a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, even if he was a direct disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors. Zhu Qing still had the guts to kill him. "As you wish." Zhu Qing snorted coldly and was about to attack. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing?" He turned around and stood in front of Zhu Qing. "Move aside." Zhu Qing glared at him angrily. "Hey, you still dare to throw a tantrum at me?" Yang Kai glared. Zhu Qing's aura immediately weakened. She frowned and said, "Move aside." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This person can't be killed." Zhu Qing said disdainfully, "Who can't be killed?" "In any case, this person can't be killed. He's from Medicine Pill Valley. If he kills me, I'll be in trouble. How about this? You can just patronize him. If it doesn't work, just ignore him. He's harboring ill intentions towards me. Yet you're actually telling me to patronize him." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a pained expression. "He's just being mean. You didn't lose a single piece of meat. Last time with you, cough, cough." He thought to himself, "I already did that to you, but you didn't try to kill me. Is my charm that great?" Zhu Qing blushed and turned away. "In any case, I'm not going to talk to him." All right. Just do me a favor and stand here. I'll sort out the herbs and chase him away in a while." "Hurry up," Zhu Qing said unhappily. "Qing, is the best," Yang Kai flattered before immediately running away. Zhu Qing blushed again, causing Li Xian's heart to surge. He wished he could hold her hand and grow old together with her. After arriving at a secluded place, Yang Kai took out the jade slips Li Xian had given him before and began rummaging through his space ring one by one. after destroying the Seeking Passion sect. He had packed up all of its materials. If the Seeking Passion sect really collected herbs from Medicine Pill Valley, then Yang Kai would definitely be able to find them. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed found them. Regardless of the year or type, there was no difference. In fact, there was even a slight surplus in terms of quantity. Among the thousands of herbs, there was no lack of emperor-grade spirit medicines, so Yang Kai was a little reluctant to hand them over. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so these spirit medicines were useful to him. However, with his current wealth, these spirit medicines were not of much use to him. Handing them over to Medicine Pill Valley would at least save him some trouble. Ji Yao also said that Medicine Pill Valley would not treat him unfairly and would purchase them at market price. Speaking of which, Medicine Pill Valley's reputation was related to the reputation of the great emperors of the wondrous Pill Valley, so it was naturally impossible for them to bully the weak and embezzle source crystals. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai had finished sorting out all the herbs. Just as he was about to hand them over and drive Li Xian away, his communication artifact suddenly vibrated again. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself before taking out his communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Space principles fluctuated, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the mountain gate. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw the young man named Li Xian sitting on the ground with a horrified expression on his face, his hand covering his cheek. There was a clear handprint on his clean cheek, and his mouth was full of blood. Zhu Qing was standing not far in front of him, a cold, murderous intent enveloping him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical moment of life and death, he discovered that his Medicine Pill Valley disciples' protective robes had no effect at all. The aura of death surged towards him, causing him to shiver from head to toe. Ji Yao stood there with an indifferent expression, looking at Li Xian without the slightest bit of sympathy. Hua Qingxi held the communication artifact in her hand, at a loss for what to do. Yang Kai's sudden appearance immediately extinguished Zhu Qing's anger. Only then did the Dragon Lady recall Yang Kai's previous warning, and an uneasy expression appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at Li Xian coldly before turning to Zhu Qing and asking, "What's wrong?" Zhu Qing's red lips squirmed a few times, but she did not say a word. "Sister Hua, please speak." Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, "This little brat tried to take advantage of Sister Qing, but after Sister Qing avoided him, he continued to push his luck. Sister Qing was so angry that she taught him a lesson. From the perspective of a woman, Hua Qingxi wanted to praise Zhu Qing and felt that she had not beaten her enough. Even if she did not kill her, she should have crippled her cultivation. But from the perspective of High Heaven Sect's chief steward, Hua Qingxi knew how much trouble Zhu Qing's slap had brought to the sect, so she could not help feeling a little worried. Took advantage of her? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Nonsense, that's not true," Li Xian shouted, and for some reason he suddenly became more confident as he stood up and said, "This is slander. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. How could I have the strength to take advantage of her?" "You still know that you're from the First Order Dao Source realm?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This brat had been arrogant and domineering the moment he arrived, as if he was from the Emperor realm and they were Dao Source realm cultivators. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Yang Kai angrily, shouting, "This woman hit me for no reason. I'm a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, so hitting me is equivalent to hitting Medicine Pill Valley. You're the palace master of High Heaven Palace, so I want you to give me an explanation, or I won't let this matter rest." "You want an explanation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, calmly asking, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Li Xian's expression turned ruthless as he turned to Zhu Qing and said, I want you to cripple this slut's cultivation and let me deal with her. The difference in strength was too great, but if her cultivation was crippled, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Xian swore to himself that he would let this woman know the consequences of disobeying him. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and asked, "Did you really hit him?" Zhu Qing's expression dimmed as she whispered, "I couldn't hold back. I'm sorry." Chapter 27-22. Yang Kai had told Zhu Qing before that this boy was a disciple of the medicine Pill Valley, a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Now that she had slapped him, it would definitely bring trouble to the High Heaven Palace, and Yang Kai might even become angry with her. If that happened, she would not be able to complete her task. Zhu Qing felt uneasy in her heart, but she really couldn't bear the situation just now. "I was almost slapped to death by this bitch. Can't you see it?" The boy shouted hysterically, his face full of grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "I really can't see it." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and said, "Come here and let me see where she hit you." The boy jumped 3 feet high and rushed in front of Yang Kai, putting his face close and saying, my face, she actually slapped my face. Look at what she has done. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let this matter go." Yang Kai looked at the injuries on his face seriously, nodded slightly, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped the other side of the boy's face that was unscathed. *Pa*, with a crisp sound. The boy tumbled in the air, flipping more than a dozen times before falling heavily to the ground. In midair, a mouthful of teeth flew out, and almost half of them fell out. After landing heavily, stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he lay there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The girls were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Palace Master! Hua Qingxi was horrified. If Zhu Qing slapped this boy, it could be said that this boy brought shame to himself. But as the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai also slapped him. Then the situation was already serious to the point of no return. Yang Kai now represented the High Heaven Palace. Every move he made was of great importance. With this slap, wouldn't it mean that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the medicine Pill Valley? Just thinking about it made her feel scared. As the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt very tired. However, she quickly felt relieved. When she saw that youth called Li Xian being sent flying, her heart was simply filled with boundless joy. This kid was too annoying. Next time you encounter something like this, don't hold back. Yang Kai glanced over at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded dumbly. She was a dragon lady. Her tyrannical strength was almost unstoppable. Previously, Yang Kai had almost suffered a great loss because of her. If he hadn't restrained himself, that slap would have been enough to kill Li Xian more than 10 times. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's previous warning that she had held back and only punished him slightly. Otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't have been alive. "You, how dare you?" Li Xian finally regained his senses and pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. As soon as he spoke, his words were unclear. "You dare to hit me! So what if I hit you?" Yang Kai waved his hand, and Li Xian immediately crawled on the ground, holding his head with both hands as he cried out in alarm. After waiting for a long time and seeing that nothing was happening, Li Xian secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He realized that he had been played. His face immediately flushed red, and he shouted angrily, "I am a disciple of the medicine Pill Valley. You dare to hit me? You're all dead. Don't you remember the pain?" Yang Kai's expression turned fierce as he walked forward, lifted Li Xian up, and raised him in front of him. Li Xian struggled with all his strength. But with his strength, how could he escape from Yang Kai's grip? He shouted in horror, "What are you doing?" "I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to slap him. *Pa*. Although Yang Kai didn't use his emperor's qi, Li Xian's strength was simply too great. However, just the strength alone was enough to make Li Xian feel like he was on the verge of death. After a few slaps, he was already crying bitterly and wailing endlessly. "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him and raised his hand in front of Li Xian's face, glaring at him fiercely. "Do you know how to speak properly now?" "Yes, yes." Li Xian nodded repeatedly. He felt that he could no longer feel his cheeks, and from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see that his face was swollen. "Go apologize." Yang Kai threw Li Xian to the side, right next to Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and her heartstrings were inexplicably moved. Was he venting for her? After all, with Yang Kai's current status, it was best to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Only then would he be able to pass his days peacefully. But he actually beat this brat up for no reason, and even made him apologize to her. Wasn't he annoyed with her and kept avoiding her? What was he doing? For a moment, Zhu Qing's heart was in a mess. Li Xian staggered to his feet and obediently stood in front of Zhu Qing. He bowed deeply and said in a sincere voice, "Elder sister, I'm sorry. This little brother was rude just now. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a child who doesn't know anything. Elder sister, please don't be angry." After being violently beaten up, Li Xian seemed to have changed into a completely different person. There is no need to mention how obedient and sensible he was. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "It's nothing." It was indeed nothing. This brat had wanted to touch her before, but she had dodged all of them. She hadn't suffered any losses at all. On the contrary, he had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. "Thank you for your magnanimity, elder sister." Li Xian's face was filled with gratitude. He then turned and walked in front of Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Elder brother, this little brother has already apologized. That elder sister has also forgiven me." "You see," Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "and not bad. This child is worth teaching." Li Xian smiled and said, "Elder brother is too kind. If there's nothing else, this little brother will take his leave. You don't want the spirit herbs?" Yang Kai looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Li Xian slapped his head and laughed dryly. "Haha, I almost forgot. This is a task given to me by honored master." Yang Kai smiled lightly and threw the space ring he had prepared earlier to him. "The spirit herbs on the list are all in there. You can check them yourself." No need. I trust elder brother's character," Li Xian said as he put away the space ring, took out another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the source crystals for the spirit herbs. Elder brother, check them." Yang Kai nodded and took the space ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked up at Li Xian and said, "This number is a bit low. Are you sure your honored master only gave you these source crystals?" The number of spirit herbs on the list was not low, and according to Yang Kai's estimation, they were worth at least 20 million high-rank source crystals. However, there were only 10 million source crystals in this space ring, and all of them were low-rank source crystals. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Xian was taken aback, but immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "I took the wrong one. This is what honored master told me to do." Saying so, he quickly gave Yang Kai a new space ring. The number of source crystals this time was correct, and there were even more, almost 25 million high-rank source crystals. It seemed that it was just as Ji Yao had said before. Although Medicine Pill Valley had asked the great sects of the Northern Territory to collect spirit herbs on their behalf, they would never let these sects suffer a loss. All the herbs would be purchased according to the price, and there would even be some left over. After all, this matter was related to the reputation of Medicine Pill Valley and the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so the disciples of Medicine Pill Valley did not dare act recklessly. However, Yang Kai knew that if Seeking Passion sect still existed, This boy named Li Xian would only need to pay the source crystals in the first space ring to buy the spirit herbs from them. Li Xian obviously wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai, and 25 million high-rank source crystals was not a small number. Therefore, he had prepared 2 sets of source crystals and 2 space rings. However, after being taught a lesson by Yang Kai, how could he dare to ask for food here? After completing the transaction, Li Xian immediately said goodbye, and Yang Kai naturally did not ask him to stay. The boy summoned his ship and flew up, looking very confident. If his cheeks were not swollen like a pig's head, he could be considered a handsome young man. Goodbye, big brothers and big sisters. Li Xian stood on the deck and waved enthusiastically. Have a good trip. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Li Xian quickly flew away on his ship, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and turned into an icy cold expression. What do you want to do? Ji Yao suddenly stood in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way. Her cold eyes were like sharp blades, piercing Yang Kai's heart and looking into the depths of his heart. This sudden action shocked Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing, not knowing what Ji Yao meant. I have nothing to do, so I'm going out for a stroll. Yang Kai looked up at the sky, not daring to look directly into Ji Yao's eyes. I'll go with you, Ji Yao said. I'm just going for a stroll. Why are you coming with me? Yang Kai glared at her. I also want to go for a stroll. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I miss women, so I'm going to find a brothel to have some fun. Do you want to come with me? Miss women? Ji Yao sneered. Good, come back to Ice Heart Valley with me. As long as you raise your arm and call for help, I guarantee that hundreds of Ice Heart Valley disciples will rush up and drown you. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That won't be necessary. Aren't Ice Heart Valley's disciples all focused on purity? What is there to avoid? I don't dare say anything else, but I have a few martial nieces who admire you. If you want, I can arrange it for you. I guarantee they will be willing. His martial aunt is really considerate. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and almost agreed. But then he noticed 2 pairs of fiery eyes staring at him from the side. He swallowed the words he was about to say and angrily said, What's the point of being a virtuous girl? This young master likes those withered flowers in brothels. Playing with them is more enjoyable. Enough. Ji Yao trembled with anger. Although Yang Kai was just talking and hadn't really taken action, she still found it somewhat unacceptable. Moreover, listening to Yang Kai's words, it was as if he was a regular visitor to a brothel. You're the one who's done enough. What are you trying to do? I already have a follower. If you also want to follow me, how am I supposed to live? Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing frowned and said discontentedly, Who are you talking about? Speak clearly. I'm talking about you. Do you have a problem with that? Yang Kai looked at her. Zhu Qing turned her head and whispered softly, Do you think I want to? Don't try to confuse me. Ji Yao sneered softly. You want to go to a brothel? You want to kill people to silence them, right? Silence them. Hua Qingxi was shocked. What do you mean by silence? Chapter 27-23. As soon as Hua Qingxi said this, she suddenly came to a realization and looked at Yang Kai in horror. Palace Master, you can't be thinking of suddenly wanting to silence someone for no reason. Thinking back to what had happened before, it was obvious who the target was. She couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. That person was a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. How could he think of killing someone to silence them? If he really did such a thing, Medicine Pill Valley wouldn't let it go. What nonsense. Yang Kai flatly denied. There's no such thing, Yao. Or your imagination is quite rich. Then why don't you dare look at me? Ji Yao coldly snorted. Fine, I'll look at you. I'm not scared of you. Yang Kai turned his head, his eyes as wide as eggs as he viciously glared at Ji Yao. The beautiful eyes in front of him were clear and flawless, as white as a clear spring, his own shadow clearly reflected in them. Her long eyelashes were like dancing fairies, appearing even more pure and refined. Humph. Ji Yao coldly sneered. You think staring at me doesn't make you feel guilty? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking about how you looked when you stripped naked in the Phoenix Luo Palace. That little brat isn't someone easy to deal with. On the surface, he was beaten up by you and became respectful. But in reality, he already hates you to death. He's young and too inexperienced, thinking he can get away with it by putting on an act. In fact, you and I both know he's holding back a belly full of evil ideas and is preparing to go back to Medicine Pill Valley to complain about you. You want to kill him because there's no evidence, right? Yang Kai calmly said. It's already like this. What better solution do you have? This time he didn't deny it, but he found it strange. Had he made it so obvious? How could Ji Yao see through his thoughts at a glance? You still can't kill him. Ji Yao frowned. If you really kill him, it'll be troublesome. Or rather, you shouldn't have beaten him up like that before, and now the problem has been exposed. It's fine if you don't want to solve it, but as a palace master, you actually act so recklessly. I shouldn't have hit him? Yang Kai jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't know where this little bastard came from. He was so presumptuous in my high heaven palace, touching my people and even daring to speak rudely. You said that I shouldn't have hit him. I really wanted to kill him then and there. Letting him leave the high heaven palace alive is already a blessing. Who is your subordinate? Zhu Qing blushed. Anyway, that's what it means. Why are you being so calculative? Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. It's fine if he knows he's wrong, but I can't let him get away with it, getting angry for a beauty. Although Ji Yao's mouth was full of praise, her eyes were full of ridicule. Do you men like this? This has nothing to do with some bullshit beauty. Yang Kai said seriously in a low voice, This is the attitude of a person. I don't blame you for hitting him just now. In that situation, even I wanted to hit him. Ji Yao pursed her lips, her attitude softening a little. But you shouldn't have killed him to silence him. I haven't done it yet. Didn't you stop me? Yang Kai curled his lips. If you had done it, then it would have been over. At that time, even if you were in the right, you would become unreasonable. Ji Yao sighed. I think you've been blinded by anger to do such a stupid thing. If you say so, then so be it. Kai Yang put on a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water posture, straightening his neck and allowing Ji Yao to lecture him. Ji Yao was both angry and amused. She said, You've been wandering the star boundary for so many years. Don't you know the mentality of these young people? He can't represent Medicine Pill Valley. He's just a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Second-generation disciple. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Ji Yao nodded and explained, Medicine Pill Valley is the cultivation place of the wondrous pill great emperors. His several direct disciples are the first generation. All of them were pill emperors with extremely profound attainments in the art of alchemy. The wondrous pill great emperor had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. His personal disciples had accepted them as disciples. His direct disciples are the second generation. That Li Xian is naturally one of them. So it doesn't seem to be a big deal? Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was only afraid of the wondrous pill great emperors. If it was really as Ji Yao said, then it really wasn't a big deal. This Li Xian was a generation away from the wondrous pill great emperors. He could only rely on a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. And Pill Emperor, he was also in Pill Emperor. Who was afraid of who? What's more, today's matter was Li Xian asking for humiliation. Relying on his identity as a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, he was too arrogant and despotic. If his master was reasonable, he would not blame Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace. Of course, he couldn't expect Li Xian to thank him. His disciple had been taught a lesson so he would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. If he was a narrow-minded person, he might even come looking for trouble. If that's the case, do you still want to silence him? Jiao asked. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? What do you mean by silencing people? How could you say something so terrifying? This palace master sweeps the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants. So how could I do such a thing? The three women rolled their eyes in unison. Although there's no need to worry too much, we still need to be on guard. I'll return to Ice Heart Valley first and help you inquire about this matter. Li Xian's brother is currently in Ice Heart Valley. Jiao thought about it and said, All right. Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao turned around and left. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and said, You've been hiding for so long. What are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? A ripple suddenly appeared in the air, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The ripple spread out and revealed the figure of the Southern Gate army. Palace Master's divine might is unparalleled. Southern Gate is in awe. The Southern Gate army walked over with a flattering smile. Stop flattering me. What's the matter? Yang Kai glanced at him. This guy had been hiding here all this time. Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do, but Yang Kai didn't care. Now that the Southern Gate army was the chief array master of High Heaven Palace, it was naturally impossible for them to harm him. The Southern Gate army immediately said, Subordinate has prepared some good things for Palace Master. What good things? The Southern Gate army grinned meaningfully and said mysteriously, Please take a look, Palace Master. Kill, 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 kill. On the deck of the ship, Li Xian wore a bitter expression as he constantly cursed in a low voice. Today's encounter was simply a great humiliation. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, his status was noble and he was destined to become an Emperor Realm alchemist in the future. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Jiao said on the surface, he had been acting arrogant and respectful, but in reality, he had been plotting how to take revenge. It wasn't until he flew out of an uninhabited mountain valley that he controlled the ship to descend. Putting away his flight-type artifact, Li Xian's bitter expression became extremely twisted as he felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He viciously slammed his palm towards a rock in front of him, causing it to fly into the air. Flying through the cloud of dust, Li Xian wantonly unleashed his strength, seemingly venting all his anger and grievances. After a long time, Li Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Taking out some healing pills from his space ring and swallowing them, his eyes darted around a few times before he gloomily declared, All of you must die! Saying so, Li Xian took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from this mountain valley, at the headquarters of the Northern Territory's top sect, Fire Dragon Palace, was a place filled with rich world energy aura. This place covered an area of no more than a dozen acres, but even in Fire Dragon Palace, it was a restricted area. Besides Palace Master Li Jiao, only a few elders were qualified to set foot here, because this was a precious spirit medicine garden. There were not many spirit medicines cultivated in this medicine garden, only about 100 or so, but each of them was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, an extremely rare existence. The entire medicine garden was filled with world energy aura and a rich medicinal fragrance. If an ordinary cultivator came here, they would only need to take a whiff to greatly improve their cultivation. At this moment, in a pavilion next to this medicine garden, 3 people were sitting around a table. The person on the left was dressed in a purple robe and had a graceful and luxurious appearance. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, and wild hair. He was the Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao. The person on the right also had an extraordinary bearing. He looked to be around 40 years old, but his true age was unknown. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was Mi Qi, the sect master of another top sect in the Northern Territory, the Mi Tian sect. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. Ever since Yang Kai destroyed Seeking Passion sect, these two sects had become very close. Just as Bingyan said, they were quite afraid of Yang Kai's high heaven palace. So naturally, they wanted to stay together for warmth. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the second-order emperor realm, one realm lower than Li Jiao and Mi Qi, but from his demeanor and words, it could be seen that Li Jiao and Mi Qi were extremely respectful to this person, even trying to curry favor with him. In this world, there were not many people who could make two great emperors act so respectfully and carefully, but the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors was qualified. This person was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, the fifth-ranked disciple, alchemist Jing. Naturally, it was impossible for Medicine Pill Valley to let a disciple like Li Xian take charge of collecting herbs every 10 years. This time, Jing was supposed to lead the team and visit the other sects one by one. But just as Jing arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace and collected the herbs collected by the Fire Dragon Palace over the past 10 years, he encountered some delays and could only send 2 of his disciples to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace. He also knew that his disciple Li Xian was a bit lecherous, so he sent his other disciple to Ice Heart Valley to prevent this boy from falling into a field of flowers and affecting his cultivation. However, being lecherous was not a big problem. Young people were hot-blooded and learned alchemy in Medicine Pill Valley all year round, so it was normal for them to be curious about women. In his opinion, the 2 disciples he accepted were excellent seedlings. As long as he gave them some guidance, even if their future achievements were not as good as his, they would not be too far behind. Moreover, their usual performance was good, so he was quite assured about their safety. Chapter 27-24. The pavilion was filled with the fragrance of tea as the 3 of them sat around a table, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's flattery made Jing feel both physically and mentally happy. He waved his hands and laughed loudly. After an unknown amount of time, a strange sound suddenly came from somewhere in the medicine garden. Although this sound was soft, how could the 3 of them not notice it, as they were all masters of the Emperor realm? Jing suddenly stood up and looked towards a certain direction in the medicine garden with an excited expression. "The spirit flower is about to bloom!" Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Li Jiao said, "Grandmaster Ji's eyes are really sharp. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji this time, I'm afraid this Li wouldn't have known that this spirit flower would bloom so soon." Mi Qi smiled and said, "Grandmaster Ji is an alchemist emperor and a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. He knows the world's spirit flowers and herbs like the back of his hand. How can you compare to him? If I really asked you to take care of this spirit flower, I'm afraid you would miss the best time for it to bloom and waste it for nothing." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. "Brother Mi Qi is right. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji's reminder, I'm afraid such a precious spirit flower would have been wasted. Since the spirit flower is about to bloom, why don't we go and take a look?" "Good, good, good." Jing nodded excitedly and took the lead to walk in that direction. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at a certain part of the medicine garden. There was only one spirit flower here, and it was about a foot tall. What was surprising was that this spirit flower actually exuded a strange aura. If Zhu Qing or Yang Kai were here, they would definitely be able to tell that this aura was dragon qi at a glance. However, this dragon qi was relatively thin and not as pure as the dragon qi they emitted when they stimulated the dragon race's origin source. Even so, it was still an extremely amazing thing. After all, this was just a spirit flower. Strangely enough, not only did this spirit flower exude a faint dragon qi, but from its appearance, it seemed to be a giant dragon that had shrunk countless times. On the rhizome, tiny dragon scales were vivid and lifelike. There were also dragon claws and dragon tails on the dragon head. A blood-red flower bud was gently unfolding and waiting to bloom. It was like a nimble butterfly that was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Ji Ing stood 10 meters away from this stalk of spirit herb, holding his breath and concentrating. They watched nervously. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. Instead, he was waiting for a child to be born. Li Jiao looked at the spirit flower that was about to bloom with a proud expression and secretly gave Mi Qi a look. Mi Qi immediately asked, "Master Mi, is the dragon blood flower really that precious?" "What do you know?" Ji Ing was concentrating on looking ahead. When he heard Mi Qi's words, he subconsciously reprimanded him. However, he quickly realized that the person who spoke was not a disciple who had always been by his side. Instead, it was the sect master of a large sect. His tone softened a little. He explained, "You are not alchemists, so you naturally don't know how rare this dragon blood flower is. However, Palace Master Li has always been using blood essence to nurture this dragon blood flower, so you must have some understanding of it." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "I am also confused and don't know much about it. I still need Master Mi to explain. After taking care of it for several hundred years, how could he not know?" However, at this moment, he naturally had to pretend that he didn't know and satisfy the other's vanity. Ji Ing nodded and said, "The dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island. In this world, only Dragon Island has it. Don't you think it's precious?" Mi Qi said in shock, "There is such a thing." He turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Then where did brother Li Jiao get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao smiled and said, "Many years ago I went out. I felt that this thing was somewhat unusual and brought it back. Who would have thought that after transplanting it, I would find that it gradually withered, so I tried to feed it with blood essence. Unexpectedly, it came back to life, so I have been using blood essence to nurture it all these years." "That was a coincidence." Mi Qi nodded slightly. Ji Ing nodded and said, "Palace Master Li is right. The reason why this dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island is because it needs dragon blood as food to grow. In this world, other than Dragon Island, where else can there be a dragon race? Therefore, even if the dragon blood flower appears in other places, it won't be able to grow. Palace Master Li has the bloodline of the dragon race. Feeding it with blood essence is the right medicine." Oh, Li Jiao was not a pure human, but a half-human, half-monster. It was said that he was a combination of human and dragon. Although not many people in the Northern Territory knew about this secret, Ji Ing and Mi Qi knew about it. The dragon blood flower needs dragon blood as food. Although the dragon race bloodline in Li Jiao's body was a little thin, it still existed. After many years of careful care, this dragon blood flower had really grown to the extent of blooming. My guess is that the place where Palace Master Li found this dragon blood flower should have had a dragon race fall. If not, it would be impossible for the dragon blood flower to be born. Ji Ing said solemnly. Li Jiao said in admiration, "Master Ji's eyes are like torches. When I found this dragon blood flower, I indeed found the skeleton of a dragon race. However, I don't know how many years it has been dead, so it has already decayed. The skeleton of a dragon race is indestructible. So how could it be so easily decayed? It should be because the dragon blood flower absorbed the nutrients from the skeleton. So that's how it is." Li Jiao was like an ignorant child as he kept nodding. Ji Ing said excitedly, "With the dragon blood flower, we can refine the dragon blood pill. This thing is very useful to Palace Master Li." "What do you mean?" Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and humbly asked for guidance. Ji Ing smiled faintly and said, "On the Dragon Island, the main purpose of the Dragon Clan's disciples to consume the dragon blood flower is to refine their bloodline and purify their bloodline power. You should have heard that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan is divided into various grades and ranks. A high-grade bloodline has an extremely strong suppressive power over a low-grade bloodline. Therefore, even if two Dragon Clan strength is almost the same, if the difference in bloodline is too big, the one with the lower bloodline will have no way to fight back against the one with the higher bloodline. Mi Qi and Li Jiao nodded lightly. They naturally knew about this. Dragon race disciples are born powerful and can easily cultivate to the level of the Emperor realm. They don't even need to put in much effort to obtain strength comparable to a third-layer Emperor realm master. Their daily cultivation is focused on refining their bloodline. The purer their bloodline, the higher their rank, and the stronger their strength. The current dragon race's great elder is said to be an 8th order azure dragon, whose strength is comparable to the great emperor's. Above that, there are even the legendary 9th order and 10th order bloodlines. The dragon blood flower can be said to be the most important thing to them. Li Jiao said excitedly, Grandmaster Ji means that I can also. That's right. Ji Ying nodded. Although the dragon race bloodline in Palace Master Li's body is a little weak, it can indeed be improved by consuming the dragon blood flower. Of course, if it can be refined into a dragon blood pill, the effect will be even better. Li Jiao's breathing suddenly became rapid, although he had secretly inquired about this information. After hearing it from Ji Ying, he felt that his several hundred years of cultivation had not been in vain. He had obtained this dragon blood flower several hundred years ago and had been cultivating it with his own blood essence for so many years, causing his strength to stagnate. Although he and Mi Qi were both third-layer Emperor realm masters, if they really fought, he would definitely not be Mi Qi's opponent. However, it was different now. If he could consume this dragon blood flower and refine it, his strength would definitely surpass Mi Qi's in one fell swoop. It's just a pity. Ji Ying changed the topic and frowned slightly. What's a pity? Li Jiao's heart was in turmoil, afraid that he would hear something bad from Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and said, Palace Masterly, you don't need to be nervous. I just want to say that the dragon race bloodlines are divided into different grades, and this dragon blood flower is also divided into different grades. Even if this dragon blood flower really blooms, I'm afraid it will be the lowest grade dragon blood flower. This kind of dragon blood flower, if placed on Dragon Island, probably no one in the dragon race would even glance at it, but in this medicine garden it was already the most precious thing, because it was rare. It was because of this dragon blood flower that Ji Ying stayed in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would have gone to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace personally to collect the many spirit medicines. He wanted to stay and witness the moment the dragon blood flower bloomed, which was also a rare opportunity for an alchemist. Although Ji Ying had studied alchemy under the great emperors for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a dragon blood flower. As an Emperor realm alchemist, it was natural for him to be excited to see a spirit flower for the first time. Mi Qi said from the side, Grandmaster Ji, this dragon blood pill has a magical effect on Brotherly, but is it useless to a human cultivator? Ji Ying smiled slightly and said, How could it be useless? It can increase one's strength, purify one's cultivation, and strengthen one's physique. The dragon blood pill has endless magical effects. After a pause, he said, Palace Masterly, if you don't mind, after this dragon blood flower blooms, can you let me refine it? Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this and cupped his fists. That's exactly what I was thinking. It would be best if Grandmaster Ji could help. He was overjoyed. Although he was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, even with his status, it was not easy to find Ji Ying to refine pills. In the past, he had gone to the Medicine Pill Valley several times to ask for pills, but which time did he not pay a huge price and wait for a long time? But this time, Ji Ying actually took the initiative to ask for it and did not ask for any reward. It seemed that this dragon blood flower was also very attractive to Ji Ying. I wonder how many pills Grandmaster Ji can refine. Li Jiao asked carefully. Ji Ying's expression was solemn, and he said, I don't dare to say, but 3 pills is definitely not a problem. In the past, when they asked him to refine pills, not only did he ask for a reward, he would also keep 1/3 of the pills refined. This was his rule. Therefore, Li Jiao asked Ji Ying how many pills he could refine. Now that he heard that it was 3 pills, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then he could at least get 2 dragon blood pills, which would be of great help to increase his strength. Congratulations, Brother Li. Congratulations, Brother Li. Mi-Chi cupped his fists and congratulated from the side, but he was a little upset. Chapter 27-25. Due to the sudden rise of the High Heaven Palace and the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect, the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had temporarily formed an alliance. But who didn't have selfish motives? Mi-Chi naturally didn't want Li Jiao to be too strong. In his heart, he prayed that Ji Ying would fail in refining the dragon blood pill. However, he also knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't high. Ji Ying was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his alchemy skills were incomparably refined. Since he said that he could refine 3 pills, he naturally wasn't boasting. Li Jiao laughed heartily with a complacent look on his face. At this moment, another strange sound rang out, startling the 3 great emperors, and they all turned to look at the dragon blood flower. The budding dragon blood flower actually bloomed slightly at this moment, and a crimson light was reflected from it, dazzling everyone's eyes. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters all held their breaths and paid close attention to the scene. The crimson light grew brighter and brighter, and the flower bloomed bigger and bigger, as if a new life was being born. Trying to break free from the flower, and a faint dragon chi began to fill the air. Asterisk thump thump. Thump thump. Asterisk Li Jiao's heartbeat was clearly audible. This matter was related to the improvement of his cultivation, so he was naturally more nervous than the other 2. Suddenly, the life born in the flower seemed to be hindered by something, and the light dimmed a little. Even the flower bud that was about to bloom shrank a lot. A feeling of withering enveloped the entire dragon blood flower. Li Jiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What?" Ji Ying anxiously shouted, "Palace Masterly, quickly urge your blood essence to feed it. Otherwise it will be in danger." The growth of the dragon blood flower only fed on the blood essence of the dragon race, so only Li Jiao could save this strange flower at this moment. Hearing Ji Ying's words, Li Jiao didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his finger he cut a wound on his fingertip and urged a secret technique, causing a drop of rich blood essence to appear on his fingertip. "Go!" he yelled in a low voice. The drop of blood essence flew in an arc towards the dragon blood flower's flower and steadily fell into its center. Nourished by the blood essence, the dragon blood flower exuded vitality again. The flower bud bloomed even faster than before, and a strange fragrance spread in all directions. On the contrary, Li Jiao, who had forced out a drop of blood essence, looked slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi was greatly injured. This drop of blood essence took at least 10 years of bitter cultivation. However, when he recalled the dragon blood pill, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the dragon blood flower bloomed. Then a red light burst out from it, as if it was alive and rushed into the sky. The dragon blood flowers as his eyes, dragon blood dragon's flower. It was to blood to heaven. Mi-Chi and Li Jiao fixed their eyes on him and revealed surprised expressions. "This is the dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao and Mi-Chi looked at each other. This dragon blood flower didn't look like a flower at all. Instead, it looked like the spirit of the dragon race. Was this really a dragon blood flower? Ji Ying excitedly took out a wooden box that emitted a sandalwood fragrance and placed the dragon blood flower inside. After placing a seal on it, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, its grade isn't high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress it." The dragon blood flower could only be produced on Dragon Island, and only the dragon race could subdue it. The spirit flower has bloomed. I'll have to trouble Master Ji to refine the pill. Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said respectfully, "And leave everything to me. I'll have to ask Palace Master Li to prepare a quiet place for me." Ji Ying nodded and said, "Sure, sure." Li Jiao was overjoyed. He originally thought that Ji Ying was going to bring the dragon blood flower back to Medicine Pill Valley to refine. But hearing the meaning in his words, he was going to refine the pill immediately. How could he not be overjoyed? Mi Chi forced a smile and said, "Brotherly, go arrange it. I'll accompany Master Ji." Li Jiao nodded and said, "All right, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and left. At that moment, Ji Ying suddenly took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. After sensing it for a moment, his originally happy expression turned into one of anger as he shouted, "Impudent!" Li Jiao was startled and hurriedly turned around. "What's wrong?" He thought that he had accidentally offended Ji Ying. Mi Chi also asked curiously, "Master Ji, what happened?" Ji Ying said with a sullen face, "Li Xian was beaten." "Li Xian?" Mi Chi and Li Jiao muttered, but quickly reacted. Wasn't this Master Ji's disciple? That boy wasn't very old. But whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, he was extremely talented and was highly valued by Ji Ying. A few days ago, he followed Ji Ying to Fire Dragon Palace, but was sent out to collect spirit herbs. Ice Heart Valley or High Heaven Palace? Mi Chi's heart beat wildly as he couldn't help but ask excitedly. If the people from High Heaven Palace beat Li Xian, there would be a good show to watch. He and Li Jiao were worried about a way to curb the arrogance of High Heaven Palace, but before they could think of a way, would the other party take the initiative to deliver themselves to them? It's High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying's face was full of anger. They beat my disciple and even stole the source crystals I used to buy spirit herbs for him. This High Heaven Palace is simply lawless. What? Mi Chi was shocked. Not only did they beat him up, they even stole source crystals? He couldn't help but laugh wildly, thinking to himself, High Heaven Palace, oh High Heaven Palace, you're courting your own destruction. How can you casually touch the people of Medicine Pill Valley? This is simply too presumptuous. High Heaven Palace actually dares to not put Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. I, Li Jiao, will not live under the same sky as them. Li Jiao also realized that an opportunity had come and declared, "Palace Masterly, I'm afraid that the matter of alchemy will have to be delayed. This matter concerns the face of my Medicine Pill Valley. I must personally go and see what High Heaven Palace wants." Ji Ying said angrily, although he had promised Li Jiao first. This matter was of great importance and naturally couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would damage the face of Medicine Pill Valley and the great emperors of Wondrous Pill Valley. This is something that can't be helped. Li Jiao's heart was filled with hatred. He was about to get the dragon blood pill, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong halfway. He already didn't have a good impression of High Heaven Palace, so at this moment he hated them even more. "But, Grandmaster Ji, it's better if you don't go alone," Mi Chi frowned. Ji Ying snorted. "What? Could it be that even if I go personally they would dare to act wildly?" Mi Chi said seriously, "If they were really a cultivator from my northern territory, they wouldn't dare act presumptuously towards Grandmaster Ji. But I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master isn't from the northern territory and seems to be from the southern territory. Moreover, he is arrogant, overbearing, and cruel, otherwise he wouldn't have wiped out the entire Seeking Passion sect. It's better to be on guard against such a bloodthirsty person. Grandmaster Ji's identity is noble, so you can't easily take risks." "Brother Mi Chi is right." Li Jiao also nodded. "I heard that not only is that boy named Yang Kai arrogant and domineering, but he is also colluding with the monster race. We must guard against this matter." Ji Ying said, "Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I still have to go. My disciple was beaten and my source crystals were stolen. If I don't say anything, how can I return to Medicine Pill Valley and see Honored Master?" "Of course you have to go," Mi Chi winked at Li Jiao. "But Grandmaster Ji can't go alone." "Indeed." Li Jiao nodded. "How about this? Brother Mi Chi and I have nothing better to do, so we'll go with Grandmaster Ji and help Grandmaster hold the line." Let's see if the High Heaven Palace is going to rebel. Brother Li's suggestion is very good, I agree. If the High Heaven Palace really dares to disrespect Grandmaster, Brother Li, and I will protect you even if it costs us our lives, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Ji Ying did not refuse, mainly because he was panicked by the words of these two and was really afraid that the High Heaven Palace would not give him face and would harm him. There's no time to lose, we'll set off now. High Heaven Palace. Atop a mountain peak, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his legs crossed as he lazily basked in the sun. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. Under the bright sun, there was beauty accompanying him. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth as she poured wine for him, placed it in front of him, and said, "Drink." In order to stay by his side at all times and not be shaken off by him again, Zhu Qing could be said to be enduring humiliation. She endured Yang Kai's various criticisms and orders, and now she was serving him like a maid. Her arrogant self-esteem was trampled into a mess. Zhu Qing had never felt that there was anyone more hateful in this world than the one in front of her. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not move. Zhu Qing glared at him hatefully, placed the wine cup above his mouth, and poured the wine down. He swallowed it down with a gulp. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a pleased look on his face. Zhu Qing's chest was burning with flames. She wanted to burn this person to death with her dragon breath, but she still reached out and picked up a grape-like berry and threw it into Yang Kai's mouth. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Yang Kai leaned to the side, supported his head with his hand, and looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Qing, what is your dragon island like?" Zhu Qing said indifferently, "If you want to know, just come with me." "You're talking about this again." Yang Kai frowned. "Can we still be friends?" "You're the one who asked." A trace of panic flashed across Zhu Qing's face. It was not easy for her to become Yang Kai's friend. If she was cut off because of this, then it would be over. Yang Kai chuckled, looked at her with interest, and said, "Don't you have other friends?" Zhu Qing shook her head. Why would the dragon race need friends? What a joke. Yang Kai said seriously, "Let me tell you, there are several kinds of friends. Although we are friends now, we are only the most ordinary kind." "There are others?" Zhu Qing frowned and asked curiously. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Above ordinary friends are close friends, and above that are boyfriend and girlfriend." If we are boyfriend and girlfriend, then our relationship is not necessarily the same. If you want me to go to Dragon Island, I can consider it." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up and said, "Then let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." "You really want to?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious expression. "Of course. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. Chapter 27-26. I don't care if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I'm afraid that you... Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Qing's small hand and gently rubbed it. "I feel that it's too much." Tiske, her small hand was smooth and white. It felt like he was touching the best silk, making him reluctant to put it down. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's impudent actions. She shyly withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. "Don't be like this. It's weird," Yang Kai said with a straight face. "Didn't you say that we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhu Qing asked curiously, "Do we have to do this if we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Of course." Yang Kai's nostrils flared hot air. "This is the most basic." Zhu Qing couldn't help but look a little hesitant. "Then what else do we have to do?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Many things, many things. Tell me, I'll see if I can do it." Zhu Qing's pink neck was a little red. She seemed to have realized something. Her appearance made him restless. Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his heart. He took the opportunity to lie down on Zhu Qing's firm and round thighs. His head touched her lower abdomen, and he said comfortably, "Let's try rubbing a few times first." Zhu Qing's face was red. Although it wasn't the first time she had such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and she had done it even worse before, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered and her heart was beating faster. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed her thumbs on Yang Kai's temples. Then she gently rotated them a few times. Yang Kai's bones loosened. He felt as if he was flying up and down in the clouds. It was so comfortable that he almost wanted to cry. He thought that this girl was actually so cooperative. He wondered if he should let go of everything. He wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, a violent force came from his temples, as if he had been hit by 2 sledgehammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face instantly twisted and his eyes widened. "Do you really think that I don't know anything and that you can do whatever you want?" Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and erupted with a brute force that could move mountains and seas. His 2 thumbs were like drills, rotating back and forth on Yang Kai's temples. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Yang Kai's head was clamped, and he couldn't move at all. "Even though it's my first time leaving the Dragon Island, I'm not an idiot. Don't bully me again." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and her hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like he was going to die. His whole body became unwell. He arched his body and suddenly shot up from the ground. She kicked at Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing waved her hand and easily blocked the attack. She took advantage of the situation to stand up, put some distance between Yang Kai and herself, and stared at him angrily. Yang Kai swayed a few times, but he still felt a little dizzy. He almost lost his balance. He said angrily, "You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. That's no fun." As if he had been deceived, a huge wound appeared in the depths of his heart. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and shouted, "I didn't ask you to stay here. You're the one who didn't want to leave and you're blaming me?" Zhu Qing's chest heaved up and down, as if there was a volcano in her chest that could erupt at any time. She stamped her foot and said, "Fine, I won't bother you anymore. And you also don't come looking for me." What a joke! Yang Kai put his hands on his waist. Spittle flew everywhere. "Even if all the women in the world died, I won't look for you." Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Remember what you said." She turned around and left. Yang Kai sneered, raised his hand, and waved, "Goodbye. I won't see you out." But there was no trace of Zhu Qing. A figure flashed, and Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She glanced at Yang Kai, and then looked in the direction that Zhu Qing left, and said, "Did you have a fight?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "It's too late to say anything." "It's not too late to chase after her now. She hasn't gone far." Hua Qingxi looked into the distance. "She's a woman. You can just coax her. She's angry with you, which means she cares about you. She has other intentions." Yang Kai curled his lips and turned to look at Hua Qingxi. "Why are you looking for me?" Hua Qingxi said in a deep voice, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he sneered, "They're here. Come, let's go and experience the glory of the great emperor's disciples." Outside the High Heaven Palace's mountain gate, outside the sect protecting Grand Formation, a huge ship floated in the air, like a dark cloud that covered most of the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Ji Ying stood at the forefront, waiting with a gloomy expression. Li Jiao, the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, and Mi Qi, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, stood on his left and right like bodyguards. The 2 people behind them were Ji Ying's disciples, and Li Xian was among them. Li Xian had lost more than half of his teeth, and his cheeks were still swollen. It wasn't that his injuries were too serious. He was an alchemist himself, and he was from the Medicine Pill Valley, so he naturally had some good healing pills on him. This kind of external injury could be easily healed, but he deliberately left it there in the hopes that Ji Ying would see it and let him understand how he was bullied and humiliated in the High Heaven Palace. And it turned out to be very effective. When Ji Ying saw his beloved disciple being beaten until he looked like a pig and more than half of his teeth had fallen out, his anger exploded like a bomb. Although Li Xian was only a second-generation disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley and not a direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was still a member of the Medicine Pill Valley. Being humiliated like this in the Northern Territory was simply unforgivable. And today, when he personally came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually blocked outside the mountain gate, not receiving the slightest bit of respect and treatment he deserved. This made him have a bad impression of the High Heaven Palace. "This is simply outrageous," Li Jiao said angrily. "This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. It is their honor to have Grandmaster Ji here, but no one came to receive him. This kind of sect has no manners at all." Mi Chi chimed in. "That's right, this High Heaven Palace doesn't seem to put Grandmaster Ji and the Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes." They didn't mind watching a good show. The two of them couldn't wait for the High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fan the flames. Ji Ying's already ugly expression became even uglier. He was a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and he himself was a respected alchemist emperor. Which sect didn't treat him like an honored guest when he traveled in the Northern Territory? No matter where he went, he would be warmly received, but when he came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually refused entry. Just now, there was a chief steward who ran out, but after asking a few questions, he shrank back and was nowhere to be seen. This High Heaven Palace was actually so rampant. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, when he heard Mi Chi and Li Jiao talk about the High Heaven Palace, he knew that the two of them were afraid of the High Heaven Palace and were deliberately trying to smear their reputation. But now, his own personal experience told Ji Ying that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't that great. "Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple." Li Xian jumped out at the right time, snot and tears running down his face as he mumbled. That High Heaven Palace's palace master not only hit this disciple, but also stole the source crystals this disciple used to buy spirit herbs. This disciple mentioned Master and the ancestral founders' names, but he didn't take it seriously. "Master, you can't let him off so easily." "What?" Ji Ying's expression changed, and he said fiercely, "He actually dares to not put the ancestral founder in his eyes." Although his own experience and his disciples' experience had angered him, it hadn't reached the point of losing his mind. But now, when he heard Li Xian say that this High Heaven Palace's palace master didn't put the wondrous Pill Great Emperors in his eyes, Ji Ying completely exploded. Li Xian observed Ji Ying's expression, his eyes turning as he said, he also said, "What did he say?" Ji Ying asked with a dark expression. Li Xian said timidly, "This disciple doesn't dare to say." "Say it." Ji Ying glared at him. His brother next to him also said, "Junior brother, whatever that person said, just tell Master, don't be afraid." Li Xian seemed to be encouraged. He said that we alchemists are all bullshit, that we think we're superior just because we know how to refine pills, but we're actually worthless in his eyes. Impudent. Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees and said, "Master, I didn't say that. It was that person who said it." "Master naturally knows that it wasn't you who said it." Ji Ying took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He raised his hand and said, "Stand up." Li Xian stood up shakily and raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew Ji Ying's reverse scale. The wondrous Pill Great Emperors were Ji Ying's teachers, and the art of alchemy was the great Tao that Ji Ying pursued. These two things occupied an unimaginable position in his heart, and Ji Ying wouldn't easily forgive anyone who dared to offend these two reverse scales. Now, according to his description, Yang Kai had both, so it would be strange if he had a good ending. Let's see how you die now. Grandmaster Ji, it seems that there is no need for this high heaven palace to exist. If it continues to remain in the Northern Territory, it will be a disgrace to our Northern Territory. Li Jiao coldly said, I ask Grandmaster Ji to gather the fellow Taoists in the Northern Territory and eliminate the High Heaven Palace together. Mi Qi added, My High Sky sect is willing to use the strength of the entire sect to eradicate this malignant tumor in the Northern Territory. Jiying frowned, and only after a while did he say, Let me see the High Heaven Palace's palace master first. He wasn't an emotional person, and although he couldn't suppress his anger, what he heard just now was only his disciple's side of the story. Although he felt that Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, to be safe, it was better to first see the High Heaven Palace's palace master and see what he wanted to do. If it was really as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against the High Heaven Palace. Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both knowing that this matter shouldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what Jiying had said, and even made up some false accusations, so he was really afraid of confronting the High Heaven Palace's palace master face to face. However, after thinking about it, he had always been obedient and sensible in front of his honored master. So even if he confronted the palace master, there would be no evidence. As long as he stuck to his previous words, would his honored master believe an outsider instead of him? Thinking this, he relaxed a lot. Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the High Heaven Palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Qi and Jiying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things because he was too nervous. It's you! Li Xian cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. Who is she? Jiying frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace, so she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master, it's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering. Li Xian cried bitterly. She also made a move? Jiying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor Realm, and I'm only from the First Order Tao Source Realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xian wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless. Jiying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xian's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his emperor qi. Let me teach you a lesson and seek justice for Marshal Nephuli. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness. But after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this high heaven palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered. How dare a mere speck of light compete with me? He pushed his hands forward as his emperor qi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Mi Qi's emperor qi as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Mi Qi's chest shattered. What? Mi Qi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her emperor qi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his emperor qi to protect himself. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk the petite fist smashed into Mi Qi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Mi Qi could clearly see that Mi Qi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Mi Qi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in midair. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Mi Qi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Mi Qi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead already. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Ji Ying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Mi Qi in. This king underestimated you, Wah. Mi Qi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as paper. Ji Ying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. Who are you? After punching Mi Qi, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, Who are you? Ji Ying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? Qing Air, don't be rude. A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing Air. Master Mi has come from afar, This palace lord has not greeted you properly. Please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Jiying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill, Great Emperor's Pill Emperor Jiying. Jiying said indifferently, "Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace." Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. "I have long heard of Master Mi's great name. It is the honor of my high heaven palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us." Li Jiao said sinisterly, "Palace Lord Yang, Master Mi came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests? Your Excellency is—" Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Jiying said, "This is Fire Dragon Palace's palace, Lord Li Jiao." "So it is Palace, Lord Li. Then, who is the one vomiting blood next to you?" Yang Kai looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart. But when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Jiying said, "This is the High Sky Sect Master Mi Qi." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Sect Master Mi is also here." Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, "Why, Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me and brother me." Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, "Indeed, I don't welcome you." It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains. Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Mi Qi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "But since you are already here, please come in." As he spoke, he opened the sect protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Jiying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. "Everyone, please follow me," Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, "Qing, why aren't you coming in?" Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon's source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. "Palace Master Yang, this woman is—" Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. Haha, it's just a mere female servant. Palace Master Li is too concerned, Yang Kai said casually. Female servant. Li Jiao was speechless. Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me? Mi Qi almost choked to death, extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity. Yang Kai grinned and said, If there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you? Mi-Chi didn't know what he meant, and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Jiying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. Qing, go and serve the guests some tea. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back. Yes. Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. I'll help you. Hua Qing Si hurriedly chased after her.